The fox awakened before the boy ever could.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Awakened Nine Tails powers immediately after getting sealed with it movie. Before we start, please go support Dante477 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Kushina thought Minato loved her, but she didn't know he loved the village more than anything. He betrayed Kushina's trust by sealing the nine tails inside her newborn son, Naruto. She thought it was over, but when the entire village tried to kill her at the sight of the nine tails sealing, the residual nine tails chakra within her body reacted, and something happened. Chapter 1. Beginning. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, summoned the sealing platform to seal the Kyuubi inside his newborn son, Naruto. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who had kept the nine tails under control using her chakra chains, stared at her husband with eyes filled with pain and betrayal. She had believed he loved her more than anything, but just moments before, he had made it clear that the village was more important to him than anything else. She knew Minato loved the village, but she hadn't known he would sacrifice his son's life for it. From Minato's words, it was clear that Naruto would be used as a weapon for the village, the very thing he hated with his whole being. He wanted to prevent that misdeed from being committed, but he was too weak and was also restraining the Kyuubi. From the look on Kyuubi's face, she could tell he was angry, and if she loosened her grip on him for even a moment, the monster would kill her son. For now, she didn't care about anyone. They could all go to hell for everything that mattered to her. But she did care about her son, yet she still couldn't stop it from happening. Every moment felt like someone was tearing his heart out when he saw Kyuubi pull on the seal of his beloved son. She became real when she heard her son's cries. She pulled her body into the shape of her son's weeping. Every whimper and sob from Naruto was killing her. She knew he was suffering from the sealing. Even after becoming an Uzumaki, a small pain was like a side effect of the sealing. She lifted her baby in her arms and hugged his fragile form to her chest, cooing, "Mommy's here, Naruto, everything's going to be alright." And as if he understood her words, his crying subsided to sobs, and he clutched his mother's hair tightly. Kushina laughed, "My son likes my hair, huh?" She cooed and the baby smiled, but that small moment of happiness with her baby was interrupted when suddenly someone took her hands away from her baby, and she felt as if someone ripped her heart away from her body. She met Danzo's eyes as he held his son. His eyes turned to his son as he began to cry. She narrowed her eyes. "Danzo, give me back my son," she growled. Danzo smiled. "This child is a weapon of Konoha and Konoha's property. I will make him an even more incredible and powerful weapon," he said. Then his smile vanished, and he narrowed his eyes. "And if you dare to stop me or try to do anything foolish, I will kill you right now," he said. He turned to leave, and a golden chain stopped him. He halted and turned to Kushina. "Funny. I wonder if your son will have these chains," he said, and signaled his two rude Anbu to kill Kushina. They lunged at her. Hiruzen and other shinobi were still en route to the location. Several civilians were also heading to the Kyuubi sealing site. Hiruzen already knew what Minato had planned. After all, Minato had discussed it with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was shocked to learn that Minato would sacrifice his newborn son. He was pleased that Konoha would gain a weapon, but troubled when Minato told Hiruzen that his son should be seen as a hero who saved the village. Hiruzen chuckled at the fourth Hokage's naivety. There was no way the villagers would treat Naruto as a hero once they knew the nine tails was sealed inside him. When Hiruzen arrived at the scene, he saw Danzo holding Naruto, one Anbu lying dead on the ground and another gasping heavily. Kushina was looking at the remaining Anbu and was in the worst possible condition. Kushina was on her knees. She was breathing heavily. Blood was oozing from her arms and legs from several wounds inflicted by the first Anbu. Her clothes were in tatters. Her face was painted with her own blood, which flowed from a wound on her head. Her body trembled with exhaustion. Her eyes opened and closed, indicating that she was fighting against unconsciousness. Their chains were already on the verge of disappearing completely. Only one of several remained in existence. Hiruzen couldn't believe his eyes. Even after giving birth just 2 hours ago, even after pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion, even after being so bruised and badly injured, she was still fighting. She truly was a real shinobi, a woman, and a mother. The second remaining Anbu root lunged at her with his sword in an attempt to strike her neck, but at the last moment she blocked it with her chain, but the chain broke and she was ready to disappear. The Anbu root grinned from behind his mask and pushed harder. Without wasting a moment, Kushina pierced his skull, and the Anbu fell to the ground with a thud as his chain vanished, proving he hadn't a single ounce of chakra left. She tried to stand up, her legs trembling. "Give me back my son," she said as loudly as she could, but it came out as a whimper because she had passed the limits of exhaustion. Suddenly her eyes snapped open as she felt a warmth in her stomach and a sharp pain. She looked down and saw a sword protruding from her stomach, blood gushing from where the blade had pierced it. She raised her head again, and her tired violet eyes met Danzo's. She blinked and slowly, turned to face the sword's owner. Her eyes widened and her breath caught for a second. When she recognized the face of the person who stabbed her, she realized he was a teenager, no more than 13 years old, but what shocked her most was that he was a member of her genin team. 2 other members of her genin team were standing behind the one holding the sword. Minato had given her a genin team when he saw her giving Itachi advice. He thought her talent would be wasted like that, so he provided her with a genin team. They were good kids. He never expected it to be his genin team, the ones he trained. What were they doing here? Didn't they go to a safe house like everyone else? He looked at the boy for a few seconds, then squinted and looked up only to see that everyone was standing there, Hokage, with all the Jounin, Chunin and some clan heads like Hiashi and Fugaku with their wives. They were all there. He recognized Mikoto standing there, behind her husband Fugaku, with a blank look on her face. The boy withdrew his sword from her stomach and she stumbled backward. Everyone was there. His friends, his supporters, his comrades, everyone. Then he squinted and noticed that not everyone was there. Anko, Yugao, Tsume, and a few others weren't among them. Were they hiding somewhere or were they away on a mission? Then he remembered Anko visiting his house when he was about to leave on a mission, but what about Yugao and Tsume? He looked at Hokage, who stood there with a triumphant expression that showed he had won something. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He no longer even had the strength to laugh. His instincts were always correct, and that's why he always suspected everyone in Konoha, but what he could do was, when he had to live with those people forever, he would eventually come to trust them. Ignoring the wound in her intestine, she turned to the person holding her child and, unable to speak, raised both hands and stretched them out in front of her in a pleading manner, begging for her child's return. But a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her dry lips as someone pierced her stomach again, then drew the sword back and stabbed and kicked her in the back, forcing her to her knees. Blood began to flow from her wounds like a river. He fell, losing all strength in his body and mind. His breathing became slow and his strides long. He looked at the sky. It was already dawn. She reflected on her life, a life that hadn't been entirely happy. Her clan had been destroyed, leaving a deep scar on her heart, but after coming to Konoha, following a certain incident, she had fallen in love with Minato, and the scar had slowly begun to heal. She loved Minato deeply, but he had betrayed her in the end, not only her husband, but also her friends and all of Konoha. Her only regret at that moment was that she couldn't do anything for her son, who had just arrived in this cruel world a few hours earlier. She couldn't talk to him, couldn't watch him grow, couldn't shower him with the unconditional love she had longed for from the very beginning, even before her baby was born. She turned her head and looked at her baby. He had stopped crying and was now looking at his mother, his lower lip stretched out, ready to cry again. His blue eyes were calming her, but sadly, she would never be able to look into those eyes again. Then, suddenly, the distance between her and her son began to grow. The smile she had been showing him vanished, and her mind raced. No, don't take him away from me, she wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come out. Tears had already begun to well up in her eyes. No, give me back my son, give me back my son, you disgusting human, give me back my son, ba-thump ba-thump ba-thump. She could hear her own heartbeats pounding in her ears. Suddenly, Kushina's breathing became ragged and her body temperature began to rise. She felt as if her body were melting from the inside out. Her eyes vanished from her eyes, and soon after, her pupils disappeared as well. Her violet eyes began to turn whitish with red tinges mixed in. 2 wide red marks formed on her cheeks, starting from beneath her eyes, arcing down to her chin. Red cracks appeared all over her body, glowing as if lava were filling them. A black and red shockwave erupted from it and swept through everyone present. A chilling sense of dread gripped the entire village and its residents. Her hair became more like blood flowing in the wind. It had a reddish hue, like dyes on her pale body. Her chest grew larger and more alluring. Kushina stood up slowly, very slowly. Everyone stared at her, eyes wide and sweat dripping from their pores. They were all shocked by what was happening and how. Kushina's hands turned into reddish-black scales, and her nails turned into large, sharp claws. The tail 4 inches wide and 7 or 8 feet long emerged from the base of her spine. The tail was black with red crack-like markings. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the tail also had scales. On her legs were knee-high, scaly-looking black boots. An aura of red and black energy, her chakra, surrounded her. Her height increased to 6.5 feet. What remained unchanged were her tattered and torn clothes. A piece of her ragged white blouse hung from her breasts and rested on her right shoulder, and her tattered trousers were now so short they only reached the tops of her thighs. It looked as if a simple rag was wrapped around her hips. After completing the transformation, she opened her eyes. "And what is this?" he thought, looking at his arms, which had red cracks at the elbows and then scaly claws instead of his fingers. This power, this feeling, is incredible. I feel revived and much more powerful than before. All my wounds are healed, he thought, and looked up at the sky. It was morning with the sun over the horizon. It was pin-drop silence in the area. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock and fear because Kushina looked like a real demon now. "My son," she murmured softly and looked toward the person holding her son. "Kill that demon." Danzo shouted fearfully. All the Jounin and Chunin rushed at her. They fired various types of attacks at her, such as fire, lightning, water, and earth. Kushina stood there calmly, doing nothing, simply observing the attacks as they were launched at her at a normal speed. When the attacks were about 3 meters away from her, an invisible barrier rose from the ground and blocked them all. She gestured with her tail and sent it towards Danzo at blinding speeds, wrapped it around her son, retracted her tail back, and took him in her arms. Danzo couldn't understand what was happening. His eyes widened as he watched her pull her son away from his arms so quickly, and he didn't even have time to blink. When Naruto returned in her arms, she felt his heart begin to beat again, which had literally stopped. She felt her heart leap with joy. She couldn't stop the tears from welling up in his eyes. She showered Naruto's face with kisses that made her baby smile and squeal at the sensation of his mother's warm kisses. The assault by Jounin and Chunin continued in the form of different types of jutsu, but all were being blocked by the invisible barrier. Danzo became enraged and ran towards Kushina, but when he came into contact with the barrier, an electric shock shot through his body and threw him several meters back, and blue sparks pierced the barrier. Seeing this, everyone began to back away in fear. Hokage moved toward the barrier. He too was nervous and a hint of fear had already begun to creep in, but he was angry. He showed no fear in front of his people, though he was sweating profusely. Hiruzen raised his hand and touched the barrier with his index finger, and like Danzo, he too felt an electric shock throughout his body, and his entire body went numb. He stumbled several steps backward, his legs unsteady. Then the Jounin and Chunin threw weapons like kunai and shuriken, and some even threw wind and fire kunai at the barrier, but when they touched the barrier, their weapons, shurikens, kunai, and swords all burned and melted before their eyes like wax. "You damned boar. You've shown your true colors. Monster, I'll kill you and that demon son of yours and free this village," Danzo shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, the people present there regained some of their courage and also began to shout. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, try using your lightning technique to see if it does anything," the Hokage said to Kakashi in a stuttering voice. He was still trembling slightly from an earlier electric shock. Kakashi nodded and activated his Chidori and ran towards the barrier that was now visible in transparent blue. Kakashi threw his Chidori at the barrier, but his eyes widened when he saw that the barrier attracted his Chidori, as if they were opposite sides of a magnet, and the barrier absorbed his Chidori. He stumbled backwards in shock. "I think we first need to know what this barrier is," Danzo told Hiruzen. Hiruzen nodded, yes, but how could she be so strong? Nothing works against her, and besides, what on earth has Kushina become? "She looks like a real demon," Hiruzen said, looking at Kushina, who now had her back to them all. They didn't know what she was doing. Kushina was happy as she breastfed her son. It was an incredible second sensation after becoming a mother. She thanked God for giving her this opportunity to breastfeed her son a second time. Suddenly, she felt someone behind her. How did they penetrate the barrier? She thought and turned around to see who it was. And when he saw a man emerge from the ground, he squinted. "Oh, user of the earth." Now it was time to punish them for what they had done. While breastfeeding his child, several red chains, with black whispers emanating from them, emerged from his back, and before the man could fully emerge from the ground, a red chain pierced his brain and splattered brain matter onto the ground. Everyone was horrified by the sight. "Well, let me make things easier for you," Kushina said, closing her eyes for a second. When she opened them, the barrier disappeared, just like that. Kushina looked at the crowd of villagers and shinobi. "The barrier has disappeared," she smiled, revealing her large, sharp fangs. "Then go ahead, attack me," she said, looking at the Hokage and Danzo. "But I warn you, if you value your life, then come back and I won't kill you. But if you don't value your life and your family, then come," she said, extending her free hand and moving her index finger, beckoning them to attack. For a minute everyone was silent. It was total silence, broken only by birdsong. Then, with a shout, they all ran toward Kushina. Her smile turned wild, her chains became active, and she wrapped her tail around her, while Naruto took precautions. She saw that her 3 genin were on the front line, and seeing this, she smiled like a predator. One of her chains rose toward the genin who had been holding the sword and had stabbed her earlier. The red chain pierced the teenager's left thigh. He stopped and cried out in pain. The second chain went through his right thigh, then the third chain through his right shoulder and then his left. Then he lifted him into the air so everyone could see what he was going to do to him. A chain approached the boy's intestine and began to slowly pierce his stomach. The boy screamed in agony and writhed. "How does it feel to be stabbed in the gut, huh? Having fun?" "No, I guess, but that's the fate you chose," Kushina said, and another chain pierced him between his lungs. Then several more chains pierced him, tearing his body to pieces. His entrails splattered in the faces of his teammates. The other two genin were horrified and started to retreat, but before they could get away, several chains pierced them. She sighed sadly. It wasn't fun killing children, but they called it that, and there's an old saying. When buffalo fight, crops suffer. After killing her 3 genin students, she saw 2 Anbu to her right, 2 Jinin and 2 Linin in front of her, and the Hokage Danzo to her right. She pierced the thighs of the 2 Anbu, then severed their limbs and threw them at the Hokage Danzo. 4 chains erupted from the ground and plunged into the stomachs of the Jinin and Linin. The Konoha Jinin and Linin couldn't even see the chains, let alone dodge them. He took a step forward and continued to tear apart the heads, legs, and arms of his opponents. He didn't care if they were civilians or shinobi. Both were responsible. Blood began to pool on the ground, painting it red and littered with severed limbs. Now everyone was panicking and a stampede ensued. Kushina was dodging, blocking, and attacking simultaneously in all directions using her chains. Suddenly, someone threw a smokescreen and the smoke filled the area, but she could see their chakra as a Byakugan user, so she didn't stop her assault. Uchiha Fugaku launched a Jinjutsu, but she sent him into a Jinjutsu like Mangekyo Sharingan. The Yamanaka tried to enter their minds, but a fierce look made them faint. Yamato tried to make a wooden barrier around Kushina, but her chains broke it like butter. Then Kushina saw a horde of bugs approaching her. She smiled, her chains began to heat up and became so hot that they began to engulf themselves in flames and sent some of her chains into the horde of insects, and the chains began a dance of insect death, and just after a minute the field was free of any bugs. He raised his hand and stretched his palm outward. Several fire dragons emerged from his palm and began to burn the entire area, the village, and soon after, a celestial fire began to burn the village to pieces. The fire became so fierce that it could be seen from miles away. Cries of pain and agony were heard inside and outside the village, and vegetation began to burn. People ran here and there to escape the fire. The civilians who were in the area where the fighting was taking place had already fled for their lives. Hokage and Danzo could only stare at their village, their eyes wide with horror. How had it happened? It had been such an easy and perfect plan, and then how had it gone wrong? Their entire village was turning to ashes. Anbus, gather all water users and try to control the fire. Use any means to stop this fire now. Hiruzen shouted at the top of his lungs. He turned to Kushina, rage blazing in his eyes. You'll pay for this, Kushina, Hiruzen growled and headed towards the village, but as he took one step forward, several chains blocked Hiruzen and Danzo's path. Where do you think you're going? Kushina said calmly. Suddenly, Kushina sensed someone behind her and turned around to see who it was. The person was Kakashi and a group of Jonin and Chunin. They all came to her together. She was only more excited by cutting off their limbs from their bodies. She retracted her chains and attacked the group of shinobi, and in a matter of seconds their limbs fell to the ground, heads, legs, and arms, their halves of bodies that had been cut in half. Then, suddenly, she felt a small stinging sensation on the nipple Naruto was sucking on. "Ah, Naruto, don't bite it," she scolded her baby. And the baby gave a squeal in return and a big smile, as if he knew what was happening and was excited and enjoying it. Kushina turned to Kakashi and found him disappearing. Where did he go? She thought, and for a moment her eyes widened, then she squinted as Kakashi emerged from the ground and struck her from behind, but she blocked the attack with her chain at the last moment and turned to look at him. Kakashi literally peed himself when he saw the look of an enraged demon on his mentor's wife. Kushi before he could finish the sentence, several chains pierced him in various places, missing his heart, but Kushina didn't pay much attention. He would die from blood loss. She lifted him into the air. Blood gushed from his wounds, and he vomited blood. Kushina tossed him aside like a rag doll. Then he sensed a powerful chakra at the Hokage monument and squinted. He created a shadow clone and sent it to investigate. You know what you have to do. I assume that's the masked man. If you get the chance, kill him, Kushina told her clone, and she nodded. The clone disappeared. The masked man was gazing at the view from the Hokage monument, sweating profusely. It was a disaster. He was more dangerous than Kyuubi. Whatever had happened to Kushina, he too was trying to understand, but he couldn't. Suddenly he felt the same presence as the place of the fight behind him and turned to look at the person. She began to sweat more. How long had she stood there? She couldn't even sense her presence, she thought, and watched her twitch. But before she could activate her Kamui, the woman grabbed the mask and it shattered under the inhuman pressure of her finger. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to identify the person. Who are you? She asked. Then she narrowed her eyes again. "You're the one who released Kyuubi from me, aren't you?" she said, and chains emerged from the clone's back and pointed at her. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized when she recognized the person. "You're Obito," she exclaimed in shock, and he decided that was the signal for him to retreat. Then he transported himself to another dimension using Kamui, taking advantage of Kushina's momentary surprise. "Ah, Kamui, I'll have to think about that," he murmured and faded away. "So it was Obito," murmured the original Kushina. He noticed two rude Anbu standing in front of him, but before they could move, he stretched out his arm, flicking his index finger to the side in a dismissive gesture, and stopped them. "TCH, you don't dare touch my son," he growled, and two chains pierced their heads, and they fell dead. She looked around and noticed that no one was there anymore. Then she sighed, her breathing slowed and she felt her consciousness fading. She activated the barrier immediately before anything could happen. Her tail disappeared and her fur returned to its former form. Her eyes turned back to their violet color and she became just as she had been before. She collapsed with Naruto still nursing at her breast, and exhaustion took hold of her as she closed her eyes. Naruto continued nursing at her breasts the entire time. How hungry could a baby be? Was it just Naruto, or was every baby like that? Kushina thought with her eyes closed, and then she lost consciousness. After 5 hours in the afternoon. The town was destroyed. Nothing was left untouched. The Hokage stood surveying the burning village, atop the rubble of the collapsed Hokage building. All the papers and documents had been burned. Nothing remained intact in the Hokage building. The howls of pain and cries of agony were like molten iron in Hokage's ears. He gritted his teeth in rage. He was going to have a weapon, and he would once again be the strongest village. His plan was perfect, so how did he get to this point? Danzo came to his side with other members of the council. "How are the rescue operations going, Shikaku?" Hiruzen asked in frustration. Shikaku looked at the demolished village. "All our shinobi are working to rescue as many people as we can. We're also trying to put out the fire," Shikaku said, then looked at Hiruzen. Shikaku, Tsume, and Chaozu were the only clan chiefs who were absent when the fight between Kushina and everyone else continued. "What happened that made Kushina-san do this?" Shikaku said, narrowing his eyes. "I'd like to know that too. What did you do to make my cheerful friend do all this?" Tsume grumbled. She'd been busy helping the civilians escape to the safe house, but when she realized what had happened, she dropped everything and rushed to the location. Shikaku and Akimichi were there as well. The sight and the stench of blood and entrails that was everywhere only made them vomit. There were limbs and bodies all around Kushina. They tried to reach her, but the barrier stopped them. Their eyes widened when they saw Kushina. She was completely covered in blood, her clothes in tatters, and her daughter was asleep at her breast. She huddled him protectively, shielding him from harm. Tsume couldn't stop her tears after seeing the sight. Nara and Akimichi were on good terms with Kushina. At that moment, they only had one thought in mind. "Why, and what made you do that, Kushina?" They knew she would never kill an innocent person. It must have been something terrible that she couldn't bear. "So what happened?" Chaozu asked. Danzo, Hiruzen, Kaharu, Himura and some noble civilian members looked at each other. Hiruzen then sighed. "We wanted your son Naruto to be a loyal weapon of Konoha after Minato sealed Kyuubi within him," Hiruzen said, and Tsume, Shikaku, and Chaozu opened their eyes. After reflecting for a moment, they understood why Minato did that. "That's so?" Tsume asked. She looked like she was about to cry when she heard the Kyuubi was sealed inside Naruto. The child had just been born and was already condemned to such a fate. "We took her son away," and he stopped and looked at Danzo. "So what?" Tsume shouted. "We tried to kill Kushina," Danzo said. But the three of them opened their eyes. Tsume put his hands to his mouth. It was necessary because, if she had left alive, she would never have let her son become a weapon, and emotions weaken a person. These useless emotions are not needed in a weapon. So we killed her, but we don't know what happened. She became some kind of creature or something, and it all happened, Danzo said, concluding. Tsume had tears in her eyes, and Shikaku and Chaozu clenched their teeth in anger and disgust. How could you do that?" Shikaku hissed through gritted teeth. "And you're not human. You're monsters disguised as humans. I'm ashamed to call myself a Konoha Kunoichi," Tsume growled and ran home. Shikaku and Chaozu shook their heads. "We agree with Tsume," they said and went to their homes. Tsume stormed into his house, angrily pushing the door so hard it became loose hinges. "Hana," he shouted, "Hana, come here now," Tsume shouted at the top of his lungs. Hana came running. She froze when she saw the furious look on her mother's face. "Yes, Mom," he said meekly. "Hana, go to Kushina's location now and wait there. When she wakes up, bring her here. And if anyone tries to stop you, treat them as a nuisance, even the Hokage," Tsume said, and Hana nodded, but before leaving, she needed to calm her mother down. She placed a hand on Tsume's shoulder. "Mom, I'm coming, but before I do, you need to calm down." It's not healthy for the baby, you know. You're about to give birth to my brother or sister, Hana said, and Tsume calmed down. Tsume's husband had died 7 months earlier, a month after Tsume had conceived the child. Hana immediately ran to Kushina's location. When Hana arrived, her mind was overwhelmed by the smell of decay and she nearly fainted, but she calmed herself and looked at Kushina. Her mother had warned her that there was a barrier surrounding Kushina, so she would have to wait for her to wake up. It was difficult for her to stay there, so she put a little distance between them and decided to keep an eye on them from afar. Chapter 2. N.A. Well, sorry for the delay in updating, but I have a good reason for it. I had my exams and during those exams I was far from writing. So you can understand. Anyway, let's begin the chapter. Warning. Adult content. Grammar issues. Disclaimer. I have no connection to Naruto. All rights belong to their respective owners. What are your plans now? Danzo asked Hiruzen, who smiled maliciously. If Kushina doesn't transform again, then I'm sure we could incapacitate her. Then, separating her from her child would be easy, and then she herself could be useful to us, Hiruzen said, and Danzo and everyone nodded and left it to their fate. 4 hours had passed, and there was no sign of Kushina waking up. Naruto had also woken up and was now crying in the night, so Hana had made a small fire near Kushina's location. Tsume had also come there when Hana didn't return with Kushina. Both mother and daughter waited together for Kushina to wake up. In general, 12 hours had passed since the incident and it was already night. The Hokage had sent information to every shinobi who was on missions and ordered them to return as soon as possible. Kushina groaned and slowly opened her eyes. It was dark. It's already night, it feels like a whole day has passed, and she heard Naruto's cries and immediately sat up, picked him up in her arms, and began to coo. Naruto's face was red from crying, and he was also making snot. "Oh my baby, mommy sorry, baby. You must be hungry. Is my son hungry?" She said lovingly and lifted her tattered blouse, or what was left of it, and put her nipple to Naruto's mouth. Instantly, he stopped crying when he found the appendage and began to suckle. She winced at the stinging sensation on her nipple as Naruto sucked hard, trying to satisfy his hunger immediately, and then bit her nipple a little. "Oh whoa, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She understood what happened too. She wanted to fill her stomach as soon as possible. Kushina simply sighed with satisfaction and then looked around. Oh, the barrier, she thought. Slowly, she stood up, her stomach growling with hunger. How long had it been since she'd eaten anything more than 24 hours? She deactivated the barrier and noticed the fire. "Who's there?" Kushina cried, narrowing her eyes. Hana and Tsume heard Kushina and ran towards her. "Kushina, are you okay?" Tsume asked worriedly as she stopped in front of Kushina and began to look for possible injuries. Kushina stared at Tsume for several seconds, then jumped when Tsume hugged her and began to cry on her shoulder, murmuring, "I'm sorry" over and over. Kushina sighed and placed her free hand on Tsume's shoulder to comfort her. After Tsume calmed down, they looked at each other. "Kushina, if I had known, I wouldn't have let it happen," Tsume said, her voice trembling. Kushina scoffed at Tsume's words. "You couldn't have done anything because the whole village was against me and you couldn't have fought the whole village. Could you face him, Tsume?" "No one could have done anything," Kushina said, glancing at Naruto, who was desperately busy filling his stomach. Tsume couldn't say anything after hearing her. Kushina was right. She could have done nothing but turn the entire village against her and her clan. She looked down in distress but looked up when Kushina placed a hand on her shoulder. "But I'm glad you weren't there," Kushina said, smiling, which confused Tsume, but after a few moments she understood and her eyes widened and filled with tears. "Who was there?" Tsume asked, on the verge of tears. Kushina looked into the distance over Tsume's shoulder. "Everyone I can think of except for a few, even my friends like Mikoto, Hiashi and Fugaku and many more," Kushina said and looked at Tsume. Tsume clenched her fist so tightly that her knuckles turned white, "But don't worry, they'll get what they deserve," Kushina said. Tsume then calmed down and smiled. "Okay, Kushina, come with me and you should take a bath, eat something, and rest. You can stay at my house as long as you like," Tsume offered, smiling. Kushina smiled upon hearing this and looked at her. "Tsume, I'm glad to hear that, but you must understand that at this moment I don't trust anyone, especially my friends, but don't worry, you're not among them, but still after what happened, it's difficult for me to trust anyone, and if I stay with you, it will also put you in danger," Kushina said gloomily. Tsume's eyes widened at his words. But she tried to say, but Kushina interrupted her. "Tsume, you're still my friend. Just give me some time, okay?" Kushina said gently, and Tsume nodded. Tsume could understand where Kushina was coming from. Kushina then adjusted Naruto in her arms. "Okay, then I'll go," she said and started to move, but Tsume stopped her. "What are you going to do now, Kushina?" Tsume asked. Kushina stopped and looked up at the sky, then looked at Tsume and a smile formed on her face, showing her white teeth. Right now I'm going to eat, take a long shower, and then sleep, she said and walked towards her home. Zoom smiled upon hearing Kushina in her usual tone and also went to her own house. Kushina returned to the Uzumaki residence. When she arrived, she saw several people throwing things at her house, but they were all blocked by the barrier seal around the house, and as soon as they saw her, they scattered in fear. She went inside and the first thing she did was make instant ramen. She knew it wasn't healthy, but she'd worry about that later. Right now she was starving. After filling 3 bowls with instant ramen, she stopped eating and sat down on the sofa. She looked at Naruto and laughed when she saw him still drinking her milk. How long are you going to drink it? Hey, let's take a bath, she said, pulling Naruto away from her chest with a groan from Naruto and laid him down on the sofa. She stretched out on the sofa to relieve any tension in her body. Then she stood up and took off her clothes, what little was left of them. There was no one else in the house, so she didn't care. First, with a wet towel, she cleaned Naruto's body and dressed him in fresh clean clothes. Then she laid him in a crib and took him to the bathroom with her so he could be in front of her the whole time she bathed. She sat in the hot water and washed her entire body, finding no trace of blood. Then she relaxed her head at the edge of the tub and stared at the ceiling. It was a long day. Now what should I do? I can't stay in this hellhole, but I can't leave now either. If I leave now, I'll leave several things unfinished, like Hiruzen, Danzo, and many others that could cause problems in the future, he thought, glancing at Naruto. Well, for now, I'll stay at the Uzumaki shrine and train Naruto there and see if there's anything related to the Uzumakas. I remember Dad telling me that this shrine has a mask used to summon Shinigami. The shrine isn't that famous, so I don't think many people know about it. I'll think about it later. And when Naruto is a little older, we'll head to Uzushiogakure. But I can't be careless right now. They're still alive, and I'll have to do something about it. After half an hour, she got out of the bath, dried herself, and put on white pajamas and a loose white shirt. She then led Naruto to bed. She unbuttoned her shirt, placed her nipple back in Naruto's mouth, and faded away into the land of dreams. Kushina woke up the next morning. She glanced at her single lifeline and smiled. She kissed her forehead and went to freshen up. She made a proper breakfast for herself and, with Naruto on her lap, sat down on the sofa. When she finished her breakfast, Kushina heard someone call her name outside. She stood up and went out into the street and saw Anko standing there waiting for the seal to be deactivated. Kushina led her into the house and they both went inside and sat down on the sofa. Anko was a chunin from Konoha. She was 10 years old, with purple hair, and stood 4 feet 9 inches tall. She was strong for her age and had a more developed physique than any other girl her age. At the age of 8, the Sannin Orochimaru chose her as his apprentice and she left with him on a training journey, abandoning her academy midway. The Hokage promoted her to genin in front of all the students based on Orochimaru's recommendation and because she knew everything a genin needed to know. She was a prodigy. After that, Orochimaru took her on another training journey and 2 years later, he betrayed her and left her to die. When she returned to the village, Kushina was the only person in the entire village who hadn't turned against her. So, she respected and trusted Kushina with all her heart, more than anything or anyone else. Anko was silent and from her body language, Kushina could tell she was feeling somewhat nervous. Kushina kept staring at Anko, which made it difficult for Anko to say anything. Kushina then smiled and confused Anko, since just a second before she was looking at her suspiciously and the next second she was smiling. Anko, Kushina called abruptly. Why yes, Anko stuttered. Do you know what happened while you were on your mission? Kushina asked. Anko's eyes met Kushina's and seeing the smile on the Uzumaki woman's face, Anko's nervousness disappeared. Yes, I heard from Hokage-sama about what happened, Anko said. What did he say to you? Kushina asked. He said you went crazy and killed many shinobi and civilians, Anko told him what the Hokage had said. Kushina smiled and looked at Naruto, lovingly caressing his wrinkled cheeks, which made him smile. Do you believe her? Kushina asked without looking at her. Kushina-sama, as much as I know you, you can't do this, and if you have, then there must be a very valuable reason behind it, Anko said, making Kushina look at her. Kushina looked at her smiling. Thank you Anko for believing in me, Kushina said, and Anko just smiled. Kushina-sama, could you tell me the reason behind this? Anko asked, a little apprehensive. Yes, why not? Kushina said and began to tell him the whole story. After Kushina finished her story, Anko clenched her fist and dug her nails into her palm, causing it to bleed. She had light tears in her eyes. Kushina-sama, Anko began, but Kushina slapped her. Don't apologize for that because it was out of your hands and you weren't here, and even if you were here you couldn't have done anything, Kushina said, and Anko looked down. What do you plan to do now? Anko asked, raising her head. Kushina looked at Naruto, who was sleeping peacefully in her lap, and closed her eyes. After what happened, I want to see what Hiruzen's next move will be, and I know he'll do something unpleasant again tonight. After I finish this matter with Hiruzen, I'll go live at the Uzumaki shrine for a while until Naruto is a little older. While I live there, I want to teach Naruto Fuinjutsu and everything I know. If he awakens something like I did because of Kyuubi, then I'll have to be on my guard. And I also need to talk to Kyuubi. Well, after that, I'll go to Izushi. There's something I want to find out about the massacre that took place in Yuzu decades ago, Kushina said, looking at Anko. Anko was a little surprised that Kushina told her whole plan. Kushina-sama, may I ask why you trust me so much? Anko asked a question she'd wanted to ask for a while. Kushina smiled, because like me, you know what it feels like when the person we trust and expect so much from betrays us, Kushina said, and Anko could say nothing except agree with her. Anko then looked at Naruto, is he? Anko asked, turning off. Kushina smiled, yes, he is my baby, my son, my everything, Kushina said and looked at Anko, I want to hug him, Kushina asked. And no, it's okay, Anko said, but Kushina stretched her arms out so Anko could hug Naruto. Anko then slowly placed her arms under the bundle with utmost care. She was afraid her touch might hurt him. He looked so cute and so delicate. She couldn't help but kiss his forehead. You're the third person to hold Naruto after me and Minato, Kushina said, and Anko nodded in recognition. I'm honored, Anko said, handing Naruto back to Kushina. Hiruzen sat in a chair at home, deep in thought. He needed to kill Kushina as soon as possible, and if he couldn't kill her, then at least he would make her useful to Konoha by incapacitating her. He was prepared to do anything to achieve this. He summoned an Anbu. Send Jiraiya back as soon as possible, Hiruzen said, and the Anbu shrugged. Let's see what Jiraiya is capable of, and if he alone isn't enough, then Danzo and I will help Jiraiya kill Kushina, he thought and smiled. He's a master of Fuinjutsu, if he manages to seal her memories or seal her powers, then we'll involve her in Kra, he smiled evilly. At the Uzumaki residence, it was late afternoon, and Kushina had not yet recovered her natural strength from blood loss and childbirth, so she felt weak but was still strong enough to face Danzo. Kushina was asleep in her bed while Naruto was breastfeeding. She was surprised to see that Naruto needed to drink her milk at least every 15 hours, so he also needed to eat more and healthy foods if he wanted to continue producing milk for his baby. Anko was sitting on a chair beside the bed, reading a book. Kushina had granted Anko's request to live with her at the Uzumaki residence for a while. A week later, Jiraiya arrived in Konoha. He went straight to his sensei. Ah, Jiraiya, I was waiting for you, Hiruzen said, offering Jiraiya a seat. Sensei, is it true that Minato died and Naruto is the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki? Jiraiya asked as he sat down in the seat across from Hiruzen. When Hiruzen nodded, his world crumbled. Minato was like a son to him, and he was dead, and his son Naruto was the new Kyuubi Jinchuriki. What happened to Kushina? She was like a daughter-in-law to him. Sensei, what happened to Kushina? Is she alive? Jiraiya asked, hoping it was true. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed when he heard the softness in Jiraiya's voice as he mentioned Kushina. Jiraiya, Kushina is alive, but Hiruzen said and faded away. But what, Sensei? Jiraiya asked impatiently. Well, after Minato died, we don't know what happened. She went crazy and became a beast and killed many shinobi and civilians alike and destroyed Konoha more than Kyuubi, Hiruzen said, making Jiraiya's eyes widen. Hey, Kushina killed so many people. She went mad after Minato's death, but Kushina is a strong-willed woman, not a weak-minded one. But it's possible she couldn't bear both things. Minato's death and the fact that Kyuubi was sealed inside Naruto. Even after killing so many people from Konoha and destroying Konoha more than Kyuubi, she must have managed to control herself. Daughter or not, the village would always come first, Jiraiya thought, and he obviously trusted his sensei more than anyone else. Jiraiya, that's true, Hiruzen pressed. I trust you, sensei, but it's hard to believe that a woman like Kushina would lose control and commit such a despicable act, Jiraiya said, and the thought that he should talk to Kushina about this crossed his mind. What do you plan to do now, sensei? Jiraiya asked, now fully trusting his sensei. Hiruzen smiled, we'll have to incapacitate or kill Kushina because we don't know when she'll go berserk again, and we'll have to secure Naruto in our hands, and you're the only one who can do that. And we don't want any more casualties, Hiruzen said, and Jiraiya nodded, but killing Kushina seemed too extreme since he had considered her his daughter-in-law. Incapacitating her would be a better idea. Very well, sensei, we'll incapacitate her, Jiraiya said, and they began to make plans. At the Uchiha house, Mikoto Uchiha hadn't stopped crying since the incident with Kushina. She hated herself for betraying her best friend. Fugaku had told her that her son Sasuke could be in danger if she didn't do what they asked. And now she regretted that decision. Kushina would have wanted to kill her, and why wouldn't she? After all, she had betrayed Kushina in the worst possible way. It wasn't as if she hadn't resisted, but she was powerless when it came to her son's safety. She knew that if she went to Kushina now, she would definitely kill her. Which she should do now. She got out of bed, where she had been crying, when she heard her son Sasuke scream. Sasuke, for whom she had betrayed her best friend. She lifted Sasuke from the crib, hugged him to her chest, and rocked him. Itachi had been sent on a long Anbu mission by the Hokage. If he had been here, she wouldn't have gone through this and betrayed her friend because he always supported her and helped her in any way he could. Makoto felt suffocated in the room, in that building, so she decided to go for a walk. She decided that she would go to Kushina with Itachi when he returned and beg for his forgiveness. It was night, Kushina with Naruto in her arms and Anko were sitting in the living room drinking tea and eating some potato chips. Kushina looked at Anko. "Anko, you'll have to go live in your apartment," Kushina said while stroking Naruto's hair. Why, did I do something to offend you?" Anko asked in a panic. Kushina smiled, "No, Anko, you never did anything to offend me. If you live with me, your life could be in danger. I know how everyone treats you, but we'll have to do it. The Hokage doesn't know you're with me, so you'll be safe there and it's not like you can't come here. You can come here whenever you want," Kushina said, and Anko's eyes filled with tears. She stood up and hugged Kushina, and Kushina hugged her back. "Okay," Anko said and went to collect her belongings. When Anko went to her apartment, Kushina sat on her bed with Naruto sleeping next to her. She looked at the ceiling, "So Jiraiya has come. What are the chances of him betraying me? 100%, she thought, and then a demonic smile formed on her beautiful angelic face. After her transformation, she had become even more beautiful, her features more alluring, her red lips more luscious. Her body had become more voluptuous, and her breasts, even though they were producing milk for her baby, were firmer, gravity having no effect on them, and they had grown larger than the cups. Her skin had a lush glow. Overall, any man would ruin his underwear just by looking at her. "Well, where should I start, with Hiruzen or that jerk Obito?" He muttered, then his eyes turned to Naruto's sleeping form. "Well, I suppose I should start with Hiruzen and Danzo. I can't be careless for even a minute. I need to be on my guard at all times," he thought. He sighed, realizing he couldn't stay alert to potential dangers if Naruto was giving him his undivided attention. "It's impossible for me to relax in this disgusting village," he told himself, and then an idea struck him. She would create a special blood clone with several modifications of her own, and that clone would do everything for her, something that could only be done by separating Naruto from herself. This clone would handle danger alerts and tell her if anything was wrong. And then, without a care in the world, she would train Naruto in everything she could. She couldn't help but smile broadly and lovingly at her son. She kissed his forehead and drifted off to sleep with her baby in her arms. The next day, Kushina made a blood clone with several modifications just as she wanted. This blood clone was created using 5 elements that were the main components of every living being's body. She had placed several seals on her clone. One was to transfer information from her clone to herself daily. The second seal was like an on-off switch, and only she knew its location. Using these features, Kushina could make it sleep and work whenever she wanted. The clone wouldn't dissipate even if it were seriously injured. It would die like a normal human. Only Kushina could dissipate it if she wanted to. She ordered the clone to behave as if it were the original Kushina so that the clone could go out and watch over everyone and also do all the housework while Kushina would concentrate on Naruto. The Uzumaki residence had a large forest as its property behind the house. It was separated from the house by a large glass wall. The forest was enclosed by 10-foot-high fences that separated it from the rest of the land. The Uzumaki forest had an onsen, hot spring, and a swimming pool for swimming and other purposes. Kushina looked at the scene and sighed. She would have to leave this incredible place. "Why don't I teleport to the Uzumaki shrine?" she thought and smiled. Now she just had to wait until nightfall. If Hiruzen made any move, she would kill him, and if not, she would kill him herself tomorrow. Suddenly, he felt Jiraiya's chakra nearby and after a minute the doorbell rang. She looked at her clone. "I'm going to the bedroom. This will be your first test. The things you must remember are: don't trust anyone and be careful with Jiraiya. He may have already betrayed us," Kushina ordered her clone and went up to the bedroom. Kushina's clone went to open the door. The clone opened the door and saw Jiraiya standing there with flowers in his hands and a stupid smile on his face. He made a gesture to hug Kushina, but she stopped him by touching her chest with the palm of her hand. "You've come after a long time?" Kushina asked, with no emotion on her face. "Well, I was busy with my research, anyway you'll invite me in or keep me standing here," Jiraiya said, trying to peek inside. Kushina then led him inside and to the sofa. Jiraiya's features turned grim, then, "Minato," he stopped. "Yes, he died," Kushina said, looking to the side. Although she knew what happened with Hiruzen, she thought about asking Kushina. "How did Minato die?" Jiraiya asked, closely inspecting Kushina's body language. Kushina sighed sadly, he summoned the Shinigami and sealed the Kyuubi inside Naruto, and she trailed off, pretending she couldn't finish the sentence. She was secretly smiling at Uraya's surprised expression. She knew what he was doing. Uraya was confused. He had originally thought Kushina would at least be angry when he mentioned Minato's death. But she was calm and taking it well. Then it clicked in his mind she was mentally ill. He felt a pang of sadness, but his mind cleared as the question of Konoha's safety filled his thoughts, and his will hardened to do what was necessary. I wanted to see him with his son as he grew up, Jiraiya said, looking down. Kushina sighed again but said nothing. Jiraiya looked at Kushina. He needed to send her somewhere if he wanted to play some espionage and chakra restriction seals there. Where's Naruto? I want to see my godson, Jiraiya said with a sad smile. Yes, it might work. Kushina would go and get Naruto, and that would give me an opportunity, he thought. Kushina mirrored Jiraiya's sad smile and nodded, but instead of going herself, Kushina's test clone made another clone and sent the clone to find Naruto. Jiraiya cursed Kushina inwardly. His little plan had failed. The clone entered the room and told the real Kushina everything. Kushina nodded, okay, I'll go in your place. Jiraiya could never sense that there are other Kushinas in this house because this room is filled with various chakra suppression and resistant seals against any external element, whether it's a human or their senses, Kushina said to her clone, and lifting Naruto in her arms, she went downstairs. Jiraiya stood up when he saw the baby in Kushina's arms. Kushina adjusted Naruto in her arms so that Jiraiya could see all of Naruto's features. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw Naruto sleep. He moved toward Kushina to hold Naruto, but as he reached out to him, Kushina turned away. I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, but I just put Naruto to sleep, so I don't want him to wake up, she said, turning back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He could clearly see that Kushina didn't want him to hug Naruto. Did she realize what he was planning? She straightened up, her posture shifting, and seeing this, Kushina's senses were alarmed. Then the Kushina clone intervened. You, take Naruto back to the room, she said, and the original Kushina nodded and began to move. But suddenly, Kushina's senses began to detect several chakra signatures outside the house. She knew they couldn't enter the house because of the barrier, but Jiraiya was standing right in front of her, and he was a prodigy in Fuinjutsu. Kushina surmised that if they managed to break through the barrier, it would be because of Jiraiya. He had either done something or had some plan to facilitate the entry of the approaching intruders. Suddenly something clicked in his mind, his eyes widening, he cursed inwardly. Minato and Kushina had created the barrier together, and although Kushina was a master and had told Minato not to take anyone's advice, Minato still went and asked Jiraiya. That advice in the past might have acted as a void in the barrier. She immediately prevented the room from being illuminated and placed several seals within seconds to stop any infiltration into the room. She changed her clothes, putting on her ninja dress and filling her pockets with the necessary weapons. She also took several trilong kunai that she could use in Hiraishin. They wrapped Naruto in a large cloth and tied it to his chest in a way that wouldn't affect his fighting, and if Naruto felt hungry, it would be easy to feed him. They made a hand seal and teleported away. Below, the clone that Kushina was looking at Jiraiya stopped. Jiraiya looked at Kushina, if you cooperate, I promise you'll be safe, and I'll ask sensei to modify your punishment and hand Naruto over to us, Jiraiya said, narrowing his eyes as Kushina began to laugh. Why are you laughing? Jiraiya asked, confused. Jiraiya, did you really think I would give up? And why should I give up? It's Konoha who's to blame here, and I won't tolerate anyone trying to separate Naruto from me, Kushina said, drawing a kunai. Do you think you can take us all, me, sensei, Hiashi, and Fugaku? Kushina sighed, well, I can try, and it's not like they could break through the barrier, she said, and waited for the response. Jiraiya smiled, well, you're in for a big surprise if you think they can't cross the barrier. You don't know, but Minato advised me on almost everything. I just expected him to come asking me for advice on what to do for his first night as husband and wife. Well anyway, it's just you and me here, Jiraiya said, drawing a kunai. Well let's begin then, what are we waiting for? Said Clone Kushina and took the stance. And the next moment, the front wall of the Uzumaki residence exploded, revealing three figures like Hiruzen, Hiashi, and Fugaku. Kushina noticed they were in their battle attire. Kushina glared at the three newcomers, her eyes blazing with fire. She vowed to herself that if not all of them, at least one or two would die by her hand today. Her golden chains emerged from her back hand, floating in the air, she pointed them at all of them like a spider's web. The Kushina clone closed her eyes. Her primary target was Hiruzen, then others. Jiraiya threw his kunai at Kushina, and Kushina brushed it aside like a fly using her chain. She still hadn't opened her eyes. She smiled broadly and, as before, stretched her right hand out and, using her index finger, signaled them to attack, go ahead, she said in a low, deep voice. The group of four charged their respective attacks. Hiruzen summoned Enma and the monkey transformed into a staff, Fugaku activated his Sharingan and began preparing his most powerful Genjutsu, Hiashi also activated his Byakugan. Jiraiya activated his Sage mode, but when he tried to move, his body froze, his chakra flow stopped, but not enough to kill him. He collapsed to the ground. Hiruzen glared at Jiraiya wide-eyed, then turned on Kushina with fury. "What the hell did you do to him, you bitch?" Hiruzen shouted. Kushina heard the insult but said nothing, and the next moment Hiruzen blocked an adamantine gold chain just in time and saved her head from being pierced. Hiashi rushed towards Kushina and she sent 4 chains towards him, engaging him in a fierce Taijutsu battle. These were chains, so most of his techniques were ineffective and it would be impossible for him to break the thick chains. However, if he used his most powerful attack, he could destroy them, but only if she gave him time. He continued fighting against the chains. Hiruzen saw Hiashi and nodded to himself. Fugaku was still busy preparing. Hiruzen then made a hand seal and fired several fireballs at Kushina, but she blocked them all. Hiruzen then rushed towards Kushina with his staff and as he approached her, he leaped and swung it down above his head. Kushina blocked his staff with her chain and struck Hiruzen in the face, sending him flying. While Hiruzen was airborne, Kushina wrapped her chain around his ankle and slammed his body into the ground, shattering the floor. Hiruzen coughed up blood. Kushina then lifted Hiruzen and swung him through the air, striking Hiashi, who was still foolishly struggling with several of his chains. Hiashi and Hiruzen threw themselves against a wall, and the force of the impact made a crater in the wall and cracked the entire wall. "Come on, Hiruzen, this is your best chance, and you call yourself Hokage. It would be better if I took your position," Kushina said to Hiruzen, who lay on the ground beneath Hiashi, both bleeding from the head. Kushina then looked towards Fugaku and using one of her chains, struck him on the side of his head, sending him spinning on the ground. She then noticed Hiruzen and Hiashi standing up. They exchanged a glance and nodded, then both rushed towards Kushina at blinding speeds 10 times faster than before, catching her completely off guard. Hiruzen's staff punched Kushina in the stomach, sending her flying several feet into the air. While she was in the air, Hiashi was waiting for her and struck Kushina's clone with his gentle fist, sending her crashing down to the ground, breaking the tiles, and creating a large crater in the living room floor of the Uzumaki residence. Then Hiruzen shouted, "Fire throw." Fire dragon's head. His 2 hands stretched out and a large dragon's head shot out from his palms, rising into the crater where Kushina stood and exploding, filling the room with fire, heat, and smoke. As the fire was about to dissipate, Fugaku shouted, "Fire throw." Great fireball jutsu. And hurled it into the crater, causing the dissipating fire to explode again in a ferocious blast. Hiruzen, Hiashi, and Fugaku waited for the fire to dissipate again, but before the fire could dissipate again, 3 red chains, lava dripping from them, shot out from the fire and pierced Fugaku's leg, Hiashi's shoulder, and Hiruzen's. At the last moment, they were able to dodge it, but the chains still left a large wound on their arm. The Kushina wrapped in chains emerged from the fire. Her garments had burned away and the chains were the only part that remained, becoming part of her other transformation. A dangerous look crossed his face and his violet eyes shone, making them appear even more demonic. Hiruzen then made a hand sign and a swamp appeared where Kushina was standing and Kushina began to sink into the ground. Hiruzen then made another hand signal and the swamp froze, leaving Kushina motionless. Hiruzen rushed forward at his top speed, attempting to exploit her condition and take her by surprise once more. Hiruzen disappeared and reappeared in front of Kushina and swung his staff to break Kushina's legs, but just as the staff was about to connect with her legs, a chain blocked the path of the staff, stopping its speed. Kushina used her lava-dripping chains to break through the frozen swamp and used them as a support to emerge from the ground and land on solid ground. But when she landed, she came face to face with Hiashi, who then struck her with a soft fist and blocked her chakra pathway system, but not enough to kill her. Then Hiashi used his 8 trigrams vacuum palm and sent Kushina's clone crashing into the wall, but the attack had so much force that the wall couldn't stop its trajectory and shattered, sending Kushina flying through several walls before she came to a stop. Kushina was outside now that her chains had disappeared and lay there motionless, all bloody and battered. After a few moments, she opened her eyes and saw her 3 opponents standing, towering over her. But as she tried to stand, Fugaku placed his foot on her chest, forcing her down. The next moment, Fugaku's face was inches from Kushina's clone and Kushina herself. Her eyes snapped open as she saw Fugaku's red eyes, revealing that his Mangekyo Sharingan was activated. His gaze locked intensely with hers, trapping her in a painful Genjutsu. HMPH not so strong now, darling. Where did your strength go now, you bore? Now stay in my Genjutsu and watch your son die over and over again, Fugaku said, putting more force into his foot. For a second, he noticed how large her breasts were, but the next second, he shook off the thought. He turned to face Hokage and Hiashi, who were still panting. "Now, the fight is over, Hokage-sama," Fugaku said, looking at Kushina again. There had been a time when Fugaku desired Kushina, but she loved Minato. He had thought her a lonely Uzumaki and had sometimes hinted at his feelings, but she, being the fool she was, always ended up hitting him and in the hospital. Now was his chance. He looked at the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you can have her child, but I was the one who defeated her, so I'll keep her for a while, and when I'm done, you can do whatever you want with her," Fugaku said. Hiruzen nodded, and Fugaku laughed maniacally, but they didn't realize the impending doom that was coming toward them at supersonic speed. In the Genjutsu, Kushina had tears flowing from her like a river and had an expression of horror on her face, and she didn't have a single piece of clothing on her. In front of her was her son Naruto on the ground, and near him were Hiruzen, Fugaku, and Hiashi. They were all stabbing and kicking Naruto continuously, with crazy, manic smiles on their faces and laughing maniacally. Kushina's clone thrashed against the chains that bound her. She was helpless, and with each stab to her child, she felt as if someone were crushing her heart with their fingers, and her baby's cries made her desperately wish for death. Then, suddenly, she saw a light shining behind the horrific scene, and the scene vanished from her sight, then the light enveloped everything. The Kushina clone opened her eyes, only to see the original Kushina staring at her, and tears began to flow from the Kushina clone's eyes again. Previously, when Kushina teleported. The original Kushina had teleported into Anko's apartment, surprising her with her sudden appearance. Anko would have said something funny, but when she saw Kushina's serious face, she also became serious. "What happened, Kushina-sama?" Anko asked, her voice filled with concern. Kushina placed a hand on Anko's shoulder. "Anko, Hiruzen with Fugaku, Hiashi and Jiraiya have attacked the Uzumaki residence, and my clone is fighting them right now," Kushina said, and Anko's eyes widened. Then we're going to fight them," Anko said with something akin to fear. After all, they were up against the Hokage, a Sannin, and two powerful clan leaders. Kushina looked at Anko. "I want you to think once more before taking this step because it will turn your life upside down. Your life will be in danger at all times, so think before you rush into anything," Kushina told Anko. She didn't want Anko to regret her hasty decisions later. Anko closed her eyes and then opened them. "Kushina-sama, the moment everyone despised me, except you, I decided then and there that I would die for you if you asked me to because you gave me light in the darkness," Anko said from her heart. Kushina smiled and, closing her eyes, shook her head. "Okay, I want you to take Naruto to the Uzumaki shrine near the village and stay there until Anko leaves. But I don't know the way. I've never been there or in that direction," Anko said, looking embarrassed. Kushina sighed. "Okay, come with me," Kushina said, and grabbed Anko's hand, and before Anko could say anything, Kushina teleported them out of the village. Then Kushina and Anko ran toward the shrine. There was no teleportation seal near the shrine, so they had to run. Kushina glanced at Naruto and shook her head again. Naruto had been nursing at her breasts the whole time. They arrived at the Uzumaki shrine in 10 minutes. The shrine was simple, like any other typical shrine. It had a door with an Uzumaki symbol inscribed above it. But it was on the verge of collapse. Kushina and Anko entered the shrine. Kushina didn't stop for anything. She went straight to the innermost room of the shrine and entered it. The room was normal, a simple and small bed, a table and a chair with a bookshelf near the table. Kushina looked at Anko. "Stay here with Naruto until I return, and if anyone comes, kill them and protect him at all costs," Kushina said, and Anko nodded. Kushina still looked into Anko's eyes, uneasy. "I'm putting my only life in your hands. Don't lose him," Kushina said, and Anko nodded resolutely. "I'll die before anything happens to Naruto," Anko said, and Kushina shook her head. "Idiot, don't die, okay?" Kushina said. Anko's eyes widened, and because of her emotions, she couldn't say anything, only nodded furiously. Kushina unbuttoned the cloth that held Naruto against her chest. Then she looked at Naruto, suckling her breast milk. She smiled and slowly pulled him away from her breast and covered him. Naruto whimpered, but Kushina cooed and soothed him. Kushina looked at Naruto and smiled. "Naruto, mommy has to go punish some bad guys who tried to kill your mom, but don't worry, I'll be back soon, before you get hungry again. You'll be with your older sister Anko, okay? So be a good boy," Kushina told Naruto, and baby Naruto just smiled and waved his hands in the air. Kushina smiled warmly and kissed his forehead and both cheeks. For a second she thought about taking Naruto with her, but reluctantly she stretched out her arms and handed him over to Anko. Anko nodded to Kushina, and Kushina nodded to Anko. "Don't leave this room, okay? I'll put some seals in this room so no one can sense your chakras. This will probably be my final fight with Konoha. I brought Naruto here because there's a risk that Hiruzen's Anbu will attack my baby while I'm fighting those four," Kushina said to Anko, who nodded. Kushina then turned and left, teleporting to a mark in front of the Uzumaki residence. She had made several modifications to the original Flying Thunder God technique to teleport a longer distance and faster than before while using minimal chakra. He hadn't even told Minato about the modifications because he wanted to beat him for the umpteenth time in a fight by using it. She appeared in front of her house and her eyes widened when she saw the half-collapsed Uzumaki residence. She clenched her teeth in unbridled rage, her eyes turning white with red tinges. She wanted to teleport that house to the Uzumaki sanctuary and live there with her son. She ran towards the place with a speed greater than the speed of light, breaking the wind and making a vacuum behind her and leaving waves of air in the air. Kushina's blood boiled when she saw Fugaku's foot on his clone's breasts. She closed the distance in moments and, without pausing, delivered a ferocious punch to Fugaku's face, instantly shattering his jaw and sending him flying through numerous houses and their walls, carts, shops, and then the half-built Hokage tower, which he demolished. He slammed into the Hokage monument wall, creating a large crater. He was hit so quickly and with such force that it broke the third Hokage's face, and he collapsed to the ground. Fugaku immediately lost consciousness. His entire body was broken. His legs, his arms, his stomach, his ribs, his lungs, his head, his jaw hung down. His whole body was bleeding profusely, but he was still alive and unconscious. Kushina glanced at her clone and immediately lifted her head from her lap. She narrowed her eyes, deducing, she's under a genjutsu, and immediately broke it. Kushina's clone gradually opened her eyes, and when she saw the original Kushina, her eyes filled with tears. Kushina shook her head and placed her hand on her clone's forehead, where she had drawn the information transfer seal, and everything that had happened was transmitted to Kushina. When she saw the genjutsu scene, a tear rolled down her cheek. Kushina wiped away the lone tear and looked at her clone. I should have known your body would be weak after so many modifications to make you like a human, but you did great, Kushina said to her clone and smiled. The clone smiled too. So, how did my tests go, boss? Did I pass? Kushina asked the original, who smiled. You passed with flying colors, Kushina said, and the clone nodded. Well, I'll have to dispel you now, Kushina said, closing her eyes. The Kushina clone sighed. She had suffered severe damage and it would be a waste of time to treat her like an injured human. Kushina would just make another clone. I can understand, clone said, closing his eyes. But before you dissipate, I would like you to see what I would do now because, like me, you too were Naruto's mother, even if only for a short time, Kushina said, and the clone nodded. Kushina stood up and turned to face Hiruzen and Hiashi. The civilians who had been cheering after seeing the Kushina clone under Uchiha's foot were now panicking and began to scatter. The demonic look on Kushina's face sent chills through their bodies and they began to tremble. Their pupils and her eyes stared at Hiruzen, piercing his soul. Red marks began to form on her cheeks and her hair grew longer and bloodier. Hiruzen and Hiashi trembled, but inwardly they tried to calm themselves. It never occurred to them and they never felt that they were fighting a clone. She was like a complete human. Suddenly, another presence appeared there and as Danzo looked at Kushina, he too became serious. Danzo's presence gave Hiruzen and Hiashi moral support and they calmed down. Kushina was emitting a black and red aura that accentuated her demonic features. Now everyone was there, all the clan chiefs, civilians, shinobi, and Mikoto with Sasuke. Red-hot chains emerged from his back and pointed towards Danzo, Hiruzen, and Hiashi. Then he had an idea. He wanted them to kill with his own hands, so he removed his chains, made 2 clones, and told them to handle Danzo and Hiashi. The clones turned toward Hiashi and Danzo, and several chains emerged from their backs, launching themselves at them and engaging them in a fierce Jujutsu battle. The speed of the chains was so great that Hiashi and Danzo began to struggle and went on the defensive. Kushina nodded before turning to Hiruzen, whose eyes were wide open because he understood what was about to happen, a one-on-one battle between Hiruzen and Kushina. Kushina ran towards Hiruzen without giving him any chance, and the speed at which she ran towards Hiruzen was a sonic speed that was beyond the reach of any human to perceive. She punched him in the stomach and sent him flying back into the wall, but the wall couldn't withstand the force of the blow and shattered, and Hiruzen continued on his path. Suddenly, Kushina was above him and slammed her leg down, striking Hiruzen in the chest and sending him crashing to the ground, creating a large crater. Kushina didn't wait for him to get up. 4 orbs of water appeared in front of her and fired 4 concentrated jets of water at jet speed into the crater, deepening it. The 4 jets of water struck Hiruzen's legs and hands, tearing holes in them. He screamed in pain. She didn't wait and a sphere of fire appeared before her and a stream of fire shot out of the crater, exploding. After the dust settled, Hiruzen was barely conscious. She descended into the crater, which was 5 feet deep and several meters in radius. She landed directly on Hiruzen's stomach, causing him to cough up more blood. Then she stood up and looked at Hiruzen. He was bleeding from every part of his body. He couldn't even call for help from Hiashi and Danzo because his windpipe had been destroyed. Kushina grabbed him by the collar, "So, how does that feel, huh? You just showed your power to my clone. Now, what happened? Show me your power, show me damn it." Kushina screamed angrily and slammed her body against the wall. Suddenly, Kushina sensed several chakra signatures behind her. She turned and saw that they were the Hokage's personal Anbu. She smiled, "Do you want something?" she said, and they all rushed towards her, but as they took a step, each Anbu had a chain of dripping red lava on their heart or head. They all fell dead. Kushina sighed, "It's a waste of time," she said, turning to face Hiruzen. A chain emerged from her back and reached for Hiruzen. "Well, go to hell, Hiruzen," Kushina said, piercing his chest. She lifted her body, pierced by the same chain, and walked towards where everyone was and threw her body to the ground. "Hokage is dead," Kushina announced and enjoyed everyone's expression. Sume, Shikaku, and Chaozu's eyes widened. Civilians began to back away in fear and ran to their homes. Kushina then turned to her clone, which was about to dissipate, and it did. The moment the clone disappeared, Hiashi breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second he found a claw encircling his neck, then the claw closed around his neck and threw him to the ground first, and suddenly he felt someone behind him and his instincts kicked in, and he tilted his head to the side, and the next moment a sword appeared in the place where his head had been just moments before. Kushina immediately caught the sword with her claws and threw its owner in front of her. It was Danzo when he landed in front of Kushina with a chain wrapped around her neck and began to burn the skin of her neck. Kushina looked at Hiashi, who was in her grasp. She lifted his head and slammed it against the ground repeatedly, and after the fourth or fifth blow, his face was unrecognizable. He was already unconscious and near death. She picked him up and threw him down where Hiruzen lay dead. The entire Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Inyazuka clan, the Akamichi clan, and several other clans were there, but no one dared to say anything to Kushina. They all watched in silence. Kushina then looked at Danzo and raised an eyebrow, "Are you dead or still alive?" Kushina asked, and Danzo tried to speak but couldn't. He wanted to use replacement jutsu, but he couldn't mold any chakra due to the immense pain caused by the burning in his neck. Kushina sighed. "Let me put you out of your misery," she said, slamming him to the ground. She turned to him and said, "You know, you're the stupidest person I've seen since Hiruzen. I was once a loyal Konoha ninja, and like me, Naruto would have been too. But no, you wanted to kill me and keep Naruto for yourself, for your own selfish reasons, and see where that's gotten you. Well, go find your comrades in hell," Kushina said, plunging a chain into his still beating heart, killing him and throwing him to where Hiruzen was. Kushina looked around and saw that everyone had a fearful expression on their faces. She noticed there were no civilians. She sighed and went to her clone, who nodded. Kushina closed her eyes and dispelled the clone. He looked towards the members of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi stood before his clan members, tears in his eyes. Kushina then teleported to where Fugaku was and then teleported to where everyone else was. She threw Fugaku's body to the ground and shouted, "Medics." Several men and women stepped forward. "Cure this scum right now enough to make him conscious," he ordered, and the doctors began to work out of fear. After 15 minutes of intense healing, Fugaku opened his eyes, and Mikoto, who was holding Sasuke, couldn't help but leave, in front of the crowd. Kushina smiled at this, "Wow, Mikoto, I didn't expect you to be here. No, I was wrong not to expect you here. But I really didn't think you'd come in front of me again after betraying me," Kushina shouted angrily and sent a chain towards Mikoto, but Itachi appeared in front of Mikoto, and Kushina barely stopped the chain. Kushina narrowed her eyes, but before she could say anything, Itachi spoke. "I'm sorry, Kushina-sama," and avoided shining with his mother and brother. Kushina sighed and turned to Fugaku, who was now fully conscious. "So, are you ready to feel the same torture that my clone suffered in your Jinjutsu, and what you said you would give me to Hiruzen when you're done with me?" Kushina said angrily, her eyes now redder than before. Seeing this, Fugaku's eyes widened in shock. "But you know what I'm wondering, what should I make you see in the Jinjutsu? Cutting off your hands and legs and other body parts or someone in your family, like Mikoto sleeping with your clan member. No, I'm a woman, I have a soft heart. I wouldn't do that to any other woman, but then, what would you say about Itachi hanging from the ceiling or Sasuke's head on your plate?" she said, looking at Fugaku, who had a horrible, disgusting expression on his face. Saliva and blood were dripping from his open mouth. Kushina wrinkled her nose in disgust. "It seems you've just started being tortured because of my creative ideas, but anyway, only one fate awaits you now, and that's death. Go and find your comrades in hell," Kushina said, grabbing his head with her claws and applying so much force that it exploded, splattering blood all over her. She threw Fugaku's headless body onto the pile of Hiruzen and Danzo's other corpses. Then, suddenly, he remembered something and his eyes widened. I forgot about Jiraiya, damn it, he muttered and headed towards where Jiraiya was, but he didn't find anyone there. Damn it, he escaped, but how? I'm sure someone must have helped him. It was impossible for him to escape that seal, she muttered to herself. There's no one left in the village who could have freed him, which means it must have been a stranger, she told herself and shrugged. She would kill him next time. She went back to where everyone was. She glared at the crowd. If any of you try to do anything against me, my son, or anyone I care about, your fate will be like the scum, Kushina shouted. She looked at his Ashi she called, and he looked at her fearfully. Why yes, he stammered. Kushina sighed, her features softening. Her demonic features faded, leaving only her original ones. She glanced at his Ashi. He, too, was holding his son, while his wife stood fearfully behind him. Come here, he said in a normal tone. As Ashi approached her, his legs trembling. Kushina placed a hand on his shoulder. Your brother is still alive. Take him to the hospital, Kushina said, glancing at the blue-haired child his Ashi's wife was holding. I know he has a daughter and wouldn't want her to be raised without her father, well her mother is already dead, Kushina said, and his Ashi had an expression of great surprise. But I'm not cruel, now go before I die, Kushina said. His Ashi nodded and thanked Kushina before going to join his brother. Kushina then looked around and noticed that there were only 3 people left in the area, Tsume, Shikaku and Kushina. Tsume looked at Kushina and smiled, then said, well, what now? You killed the Hokage, and now this village has no leader to run it, Tsume said. Kushina sighed, well, I don't really care about this village, and Shikaku interrupted her. But I do care. I don't know about anyone, but I care about the village because we've been living and serving this village for a long time, and we were born here. I can't turn my village against me, so I care, Shikaku said, and Kushina could understand his feelings. Kushina sighed for the umpteenth time that day and said, well, it's up to you what you do with the village, and started to turn around to leave, but Tsume stopped her. Where are you going? She asked. To my son, Kushina replied. She couldn't wait to hold her son to her breast and chuckled as the thought occurred to her that just as she would take him in her arms to her breast, he would begin to nurse her breasts again. She shook her head, smiling, and teleported to the Uzumaki shrine. Chapter 3. AN. Thank you all for your wonderful reviews, favorites, and follow-ups. Warning. Mature content. Breastfeeding scenes will occur frequently, as Kushina's milk will be Naruto's favorite food, even more so than ramen. So if this makes you feel scared or uncomfortable, stop reading now. Grammar issues. Disclaimer. I have no connection to Naruto. All rights belong to their respective owners. Around 6 in the evening, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikoto were sitting in Mikoto's room. Mikoto had been crying ever since Itachi brought her to the Uchiha compound. They were informed that Fugaku had died and the elders wanted a meeting to choose a new leader for the clan. Itachi had postponed the meeting until later. Mikoto didn't care that Fugaku died. He deserved it, she knew it, and she wanted to talk to Kushina, but Itachi wouldn't let her. She even lashed out at Itachi in anger, but then she burst into tears. She knew Itachi had done the right thing because Kushina would have killed her right then and there if Itachi hadn't brought her back. They decided to go to Kushina the next day when she was calmer. His face was pressed into the pillow, wet with tears, and Sasuke was asleep in the crib. Itachi was watching his mother cry into the pillow. Her mother was a proud kunoichi, and now she was reduced to a pathetic human wallowing in the tears she herself had caused. Itachi got up and went to see his mother. He was 12 years old and 4.8 feet tall. He picked his mother up and hugged her tightly to his chest, and the act only made her cry harder. After half an hour, when things calmed down, Itachi broke the hug, but Mikoto tightened his belt. Let me stay like this a little longer. I don't want to stay alone, Mikoto said, burying her face in her Anbu vest, which was now damp with tears. Itachi was surprised at first, but then he complied with his mother's request. After all, for the time being, he was the only one Mikoto could turn to for comfort. Tomorrow we will go to Kushina-sama and apologize to her, Itachi said, and reluctantly began rubbing his mother's back with one hand and massaging her hair with the other to comfort her. Mikoto looked up at Itachi. Thank you Itachi, thank you very much, Mikoto said, and Itachi shook his head. Don't worry, he said, and Mikoto placed her head back on his chest and fell asleep from exhaustion from crying. They remained in that position for a while, and Itachi felt his mother's breathing stabilize. He laid her on the bed, kissed her forehead, and left. An unknown place. Really, a red-haired man said to a masked man. Both wore black cloaks with red clouds. A blue-haired woman stood next to the blue-haired man. Yes, and that could be a problem for our goal, the masked man with black hair told the other 2 occupants. But what you just said, how is that possible? Said the red-haired man, running a hand through his hair. I don't know, my mind is still jumbled up from what happened. I mean, his speed was like out of this world, and his transformation and all that, the masked man said, looking out the window. The red-haired man stared at the masked man and after a while broke the silence. Are you sure you weren't under a genjutsu yourself? The red-haired man asked. The masked man looked at the red man with his one visible eye. He broke my mask just with his fingers, he said, looking at the redhead. What you're saying could hinder our plans, the woman said, breaking the silence. The redhead stood up and looked toward the window the masked man had been staring at earlier. There's no one who can stand in the way of our plans. I won't let anyone. I'll clear any obstacle, the redhead said, turning to face the woman. Conan, keep an eye on this woman, Kushina, and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. If what Madara said is true, then we need to become more powerful and gather more allies. I have 2 allies ready to join Akatsuki, the redhead said, looking at Madara. I will bring peace to this land. I will make Yahiko's dream come true, he said, and Madara nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Well, then I have something important to take care of. I won't be back for 2 days, said the redhead, turning towards the door. Nagato Madara called out, but stopped when he found himself lodged in a wall that Nagato had around his neck. Nagato had a dangerous glint in his eyes. Madara, if you call me by that name one more time, you won't live to see the plan fulfilled. I am Pain, call me that or God, Pain said in a deep authoritative voice, and Madara nodded. I just wanted to say that Hanzo won't be an easy target, Madara said in a suggestive tone. You don't have to worry about that, Pain said and left. Arrogance and overconfidence often get people killed, Madara murmured and said. He immediately escaped and a look of relief appeared on his face when he saw Anko and Naruto playing, and his eyes narrowed when he saw 4 bodies lying dead outside the room that had been secured with security seals. Anko noticed her presence. Kushina-sama. Anko walked away. Kushina asked, a little worried, as she entered the room and sat down in a chair. Anko handed Naruto to Kushina, and as if she knew who the person was, she began to cry. Kushina sighed and tried to calm Naruto. She was covered in blood. She needed to bathe. She lifted her shirt and began feeding Naruto, looking at Anko for an explanation. 10 minutes after I left, 4 rude Anbu arrived, but due to the barrier, they couldn't enter the room. However, one of them was an Earth Release user and was able to get in. So I decided it would be best if I went out and dealt with them, Anko explained. Are you okay? Kushina asked, and Anko nodded. Well, I think we should take a bath. We're both covered in blood, Kushina said, looking at Naruto who was nursing at her breasts, as if the smell of blood didn't bother him. Where would we bathe? Would we have to return to Konoha or is there something useful here? Anko asked. Kushina thought for a moment, I suppose there should be a hot spring at the back of the shrine. Let's go see, Kushina said, and getting up from her chair, she went out to the backyard. Sure enough, there was a hot spring. Although it needed a little cleaning. Leave it to me, Anko told Kushina, who nodded. Anko made 4 clones and they got to work. After half an hour, the hot springs were ready to be splashed in. Kushina placed Naruto on the edge of the onsen on several layers of cloths to cushion his warmth. She removed the cloths, entered the onsen, and sat down near Naruto. Ah, it feels so good. Kushina relaxed in the onsen and, placing a hand on Naruto's head, closed her eyes. What happened in the village? Anko asked. Kushina looked up at the sky and closed her eyes. Hokage, Danzo and Fugaku are dead, Kushina said without any emotion and opening her eyes she looked at Anko. And who will be the new Hokage? Anko asked as if the news didn't affect her. I don't know and I don't care, and if you want to know you'll have to go to Konoha, Kushina said and began washing her body. So you'll be staying here for a while and then heading out to Uzumaki? Anko asked, and Kushina nodded. Kushina glanced at Anko when she fell silent and noticed her brow furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. She placed a hand on Anko's shoulder, saying, don't worry, I'll be in touch. I'm working on a communication seal so anyone can talk to each other no matter where they are, Kushina explained, smiling as Anko's face lit up. Really? She asked, her voice filled with excitement. Yes, but it's still incomplete and I'm sure I'll complete it before I leave. Until then, you can visit me here whenever you like, Kushina said, and Anko smiled happily and nodded. I think you should go now. It's getting dark, Kushina said, and Anko nodded. I'll come back tomorrow, Anko said and left the onsen. She got dressed, gave Naruto a kiss on the forehead, and left. Kushina turned to Naruto and began to play with him, half her body submerged in the water. After a while, she got out and looked around. Obviously, no one was there, so she took off her clothes. But it was an open hot spring, so precautions were necessary, but she decided to ignore them for the moment and, picking up Naruto, walked toward the rooms. She laid Naruto down on the bed. I need to move my bed and my clothes and Naruto's here, she told herself, and put on her old clothes. Her stomach growled with hunger. She sighed, picked Naruto up, and decided to go to Konoha to get food and other supplies. It was already dark, so no one could see her. It appeared near the collapsed Uzumaki building. The front and half of the house were completely destroyed. It forced its way inside and upstairs. Fortunately, the master bedroom and Naruto's room were undamaged. Their doors were damaged, but the contents were intact. She went into her room, opened a large scroll, and began sealing the items. She sealed the king-size bed, chairs, sofas, and kitchen utensils, then emptied her entire wardrobe onto the scroll, sealing all her clothes. Next, she began sealing Naruto's toys and clothes, which took her about 2 hours. Then he went outside, got hooked, and bought kitchen items, sealing them in another scroll. Then he remembered something and headed toward the Konoha Central Bank. It's around 8 o'clock, so the bank would be closed. That's in my favor, he surmised, and instead of going to the bank, he appeared in front of it, unlocked it, and went inside. She checked her savings account. Her account and Minato's had enough money to live on. There she chose the last, most private room for the master bedroom. It was large enough. She uncovered the bed and the clothes and put them away. She went outside and in the hallway unfolded all the sofas and chairs. Then she went into a room she chose to use as a kitchen and unpacked everything, putting it all in order. It ended at midnight. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and untied the cloth Naruto was wrapped in, placing him on the sofa and sitting beside him. She removed all her clothes except her underwear and put on a white mesh gown with buttons down the front so she wouldn't have any trouble breastfeeding Naruto. She lifted Naruto into her arms again and began to nurse him. She sighed and lay back on the sofa and stared at the ceiling, thinking about what she should do next, and after a few minutes she fell asleep. The next day he woke up and noticed it was very bright outside. He looked at the clock and sighed. It was 10 in the morning. He left Naruto on the sofa, got up, and leaving a clone behind, went to freshen up. He sent a clone to make a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, he went out and made 10 clones. I want a 15-foot-high fence surrounding an area 1 kilometer around the shrine, and I want security seals put up which I haven't discussed with Minato and I want it done as soon as possible. I also want the surrounding area cleaned up, she said, and the clones nodded in agreement. Kushina nodded and went to bathe with Naruto in the onsen. After the bath and shower, Naruto sat in the living room and began working on the new security seals. He made a clone and ordered it to work on the communication seal he was working on. After 8 long hours, he finished the seal. He made a unique seal, never seen before. The seal had 5 parts. The main one would be placed in the center of the sanctuary or any other building, and the other 4 parts would be placed at the 4 corners of the building. The main feature of this seal was that Kushina could edit it at will, and other features included detecting any living being with chakra entering its protected area. If she wanted to restrict access to everyone, it would function as a solid wall. Kushina had also included another feature. If anyone tried to force their way in or find any counter seal, the seal would automatically burn that person to ashes. The most important feature of the seal was that it secured the area on all 6 sides. She also decided to incorporate some warning signals into the seal. She called it a micro-security seal, as it would detect even ants. Now she just had to wait until the fence was completed. He leaned back and looked at the communication seal that his clone had finished some time ago. Communication. The seal was designed to be worn on the back of the hand. It was based on the chakra of nature. Communication would take place between 2 individuals through the chakras and the energies present in nature. She leaned back and closed her eyes. Naruto was still asleep and nursing at her breasts the whole time. Her clone brought her dinner, and after eating, she decided to take a dip in the hot springs and then go to bed. 4 days later, the fence was finished and the entire area was clean. It was time to put on the security seals. She looked at Naruto and shook her head in puzzlement. He was still nursing at her breast, and she was only giving him regular baby food. It was as if his hunger wouldn't be satisfied until he drank his mother's milk. Kushina pulled her mouth away from her nipple and gave it to her clone. It was dangerous to keep it with her while she was laying the seals. He drew the master seal in the center, in the sanctuary hall, and 4 others at the 4 corners of the fence. The master seal was about 8 feet in diameter. He placed his palm in the center and channeled his chakra into the seal. The patterns and markings on the seal ignited and began to spread to the other 4 seals, and after 5 minutes it was complete. For the time being, he decided to keep that characteristic that would burn anyone with just a touch. She breathed a sigh of relief. Now she and her baby were safe, out of danger. Now she could do anything within that fence without a care in the world. She took Naruto from her clone, kissed him on the nose, and began to explore the shrine, as she wanted to train, and after a few years, Naruto did too. In Konoha, a council meeting was being held. All the clan heads were there except for the Uchiha. There was no one representing the Uchiha clan, and Hisashi was there from the Hyuga clan. The 2 remaining top council members, Hamura and Kaharu, represented the council. and the most prominent presence was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. When he was told that Kushina had betrayed Konoha, he immediately placed a bounty of several million on her head and added it to Konoha's bingo book. Kakashi was there too. He was. As you all know, here is in Sarutobi, our beloved former Hokage was assassinated by a traitor, and a village without a cage is vulnerable to attacks from other villages. Therefore, this council has been convened to discuss this matter, Homura said, surveying the civilians and shinobi. So I'd like to discuss this matter with the current clan leaders, Homura said, looking at Shikaku. Shikaku nodded, well, it's very unfortunate for Konoha to lose its cage like this, but I hope everyone will overcome it and return to serve this village to make it better. He said, and everyone nodded. Alright, now the question is who should be the next Hokage. Danzo is also dead along with Fugaku. There's only one person left, Jiraiya-sama, but his whereabouts are unknown, and he was suddenly interrupted by someone bursting into the meeting room, and when he looked at the person, his eyes widened. Jiraiya-sama, everyone murmured. Jiraiya had his stupid smile, I heard someone calling me, the great Kaharu cut him off, shut up Jiraiya and sit down, she said, and Jiraiya shook his head and sat down. Where were you, Jiraiya-sama? Shikaku asked, and Jiraiya became serious. We'll talk about it later, you keep talking, Jiraiya told Shikaku. Shikaku nodded, well, now you're here, so I guess there's nothing more to say, Shikaku said and looked at Homura. Homura nodded, Jiraiya, would you like to be the new Hokage? Homura offered herself and Jiraiya began to think. After a minute he said, okay, I'll accept, and Kaharu looked up at his abrupt reply, really? Yes, there's a lot of work to do as Hokage. I don't think we should waste any time, he said, smiling. Everyone nodded and looked at Daimyo, and after discussing for 15 or 20 minutes, Daimyo said, the new Hokage of Konoha would be Jiraiya, any objections? Daimyo said, and when no one said anything, the paperwork began. Then Jiraiya stood up, alright, civilians can leave now, he said, and everyone started to leave grumbling. When the civilians left the meeting, he looked over the shinobi and the clan heads, I was trapped in a paralysis seal, and there was no way to break it, but someone helped me, he said, and everyone looked at him with curious glances. He is the person you are all already aware of, but now he is a criminal, he said, and everyone's eyes widened. Before you say anything, I'd like to tell you something. I'm here now because of that person. He may be an S-rank criminal, but we need him to kill the one who murdered our beloved Hokage. And that person is Orochimaru, he finished, and then Orochimaru entered the room with his usual sinister smile. Everyone's eyes widened as they landed on Orochimaru. Homura stood up immediately, Jiraiya, are you sure about that? You know very well what his crimes are and they are unforgivable, Homura said, narrowing her eyes. Orochimaru approached Homura and placed both hands on her shoulders, sending a shiver down her spine. Homura, don't get so excited. It could be harmful at your age, Orochimaru said in his usual raspy voice. Homura tore off his hands. I hope you're not making a mistake, Jiraiya, Homura said and sat down. Jiraiya sighed and looked at the occupants. They were all scared. Listen everyone, he'll be under my strict supervision and will help us reach Kushina and recover our Jinchuriki. Except for this matter, I'll make sure he stays out of any village's affairs. He saved me, so I owe him one, Jiraiya said, but no one said anything. Jiraiya then looked at Daimyo and nodded, good, with that the meeting is over, Jiraiya said, and everyone left immediately. Orochimaru came to Jiraiya and put a hand on his shoulder, I won't disappoint you Jiraiya he said, and Jiraiya nodded, I'll put several tracking seals on you to know where you are Jiraiya said, and the two avoided each other. Mikoto and Itachi had been searching for Kushina ever since she left the village. And no one knew where she went except Anko, but no one knew that Anko knew. So Itachi and Mikoto searched every corner of the village, but they couldn't find her. Mikoto stopped searching and began to cry. Mikoto had left with her friends, just like Tsume, but Tsume had turned her back on her. Tsume didn't know this. Kushina had just called him my son, and that was all. He defeated Mikoto, and Itachi went home. Anko had just returned from the Uzumaki shrine. Kushina had made a small seal for Anko that allowed her to enter the security perimeter around the shrine. She had planned to go see her friend Hana. He entered the Inyazuka compound and just as he entered he saw Hana lying on a sofa on her stomach reading a magazine. Hey Hana, Anko greeted her as she approached Hana. Hana heard her and jumped off the sofa, looking at Anko. Anko, where have you been all this time, and do you know what's going on in town? Hana asked with a sigh. Anko raised an eyebrow, Hana narrowed her eyes, you were with Kushina-sama, and where is she? Hana asked. She's in the Anko stopped, I can't tell you without her permission, Anko said with a serious look. Anko, I don't think you know, but my mother, Mikoto-sama, and others are looking for you, Hana said. Anko sighed, I'll ask her next time I visit. Anko said and snatched the magazine from Hana's hand, hey Hana shouted. Hana then looked at Anko, who was flipping through the pages of the magazine. Hana knew that if she told her about Orochimaru, Anko's world would go crazy and turn upside down. But it was an extremely important truth that Anko needed to be aware of. She knew it would hurt her deeply. But if she didn't realize it, it could harm her. Anko, you know something else happened in the village, Hana said, and Anko simply shook her head at the seriousness in her friend's voice. You know Jiraiya-sama brought someone, Hana said, and Anko raised a confused eyebrow. Anko doesn't get scared or lose control when you see her, Hana said, her voice filled with unease. Hana, what's wrong? Anko asked seriously. It's your former sensei, Hana said, and Anko's eyes widened and then narrowed. What's wrong with that bastard? Anko hissed through clenched teeth. He is in the village. Jiraiya-sama brought him, Hana said, and Anko's body froze, which is why the mark of her curse had been tingling since the moment she entered the village. Her body went numb. It felt as if someone had thrown cold water on her. Now, knowing Orochimaru was in the village, she could feel his presence looming over her. She could feel that endless darkness enveloping her again, the darkness Kushina had saved her from by accepting her. Her mind went mush and she began to hyperventilate. She couldn't hear Hana's recorded calls expressing her concern. Her body was trembling and her heart was racing. He yanked Hana away. She couldn't see anything. Everything around her transformed into Orochimaru's smile. She ran and ran and ran from the illusory dark beast that was chasing her. By the time Hana got out, it was gone. Anko ran through the streets, then along the main road, and then out of the village toward the Uzumaki shrine. A look of horror crossed her face. Her eyes were wide and tears streamed down her cheeks, a look of pure fear etched on her face. Her breathing came in rapid, shallow gasps. She didn't know where she was going. Her body and feet were automatically carrying her toward the sanctuary, as if her subconscious mind knew that it was the only safe place for her in the world. She was running at an unbearable speed. It wasn't that she couldn't handle Orochimaru. It was just that Hana's words caught her completely off guard and the shock of the news triggered her deepest fears to surface. She never even dreamed that Orochimaru would be allowed into the village. Anko didn't stop. She simply entered the secured area and ran inside. She couldn't sense or realize that Itachi was right behind her, chasing her. He had seen her run out of the village in that state and this time Itachi's speed was nothing compared to Anko's, so he lost her. Kushina was happily breastfeeding Naruto when she sensed Anko's chakra approaching at high speed. She immediately became alert and stopped breastfeeding, leaving Naruto on the sofa. She stood up and went outside. Just as she opened the door, Anko's body slammed into her. The voice oomph escaped Kushina's lips, but Anko's strength only made Kushina stumble back a few feet before stopping. And as if Anko knew it, she clung to Kushina's body and hugged her tightly. Anko, are you okay? Kushina asked but received no answer, but Kushina felt the evil chakra of the curse seal at its highest peak, as if it were devouring her from the inside. Kushina squeezed her hand on Anko to stabilize her trembling body and began running her right hand over her back to comfort her and others in her hair. Half an hour later, Anko's trembling subsided and Kushina broke the hug, leading her to the sofa and looking her in the eyes. It's okay, everything is fine. You're safe. Don't worry. Now tell me what happened, Kushina asked in a low voice. Anko began to speak, but couldn't form a word, the aura here in KK Konoha. Kushina then hugged her tightly again and placed her index finger on her forehead. She glowed for a second and Anko fell unconscious. Kushina laid her down on the sofa and sat near her head, stroking her hair with one hand and supporting Naruto in her lap with the other while she fed. An hour later, Anko stirred, woke up and sat up. She looked around and saw that she was with Kushina at the shrine. Then she looked at Kushina and her eyes filled with tears, but she shook her head and took a deep breath to calm herself. Kushina placed a hand on her shoulder. What happened, Anko? Kushina asked with a recorded expression of concern. Anko looked at Kushina. Jiraiya is the new Hokage, Anko said and looked down, and in Kushina squeezed her shoulder to let her know she was there with her. He brought Orochimaru with him, Anko finished and began to tremble again. Kushina said nothing. She wrapped an arm around her shoulder and made her lean on it while Kushina rubbed her arm. Why did he bring Orochimaru with him? Kushina asked, somewhat knowing the answer. I don't know. I ran into Hana and she told me this. Not many people have like this, Anko said. Kushina said nothing for a minute, then broke the silence. It's definitely dangerous, and Konoha is no longer safe. Damn it, how can Jiraiya be such an idiot? Has he gone mad? Kushina said exasperatedly. The silence fell again and again. Kushina broke it. I'm sorry, I forgot, but it's time we remove the seal of the curse, Kushina said, and Anko's head snapped towards her. Really? Anko asked and Kushina nodded. Tears welled in Anko's eyes, and she buried her face in Kushina's shoulder. Kushina patted her. A month had passed since the incident. Mikoto seemed like a character from a horror movie. She seemed to have given up on herself. She lay in her room. She couldn't even remember the last time she had bathed. She didn't speak to anyone, only to Itachi, and vice versa. She only ate so her breasts could produce milk for Sasuke. Itachi tried his best to coax his mother out of her hollow shell. It seems she lived only to feed Sasuke. It was difficult for Itachi to see his mother like that. The Uchiha elders thought she was grieving over Fugaku's death, but it has nothing to do with Fugaku's death. Itachi had had enough. He decided he would lift his mother out of her misery, even if he had to force her. He avoided going to his house and went straight to his mother's room. Without knocking, he entered the room and found Makoto staring blankly at the wall, lost in thought. She knew that if this continued, she would go crazy. She closed her eyes and opened them again with determination. Makoto was simply wearing a dirty white shirt and knee-length trousers. He stood in front of her, blocking her view of the wall, but received no reaction. It pained him inside to see her like this. He was angry with his mother and angry with himself for not being able to help her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, but received no response. He squeezed her shoulder and hugged her tightly. "Mom, why? Mom, I know you're hurting, but you can't see, Mom, what you're doing. Seeing you like this, it's hurting me not being able to help you, it's killing me, I feel useless now," Itachi whispered, his voice breaking, in Makoto's ear, tears streaming down his face. Moments later, Itachi felt his mother respond and slowly wrap her arms around him. Itachi," Makoto said, her voice as broken as Itachi's. Itachi broke the hug, placed his cheeks in her palms, and gazed into her eyes affectionately. Tears welled in his eyes, and he seemed somewhat aware of his surroundings. That was a good sign. "I am sorry," she said in the same broken voice, and Itachi hugged her again. "No, Mom, don't be sorry. I just want you to be happy. I know you're hurting, but staying like this won't solve anything," Itachi said, and breaking the hug again, he looked at her. They looked at each other and Makoto sighed, "You're right. I was an idiot for acting like that," Makoto said, smiling and cupping Itachi's cheek with her right hand. "I should have been more compassionate towards my dear boys." Itachi blushed slightly, and Makoto laughed. Itachi smiled too, seeing his mother smile, and was surprised that she had been so distant just moments before and now seemed to be doing better. Then she wrinkled her nose and said, "Mom, you need to take a bath." "You stink," Itachi said, and then Makoto realized that she did indeed stink. "Yes, you're right, I should take a bath," she said, looking down. Then she said again, "But you'll have to do something for me." She looked at Itachi, and he immediately replied, "Anything for your mother." A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes, which didn't go unnoticed by Itachi, and he felt as if he had dug his own grave. Makoto approached him and whispered, "You'll have to wash my back," and he nearly fainted from the heat and the blood rushing to his face. Makoto got up and walked to the bathroom and stopped at the bathroom door, and looking back over her shoulder said, "Come on, your mother is waiting," and went into the bathroom. At least it was a total embarrassment for Itachi, and Makoto kept laughing because it was rare to see the stoic Itachi blush. After the bath, they went for a walk, and Makoto felt better than ever. Kushina made Anko lie down in the center of one of the rooms. She had decided to seal that room off. Anko was sitting on a seal that resembled a pentagram. It had a circle inside, and the 5 points of the pentagram were connected to the circle. Anko was lying inside that circle, completely naked. Kushina had asked her to wear as little clothing as possible, and she undressed completely. Although Kushina had suggested she keep her panties on, Anko said that since they were isolated and Kushina was the only one there, she didn't mind. Anko seemed frightened to Kushina, so she decided to sit with her inside that circle close to Anko to reassure her that everything would be alright. Then Kushina took her brush to Anko's body and began to draw various seals on her body, from her toes to her knees, thighs, hips, and stomach. The 2 lines intertwined at her stomach and then, following her ribsage, her large perky breasts for her age, connected again at a point at the top of her chest and below her neck. There they merged into a swirl of the Uzumaki symbol, and from there to her neck, cheeks, and forehead. The whirlpool sigh on her chest was connected to her curse seal with 5 E's. Kushina placed the palm of her hand over the whirlpool symbol on her chest and looked at Anko and nodded, "Don't worry, just trust me." Anko nodded, "Ready?" Kushina asked, and Anko closed her eyes and nodded. Kushina's palm began to glow with a green and blue light, and a second later, the entire design on Anko's body began to glow. The next moment, they began to move toward the whirlpool symbol. Seconds later, all the arrangements and patterns merged with the whirlpool symbol, and from there they began to move toward the 5 tangled paths and the curse seal. The Uzumaki symbol then began to fade from his chest, and the whirlpool symbol began to form above the curse seal, spinning wildly. Soon, the 3 tomes also began to spin with the symbol and merged with it, dissolving and erasing it, replacing it with the Uzumaki whirlpool symbol. A blackish-white liquid poured from the completed seal and began to form a human figure. This was what Kushina had feared. A part of Orochimaru's soul. When the white liquid was halfway to forming its final structure, Kushina's form also began to transform into her demonic form. Her eyes changed to a mixture of white and red, and cracks began to appear all over her body. Her hair grew longer and bloodier. Several chains appeared on her back, signaling to Orochimaru that the transformation was nearing completion. And just as the form was completed, it was pierced in hundreds of places by the chains, killing it repeatedly on the spot. Then its chain turned from gold to red, and lava dripped from it, and then it pierced it again, burning it completely, leaving not even ashes. Although Anko was in a drug-induced state the whole time, she hit herself as the white liquid spilled from her curse seal, and after that she fell unconscious. Kushina returned to her original state and sat near Anko. She gazed at her face for a few seconds, then stood up, assuming her bridal style, carried her to a bedroom, tucked her into the bed, and went out into the hallway where Naruto was being cared for by his clone. Kushina cradled Naruto in her arms and smiled at him. Naruto smiled back, waving his arms, then grabbed her blouse with his tiny fist, stating the obvious. Kushina sighed and then giggled. She pinched his nose lightly, which made baby Naruto giggle, and then purr sweetly. Kushina sat down and, lifting her blouse, began to breastfeed him. Later, Anko came out and sat next to Kushina. "How are you feeling?" Kushina asked, and a cheerful expression appeared on Anko's face. "Fantastic, like never before," Anko said, smiling from ear to ear. Kushina smiled upon hearing her. "I have replaced your curse seal with something surprising for you," Kushina said, and a look of confusion appeared on Anko's face. "I'm not free yet?" Anko asked fearfully. Kushina shook her head. "You're free completely, but I've placed a seal in that spot. It looks like the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, and this seal has several functions that will be useful to you in times of trouble," Kushina informed him, but the look of confusion remained. "Alright, listen carefully. The seal I've placed on you is an automatic chakra storage seal. It will draw chakra from your body after you sleep for more than 5 hours and store it for the next 2 hours. It will help you when you're out of chakra. And second, it will allow you to communicate with me whenever you want. I've fused my communication seal into this one. Your chakra control will be much better than ever before," Kushina explained, and Anko immediately clung to Kushina, hugging her tightly and saying thank you over and over again. Breaking the embrace, Anko sat back down, dazed by the new sensation in her body. "Now I think you should leave. They might suspect you," Kushina said, and Anko pouted. "I can't stay here with you." Anko complained, behaving like a child for the first time since the incident with Orochimaru. Kushina looked at Anko and smiled warmly and patted her on the head, making the girl blush. "Anko, you know you can leave Orochimaru now, so you have nothing to fear. You're safe now. Just stay alert. I'm sending you back because I don't want you to be hunted like I was," Kushina said softly, and Anko sighed. Okay, I'm going," she said, giving Kushina another hug, then stood up and left. Well, not much happened in this chapter. Anyway, read it and don't forget to proofread. It really makes me write more. And again I've decided to make my fic my consolation, a multiple fictional chapter and maybe a long one, but updates won't be frequent since my attention will be focused on Don't You Dare, and I'm also working on a Natsu X Fairy Tailor as a fic, so updates might be late. I've released a new Naruto x Kushina fanfic, so go check it out. Chapter 4. Disclaimer. I have no connection to Naruto in any way. A month later, at the Uchiha compound, in Makoto's room, Makoto and Itachi were sitting, talking. Makoto was given the role of temporary leader until Itachi grew a little older and gained some experience. There was a long discussion session with the Uchiha clan elders, who came from all sides. The nobleman even suggested that Makoto remarry, and immediately a cut appeared on his cheek. His eyes widened as he stared at Itachi. At that moment, Itachi announced that if his mother considered remarrying, it would be entirely of her own free will. He added that if he heard anyone forcing her to do anything, he would kill them immediately without remorse. Everyone stopped what they were about to say, and he announced Makoto's temporary leadership. Makoto thanked him by kissing his cheek and said something for him again. She laughed, and he blushed when he remembered what happened the last time he said that. For a month everything was fine, but soon Yamanaka was kidnapped, and no one knew who, when, or how it happened. Inoichi accused Orochimaru of this, but Jiraiya said that he was with him 24 hours a day, and whenever they went out looking for Kushina, he was with him. This caused Inoichi to shut down immediately, but Jiraiya assured him that he would soon discover who had been kidnapped. Whatever happened and who kidnapped the Yamanaka clan member was another matter, but this incident instilled fear in everyone's mind and made them more alert and aware of their clan safety. Anko hadn't been sent on any missions, so she knew what was happening in the village and was letting Kushina know everything through her new communication seal. Kushina gave her 2 communication seals, one on the back of her hand and the second on her neck, bearing the Uzumaki symbol. Kushina had told him that the village was no longer safe and that he should remain alert at all times. Damn it, I can't waste time looking for Kushina. I'm wasting all my time on this useless paperwork, Jiraiya complained, sitting in the Hokage's chair, signing paper after paper. Orochimaru was sitting on the sofa near him and looked at Jiraiya intently. I have an idea, but that would only work if you at least take it into consideration, Orochimaru said in his unique voice. Jiraiya looked at him, why don't we listen to your idea then? Jiraiya suggested, and Orochimaru smiled inwardly. Look, I haven't broken our promise yet, and I don't intend to ever break it. I don't know who kidnapped the Yamanaka. My idea is that you complete your paperwork and give me permission to leave and let me search for Kushina. I assure you that not only Kushina but anyone else thinking of harming Konoha will be exposed. Just let me, Orochimaru explained, and Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru thoughtfully for a moment, then sighed. His mind was reeling from recent events. Kushina, Hiruzen, Yamanaka, Orochimaru, and that damned paperwork. But as he pondered the idea, he was tempted to allow Orochimaru, and he was certain he would find Kushina faster. But the question was whether he could trust him. He hadn't broken his promise to do anything except for the Yamanaka incident, and that also happened while Orochimaru was with him. This made Jiraiya inclined to trust Orochimaru, but he couldn't allow him to do anything as he pleased. Then an idea occurred to him. He stood up and walked over to Orochimaru, giving him a hug that surprised Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'm allowing you to go out without me, but I want daily reports, and I don't want you to do anything that will break the trust you've earned in me, Jiraiya said, pressing his palms against Orochimaru's back hand, raising his index finger, placing a tiny spy seal on his neck. He immediately stepped back, looked at Orochimaru, and nodded, smiling. Orochimaru nodded as well, but inwardly he was smiling broadly. Orochimaru then left, unable to suppress a maniacal grin. How stupid can you be, Jiraiya? He muttered under his breath. Raising his hand, he placed his finger where Jiraiya had placed the seal and vanished instantly. Now let's have a meeting, my Anko-chan, before I begin my hunt for the Jujutsu clans of Konoha, Orochimaru said to himself and avoided. Anko wandered through the streets of Konoha. A fresh and cheerful look on her face and a smile on that face were like toppings on a cake. She hummed to herself. After removing the seal, she felt freedom in her veins. It felt like she was flying. She was on her way to meet her friend Yugao. She hadn't gotten along with Kurenai since she found out that Kurenai had also been there on the day of the Kyuubi incident. She saw Itachi and Mikoto taking a nighttime stroll. Itachi was a good friend of hers from the academy. She called out his name to get his attention, and it worked. She walked over to them, wow, mother and son, taking a walk together, what a sight, she said smiling, and Itachi blushed a little, and Mikoto chuckled, well, Miss Anko, why is it a problem that a mother is walking with her son? Mikoto said smiling. No, not at all, Kushina-sama has her son in her arms every He stopped when he realized what he had said and saw that both Uchiha's eyes were wide open. Mikoto immediately took Anko's hands in hers and tears welled up in her eyes. Please, Anko-chan, tell me where Kushina is, please, Mikoto pleaded. I know, he stammered and couldn't form a sentence. Itachi placed a hand on Anko's shoulder. Anko-san, if you know where Kushina-sama is, please tell us. You have no idea how much we're searching for her, he said, glancing at his now weeping mother. You have no idea how much my mother wants to see her and ask for forgiveness, Itachi finished. Anko started sweating. Oh shit, why didn't I keep my damn mouth shut? Damn it, now Kushina-sama will be angry with me, Anko thought and looked at Mikoto's pitiful face. She sighed, look, I can't tell you where she is, Anko said, and both Uchiha faces collapsed from stress. She continued, but I'll tell her about you, and then it's her turn. Anko sighed. Thank you, Mikoto said, crying. Itachi nodded, put an arm around Mikoto's shoulder, and walked away. Anko sighed sadly and started walking, but now she had no desire to run into Yugao and turned toward her apartment. As she approached, her eyes widened when she sensed an all too familiar chakra behind her. She froze and felt two arms encircle her waist, but before they could complete the circle, she vanished and reappeared 5 feet away, staring at him heatedly. My god, Anko-chan, why are you running away from your beloved sensei? Orochimaru said, smiling. Anko's blood boiled at the sound of his voice, and the next moment, she appeared inches away from the snake Sannin, her fist lodged in his stomach, buried deep inside, reaching all the way to his spine. Orochimaru's face was a picture of astonishment, his body doubled over his fist. Bastard, how dare you even come near me? Anko growled furiously. But a look of astonishment appeared on Anko's face when Orochimaru's body turned into mud. Damn you, you clay clone, she gritted her teeth in anger and looked around, but no one was there. He was gone. She took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked to her apartment. Damn it, she's much more powerful than before. How did she become so powerful? She almost caught me off guard and I couldn't sense the curse seal on her, Orochimaru said to himself in shock. The next day, Anko went to Kushina and saw that she was still sleeping naked, except for a bra and panties, though the bra was just a formality for an obvious reason. Anko looked at the clock and sighed. It was 6 a.m. She decided to make tea for herself and Kushina. After making the tea, she sat in the living room, took a sip, and waited for Kushina to wake up. 2 hours later, Kushina, fully dressed and holding Naruto in her arms, sat across from Anko, staring intently at her and trying to guess why she had come so early in the morning. Anko shifted nervously in her seat and looked everywhere except at the person in front of her. Anko, Kushina said a little louder and with a hint of sarcasm. Why yes, Anko replied meekly. What did you do? Tell me, Kushina said directly, since she couldn't guess anything that could make Anko so uneasy and nervous. Anko then sighed. I told Mikoto-san that I know where you are, Anko said, waiting for a reprimand. But to her surprise, Kushina leaned back and rubbed her temple. Mikoto, Kushina murmured. That chapter was still unfinished and she had kept it open unnecessarily. Of course, she wouldn't forgive her easily, but she also needed to confront her and bring this chapter to a close. She looked at Anko and smiled. What exactly did you say to her? Kushina asked Anko. Anko, a little surprised, replied, she was walking with Itachi when I met her, and I accidentally let slip that I know of your whereabouts, not exactly, but something like that. Then she started crying and began asking me about your location. She said she's been looking for you for 2 months, day and night. She said she wants to apologize for what she did to you. She said she would do anything. Even Itachi begged me to tell them about you. It seemed like she really wanted to repent for what she did, Anko finished. And what exactly did you tell them? Kushina asked without looking at her and focusing on Naruto. I said I can't tell you where he is, but I'll tell him about you, Anko said, glancing at Kushina. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, Anko said, and Kushina simply nodded. It's okay, we all make mistakes, she said, looking at Anko. A look of relief was evident on her face. On second thought, I think I should punish you, Kushina said, and Anko's eyes widened. Then she looked down, tears welling in her eyes. She had only ever disappointed one woman. She never wanted to disappoint her and admired her without limits. I am ready for punishment, Anko choked and closed her eyes. Alright then, Kushina began, and Anko braced herself for the impending death that was about to fall upon her. You will clean the shrine and the spring behind it and prepare lunch today, Kushina said, and Anko's head snapped up in shock. What kind of punishment did you think I was going to give you? Come on, I was just joking, but you'll have to prepare lunch, Kushina said and laughed, and a few moments later, drying her eyes, Anko joined her too. At night, Kushina stood outside the gate of the Uchiha compound. Moments later, she vanished and reappeared in her former best friend's room. He noticed the room was messy, but ignoring it all, he sat down in the chair near the bed and called, Mikoto Mikoto. Mikoto wasn't fast asleep, so she immediately sat up when she heard the voice, and her eyes widened when she saw Kushina sitting in the chair. Hey Kushina, was all he could manage to say. Well, I heard that someone was very eager to see me, Kushina said, and was surprised when Mikoto immediately fell at Kushina's feet crying and repeating, I'm sorry over and over again. For a few seconds, Kushina let her cry and wanted to see her cry more, but damn it, she wasn't a sadist. She had a heart too. She grabbed Mikoto's shoulder and lifted her up, helping her sit on the bed. Kushina looked at Mikoto's tearful face, hoping that her anger towards her would lessen a little, and it did. She sighed. First of all, stop crying if you want me to talk, Kushina said without any emotion in her voice, and Mikoto immediately stopped and looked at Kushina with tear-filled eyes. Why did you betray me? Kushina asked in a cold voice. Fugaku forced me to do that. He said that if I didn't do what he asked, then my son's life could be in danger. He threatened me, Mikoto said between sobs. Kushina sighed. She could feel that he was telling the truth. Mikoto, you were a damn kunoichi, and you're saying he forced you? Oh come on, Kushina said with disgust. They all threatened me. All of them, Fugaku, the old folks, all of them they all, Mikoto said and began to sob again. I know I could have resisted, but I was afraid for Sasuke's safety, and Itachi wasn't here at the time, Mikoto said, looking down into her lap. What would you have done? Mikoto asked, looking at Kushina. Kushina chuckled at her question and approached Mikoto. What would I have done? I would have walked beside you with my son in my arms and fought alongside you, Kushina said with absolute coldness. Mikoto's eyes opened when she heard her, and for a few moments the room was silent. Yes, you must have done that, Mikoto said softly. Kushina stood tall. Well, I'm an Uzumaki, and for an Uzumaki, family comes first and foremost, but you Uchihas won't understand that, Kushina said, and Mikoto began to sob again. Kushina, please forgive me please, Mikoto cried out the words. Kushina sighed, feeling no sympathy for the woman, but she decided to be gentle with her. Listen, Makoto, I can't forget what you did and forgive you, not anytime soon, but I think we can be on good terms, fine, between us as normal people. But we won't be friends anymore, and if you manage to regain my trust, maybe I'll forgive you, Kushina said, glancing at Makoto, who was looking at her. Kushina raised an eyebrow, Makoto nodded, okay, I can live with that, Makoto said, and smiled a genuine smile after a long time. Kushina then nodded, alright, I must go now. My son is waiting for me. But Makoto stopped her, how can I contact you? She asked, and Kushina thought for a second and then said, if you ever have anything to tell me, you can contact Anko and tell her. Kushina said and disappeared. Makoto sighed and felt her heart grow lighter than before. Itachi then burst into the room, and Makoto hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Kushina then appeared at the Inuzuka compound where she had left Naruto with Anko and Inuzuka. She immediately took Naruto in her arms. Tsume had also given birth to her son Kiba Inuzuka, and her sister Hana simply couldn't keep her hands off him. She wanted to hold him all the time, but when Tsume sternly instructed her, she gave in. Kushina congratulated her on having Kiba and also asked her to stay alert and safe, then said goodbye, and Tsume nodded. Kushina turned to Anko and nodded, then disappeared. Kushina appeared inside her room at the shrine and, placing Naruto on the bed, removed all her clothes. Lifting Naruto up, she walked to the hot spring behind the shrine, positioned him near the edge, and stepped into the bath. She submerged herself up to her shoulders, holding her arms outstretched at the edge on either side, tilted her head back, and gazed at the starry sky. Many stars twinkled and shone, bringing back some old memories. She remembered the days when she used to gaze at the sky with her parents in Uzushio. She and her parents would often go to the beach at night, enjoying the fresh air. They had a beach house where they would spend the night, but most of the time they stayed outside. Sometimes they would take a long walk along the beach, and sometimes her mother would lay a futon on the sand and cover them with a warm sheet. 3 of them lay on the futon. Her father to her right, her mother to her left, and Kushina in the middle, gazing at the moonlit sky as it shone brightly on the beach. They often talked for hours at night, discussing everything and nothing. She remembered the last time they went to the beach. Her parents were nagging her to find a boyfriend and get married, but she flatly refused, saying she wouldn't marry anyone and wouldn't leave her parents because she loved them too much to do so. She said that if she ever did get married, she would make her husband stay at her father's house, and if he refused, he could go to his own place by himself. She chuckled at the memory, then her heart felt heavy with emotion, her eyes filled with tears and a tear slid down her rosy cheeks, then in second place. It was the last time she was on the beach with her parents before Uzushio was destroyed by the combined forces of the 3. Her parents managed to get her away, but the intruding soldiers caught up with her and her uncle, who was helping her escape. His uncle killed all his pursuers, but he died too. He told him to run to the borders of Konoha, where he would be safe. He stayed with his uncle until he died, then did as his uncle had told him and went to Konoha. He ran and ran and ran, without stopping. He kept running until he reached the borders of Konoha. He didn't rest, although sometimes he bent down to drink the water that moistened his throat and dry lips. And when she got there, just as the border force saw her, she fell unconscious. When she woke up, she was so scared and traumatized that she didn't speak for a whole week. Then, slowly, when her mind regained its composure, she cried for days on end. But now, if I think about the attack on Uzushiogakure, Konoha was an ally of Uzushiogakure, so why didn't Hiruzen send us any reinforcements? Was he informed too late, or never informed at all, or did he intentionally let Uzushiogakure go through the destruction? Someday I'll have to sneak into the Hokage's office and find out the truth. Hiruzen knew who she was, so he kept her away from any unwanted and unnecessary attention and tried to provide the best medical care he could get, and who could be better than Tsunade? Tsunade was given the task of ensuring Kushina's well-being and continued education, and over time they grew close, almost like mother and daughter. Kushina would never forget the memories of her parents, but Tsunade provided the maternal comfort she needed at that time. A year later, Kushina joined the academy, though her first days there were hell. She recovered, and then, after some time, when Tsunade's beloved died, she too left. Kushina was saddened and cried when Tsunade departed, but Minato and her friends were there to comfort her, and she returned, and life went on. Her thoughts were interrupted by Naruto's abrupt shout. She wiped away her tears and turned to face him. It was feeding time, and she had just fed him before going into the bathroom. She scooped him up in her arms and again turned her back to him, facing the edge of the spring. She placed her nipple in his mouth, and he immediately began to suckle happily. Kushina sighed and looked at baby Naruto in her arms. Now she had only one person whom she loved with every fiber of her being, and she would be damned if she allowed any harm or danger to come near her baby. She would eradicate and destroy anyone who tried to enter her life and her baby's life with ill intentions and attempt to harm them. She would eliminate any threat that could or might raise its fangs toward her child, now or in the future. She would show them the depths of hell if they tried to separate her from her child. She wouldn't even let their souls rest. She kissed Naruto's forehead and smiled. There were two more things to do: talk to Kyuubi, but if something happened to Naruto when he entered the seal to his mind is still fragile. No, I won't forgive myself if something happened to his fragile mind. I'll have to wait a little longer until he's a bit older. And the second thing is that mask. I don't know how to use it, but I'll keep it with me anyway. It would be dangerous if someone got their hands on it, he thought, and decided to leave the bathroom and go to bed. It was almost midnight. She dried her body and put on panties and a loose shirt, without a bra. The shirt reached to the top of her thighs. She lay down with Naruto still sucking her milk and fell asleep. 1 year later. Naruto was a year and a few months old now. He had started to walk on his own two legs, but not without his mother's supporting finger, which he always gripped with his little fists as he walked. He had also begun to say a few words that didn't make any sense, but Kushina was ecstatic when she heard her son's voice and couldn't help but hug him to her chest and shower him with kisses. His diet had also increased. Kushina had increased the amount of food she gave him. Before, she only fed him liquids, but now she also added some semi-solid food to his diet. She had also begun making plans for his training. She decided she would start training him when he was 3 years old. She began with a light jog and some exercises, gradually increasing the intensity over time. She also had most of the information about Konoha. After Orochimaru gained complete control, he secretly hunted down the village clans, and when complaints reached Jiraiya, he checked the seal and found nothing amiss. It seemed Orochimaru wasn't under her control at all. Quite the opposite. Now, only a few major and popular clans remained. The Uchiha, Inuzuka, and Hyuga, who weren't hunted by Orochimaru, but he desperately wanted the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Inuzuka's heightened sense of smell. He had already captured some Inuzukas who were sent on S-class missions but never returned. 2 years later. Naruto was 2 years older now and could walk on his own two legs without support, but not for long. He had now begun to recognize things around him. He also said his first word, "Ma." When Kushina heard this, she was washing the dishes and the plate slipped from her hands when she heard the word. She immediately hugged him tightly, her eyes filled with tears. She encouraged him to say the word again and again, and slowly he began to call her Ma. And every time he called her mama, she hugged and kissed him. She also began walking with him around the shrine until he grew tired or hungry. If he grew tired, Kushina would pick him up, rest his head on her shoulder, and let him sleep. If he was hungry, she would breastfeed him. Kushina's milk was the only food he truly loved. It was the main ingredient in every meal. Kushina noticed that he was obsessed with her milk and wouldn't touch any other food unless she sternly stopped him, and even then he would reluctantly let go of her nipple. Kushina let him suck on her breasts all the time. It also made her feel good, but she began to be strict towards the end of her second year. Anko had recently informed her that kidnappings had increased abnormally and all the clans had stepped up their security. She was also told that Orochimaru knew her location and wondered why he and Jiraiya hadn't attacked her already, not as if they could just slip through the seal. She wanted to focus on her son's growth because it was his growth stage and the most important phase of his life, and she wouldn't ignore it for anything in the world. Complete 3 years later. The streets of Konoha, once bustling with people, were now deserted. People were so afraid they didn't even leave their homes. In the afternoon, people only ventured out for 2 or 3 hours. Shops opened briefly and closed before nightfall. It was common knowledge that Jiraiya had failed as Hokage and was accused of bringing Orochimaru into the fold and being involved with him. A council meeting with a daimyo resulted in Jiraiya's suspension from the Hokage position. Shikaku was then chosen as the next Hokage, with Koharu and Homura as his assistants. Shikaku immediately stopped the search for Kushina and the money and ninjas who worked for her. No one knew where Orochimaru was, so Shikaku also had his Anbu on the search and asked Jiraiya if he wanted to prove his loyalty to the village again, he would bring Orochimaru's head. Now, Anko was busy with missions after the Hokage was replaced. Although fear still lingered in people's minds, they were gradually getting back on track, but at night people were still being kidnapped. Naruto was 3 years old now, and it was time to begin his training. Naruto could now speak and understand words. He was also a real handful, as Kushina often said. He had a lot of stamina and energy, just like his mother. Now he used to run and play all over the Uzumaki shrine. He wouldn't listen to his mother and would keep playing in the mud, getting his clothes dirty. He would often hide from his mother and she would immediately panic and start frantically searching for him. Then, suddenly, he would appear out of nowhere and surprise her. First, she would gently scold him, then hug him and almost cry, and then reprimand him for making her worry and panic. Naruto would then apologize and kiss her cheek, wiping away her tears with his small fingers. Kushina, seeing the guilty look on his cute little face, would melt and hug him again. At that moment, they were both at the hot spring behind the sanctuary, bathing together. Kushina had her back against the edge and her eyes closed. Naruto was sitting beside her, his eyes also closed. Naruto opened his right eye slightly to look at his mother. Kushina had told him they would start training today. He didn't quite understand, but he just nodded. He wondered what his mother would ask him to do. Kushina then opened her eyes and raised an eyebrow when she saw Naruto looking at her. She knew he was looking at her, but she didn't know why. "What's the problem, baby?" Kushina asked, and Naruto shook his head. "Nothing," Naruto replied. Kushina raised an eyebrow. The last thing she wanted was for Naruto to start hiding things from her. She lifted Naruto up and placed him on her lap in front of her, looking into his eyes. "Naruto, you know I love you," she said, and he nodded. "Okay, then promise me you'll never hide anything from me, ever," she said, and Naruto nodded again. "I promise," he promised immediately. He loved his mother and didn't believe it was necessary to keep things from her. "Okay, then tell me what you were thinking about," Kushina asked gently. "I was thinking about the training you mentioned," he said, and Kushina nodded, smiling, and began to comb her hair with soap. "You know you don't need to worry about that. Just leave everything to your mom," Kushina said, and Naruto nodded. She poured water on his head and washed his skin, and after cleaning his body, she took a look at his body to see if there were any changes from normal, but there were none. She nodded to herself and then asked Naruto to wash her back. After a while, they went outside. Kushina dried herself and Naruto, and then dressed him and herself. They had a light breakfast and left. "Alright, let's begin," Kushina said enthusiastically, but stopped when she didn't get a response and looked at Naruto who was deep in thought. She sat on one knee and looked at Naruto. "What is it?" she asked. Naruto looked at her and, raising his hand, pointed at her. Kushina saw where his finger was pointing her breasts. Kushina lightly tapped him on the head. "Didn't you just eat breakfast?" Kushina scolded him, and Naruto looked away. Kushina sighed, "I'll have to control this habit of his, otherwise he'll become obsessed with my milk and won't eat anything else. And when my body stops producing milk in my breasts, damn it, what would Naruto do then, what would I do then? Now I need to control him," she thought, worry etched on her beautiful face. "You won't get anything today, and for lunch you'll have green vegetables and some ramen, that's all," she said sternly, and Naruto's head turned toward her, his eyes wide. Then he looked down. "I understand," he said meekly, and Kushina was surprised at first, then hugged him, but she couldn't see a smile on his pretty lips. "I'll eat my favorite food tonight when you're asleep, Mom," he thought, and broke the hug with a smile. "Let's start training," Naruto said, and Kushina nodded and stood up. "Okay, listen, what you have to do is run around this shrine, okay, as many laps as you can," Kushina said, and Naruto nodded eagerly. He was anxious to begin his training and become strong like his mother. Kushina signaled a starting point and they both began to run. Although Naruto's tiny legs couldn't carry him far, Kushina's heart swelled at the sheer determination on his cute face. His run was like a leisurely stroll in the garden for Kushina, but she kept a close eye on him, monitoring his body, his breathing, everything to make sure he wasn't overexerting himself. After 20 minutes he stopped and Kushina decided to rest for a while. She was happy that he had done 4 laps in 15 minutes. They sat under a tree and talked for a while about training in Konoha. Kushina had begun telling him about events and her relationships back in Konoha. She also told him about Uchiha and why he was famous. After half an hour they started the laps again and continued all day. Laps, rest, laps, rest. The next day, she made him do some push-ups and squats with laps around the sanctuary. She also began teaching him to read and write. And within a month he began to show that he was intelligent, and of course Kushina was happy. She continued for the next 6 months, and after 6 months she could read and write, but she still had some trouble reading and writing difficult, complicated, and long words. But Kushina continued teaching her, and after a year she could read and write completely. Whatever Kushina taught her, she understood once, and whatever she asked her to do, she did. Now, at the age of 4, he was able to run at least 15 laps around the sanctuary and do around 30 push-ups and squats. His monster stamina, sheer determination, and his mother's support helped him achieve these goals. After completing 4 years, Kushina increased her physical goals and added a new fighting style to her daily training. Kenjutsu. She made some wooden katanas to practice with. But she maintained her primary focus on her body's strength and endurance. She also told him the story of Uzumaki and Uchiha. When she told him about her life in Uchiha, Naruto was happy to hear that his mother was content, but when she told him about the tragedy that befell Uchiha and how it happened, a fire of rage blazed in his eyes, and Kushina noticed. She stroked his head with a loving smile, and he calmed down. Then she continued how he came to Konoha and how he met Minato, his father. Naruto interrupted, asking about his father, and Kushina asked him to let her finish. Then she told him about the time he was in her womb and what happened when he was born. Naruto was surprised to hear what happened when he was born. First, Naruto felt rage toward his father for sealing the 9 tails inside him and putting the village before his family. Then he sensed the unbridled anger in the village for what they had done to his mother and he began to tremble and sweat with fury. The blood in his veins began to boil and his fists clenched. And when Kushina felt his temperature rise and his eyes begin to turn a darker shade of blue, she too hugged and kissed him to calm him. It took Naruto about 15 minutes to calm down. When Naruto had calmed down, Kushina asked him if he was alright and he nodded. Kushina sat him on her lap. Then Kushina continued her story about what happened after that and when she finished, she noticed that Naruto was holding on to her more tightly and when she looked at his face, she was alarmed because he was crying. "Naruto, what happened? Why are you crying, baby?" Kushina asked, wiping away her tears and kissing his forehead. He hugged her neck tightly. I'm sorry, he said between sobs and Kushina's eyes widened at his words. "Darling, why do you feel this way?" Kushina asked, herself on the verge of tears. If I hadn't been born and you still would have been." He was interrupted by Kushina, who silenced him. "Shhh, don't cry, baby. You know it hurts me when you cry, right?" Kushina said and felt him nod over her shoulder. After a minute, Kushina broke the hug and wiped her face from her sleeves. She kissed his forehead and cheeks, smiled, and took his small hands in hers. Looking at him, she said, "Naruto, darling, first get it out of your head that whatever happened was your fault. It wasn't your fault at all. Your coming into this world was natural and the fruit of the love I had for your father. It was your father who messed everything up. He wanted a Jinchuriki for the village, so he sealed the Kyuubi inside you instead of killing it. He could have killed the Kyuubi right then and there when he summoned the Shinigami. But no, he wanted the strongest Bijuu in Konoha, even though Konoha was strong enough to fight against villages with Jinchuriki. But he did it anyway. And it's not your fault. You have no idea how happy I was when I first hugged you. I felt like I was flying. Being your mother was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. So none of it was your fault," Kushina finished and Naruto continued to stare at her. Although he was only 4 years old, he understood everything his mother said to him. And he was more than happy to know that his mother was happy when she gave birth to him. Finally, he nodded and smiled. Kushina ruffled his hair and kissed his head again. She gave him a glass of water and continued telling him the story of other villages, everything she knew about them. Then she began to tell him about the clans in Konoha. She told him that there are several clans in Konoha, but only a few run the program, and those are Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka. She asked him if he was finishing up or getting bored or tired, but he said he was interested in learning about them, and Kushina continued. Then she told him about these clans and their history, what little she knew. Then the day's training concluded with talking to him a little about chakra. "So now you know everything. How does it feel?" Kushina asked, and Naruto looked at her. "I feel like I've been living in these villages for a long time. I mean, I know almost everything there is to know about each village and now I feel safe," he said, and Kushina smiled. "That's fine, you know, for listening to that boring story and being such a sweet boy, you deserve a reward," Kushina said, and Naruto perked up. "A reward? I'll give you whatever you want," Kushina said, smiling. Naruto's eyes widened. "Oh really? You'll give me anything?" he asked. She nodded and started thinking. After thinking for a minute, she concluded that she didn't need anything, damn it. She figured she wouldn't let this opportunity pass her by. Then an idea occurred to her. His training was going well. He was satisfied with it, but he needed one thing. After his daily runs and push-ups, whenever he was thirsty, he always wanted to drink that sweet tasty nutrient-rich milk from his mother and she would always refuse. She had limited breastfeeding to just twice a day, in the afternoon and before bed. "I have one thing I want," she said, looking up at her mother from her lap, who was waiting to hear. "Tell me," he asked. "You let me drink your milk after we run, and for as long as I want," Naruto said, and Kushina sighed and then giggled. "I should have known, but anyway okay. I'll let you," Kushina said, smiling, and Naruto jumped off her lap with joy. "Now let's get ready for your birthday night. Your older sister Anko will be coming with your cake," Kushina said, and Naruto's eyes lit up with happiness. He loved Anko and the time he spent with her. Anko was now off on missions, so she didn't come around often, but she said there was no way she would miss her little brother's birthday. Anko always told Naruto about her missions and new things. And Naruto would ask her things he was too embarrassed to ask his mother, even though he knew she would answer if he asked. But it was easy to ask his older sister and get to know her. It was afternoon and they were both sweating. Naruto was still having trouble dressing and undressing properly, so Kushina undressed Naruto and herself in the living room and moved to the hot springs. Kushina went in first and sat in the warm water up to her shoulders. She looked at Naruto, who had a cute smile on his lips. Kushina raised an eyebrow. what are you waiting for? She asked, but Naruto didn't answer. He created a small distance between himself and the hot spring and ran towards it and jumped into the water, splashing her all over and soaking Kushina's hair and face completely. When the splashing subsided, she looked at her mother and her smile vanished at the serious expression on her face. She immediately sat down beside her and lowered her head. A few seconds later, she heard a strange sound coming from her mother and looked towards her. Her eyes widened when she saw her mother trying to stifle her laughter with her hands. And when she saw Naruto looking at her, removing her hand from her mouth, she burst out laughing. Ha 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 you ha 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 you should ha 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 I saw ha ha your face, Kushina said between laughs. Naruto had never seen his mother laugh so loudly and openly. He felt a warmth spread through his chest. He felt he had accomplished something great. Seeing his mother laugh like that, the scene filled his entire body with happiness, but a smile appeared on his face. It was time for revenge. He lay down next to his mother, grabbed her sides, and began tickling her body. Kushina began to laugh louder and tried to stop Naruto, but all her attempts failed when Naruto began tickling her ribs under her breasts. Ha 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 street ha 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 stone Naru ha 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 Naru ha ha begs ha ha I am ha ha I am sorry ha 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 ha. Kushina couldn't even form coherent words. Tears began to flow from her eyes. She even started drooling from keeping her mouth open for so long. Her eyes were squeezed shut. When Naruto was satisfied, he stopped, and just as he stopped, Kushina's body lost all its strength. She was completely exhausted. Her body lay motionless in the hot springs. Her head and arms rested on the edge, limp and lifeless. She was breathing deeply. Her breasts rose and fell with each breath. Narrator, you've exhausted me," he gasped. "It was my revenge," Naruto said, smiling. "No, don't worry, I'll give you your money back too," Kushina said, wiping the drooler tears from her face. When she had regained her strength, she decided it was time to leave. "Well, let's go. I have to prepare dinner too," she said and left. "Mom, what about the cake? You said we cut the cake," Naruto asked, hoping his mother would bring him a cake. He had tasted it once when Anko had come with a cake during a brief visit. "Don't worry, Anko will bring you a cake," Kushina said and started walking towards the living room, Naruto following closely behind her. "Hey mom, what would you get me for my birthday?" he asked. "Whatever you want," Kushina said as she put on her dress. "Oh really?" Naruto asked, and Kushina stopped wearing her bra and looked at Naruto and smiled. "Except for my milk, you can ask for anything," she said, and Naruto complained. Muam and Kushina laughed heartily. That night Anko came with the cake and Naruto gave her a kiss and an extra long hug, and after settling everything they celebrated his 4th birthday. After having dinner with the Uzumakis, Anko returned to the village and both Naruto and Kushina continued their nightly celebration. Chapter 5. Disclaimer. I have nothing to do with Naruto anyway. Warning. Mature language, breastfeeding scenes, and conversation. Grammatical errors may occur. The next day, his training resumed. Kushina worked on Naruto's swordsmanship. He did some of the intense physical exercises Kushina had given him until the afternoon, and then Kushina would teach him basic ninjutsu for the rest of the time. Afterward, they would jump into the hot springs together. After bathing, Kushina would give him a book to read about the concepts of the chakras. He would sit on her lap and ask if he didn't understand something, and Kushina would explain it to him as best she could. Kushina also encouraged him in the field of drawing because she had planned to begin his Fuinjutsu training after he turned 5. Kushina also started giving him math books and other subjects to read, and she tutored him whenever she could. Overall, this whole year was packed for little Uzumaki. Then, with determination and complete concentration, and with his mother, Naruto completed his 5th year. After training, Naruto and Kushina were resting under the tree. Naruto sat on her lap and Kushina's hand was in his hair. "Naruto, tomorrow you will be 5 years old and I am very happy to know that you have completed the basic phase of your training and I am very proud of you," Kushina said, kissing his hair. "Now I will begin your chakra training and we will move on to the next phase of your training," Kushina informed him about what was to come. "We'll rest for a week and tomorrow we'll go to Konoha and spend the week there," Kushina said, and Naruto complained, "Muam, I don't want to go to that village." Kushina smiled, "I know, but you know what, we're going to leave Uzushio after that week. So this week I want you to meet some people there and I want you to become familiar with the village because I don't want to come back here, but I have this feeling that we'll have to come back," Kushina said with a thoughtful look on her face. Naruto sighed, "Okay, mom, whatever you want." Naruto agreed and Kushina smiled. "Okay, let's take a bath and then you can rest and I'll teach you math and some biology," Kushina said, and then they both went into her bathroom. After bathing and getting dressed, which was just for the sake of wearing something, they went out. Kushina wore only a loose white shirt and her panties and Naruto wore only his boxers. He was over a meter tall at 5 and his body had already begun to harden. They went under the covers and Naruto lay down on his mother's breasts, his favorite place. Kushina began rubbing his back and hair made him purr. "So, is there anything you want to ask me about math or any problems in the math book I gave you?" Kushina asked gently and Naruto looked at her, shaking his head in a no. Kushina smiled, "Good boy," she said and asked again, "And biology?" She asked and Naruto nodded. "What?" he asked. I read about how breasts produce milk," he said innocently and with a giggle, Kushina nodded. "So, what's the problem?" she asked and Naruto sat down next to her. When she saw the sad look on her face, she sat down too. He looked serious. "Mom, will your breast stop giving me milk?" he asked with wet eyes and a puppy dog face. Kushina couldn't help herself when he looked so cute. She lifted him up and pressed him against her breasts, then began to gently stroke his back. "Naruto, let me explain," Kushina said, breaking the hug and looking him in the face. A woman's breasts begin to produce milk when she becomes pregnant with a child, and when that child is born, he or she feeds on this milk. The breasts continue to produce milk until the child no longer needs it or drinks it, around 3 or 4 years old, or perhaps older. When the child starts eating other foods, that's when the breasts usually stop producing milk, Kushina explained in the simplest way possible for Naruto to understand. She felt truly sad and wished she would never have to stop milking when she saw Naruto's horrified face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Naruto continued crying for a while, then he wiped his eyes with his sleeves and stared at his mother's breasts as if he were threatening them, then with a growl he lunged at her, pushing her in the back. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Kushina shouted, confused. Naruto grabbed his shirt and tried to tear it. "Naruto, what are you doing?" he asked again with a little annoyance this time. Naruto paused for a second and looked at his mother. "No, they can't stop producing milk. They'll have to keep doing it. It's my favorite food," he grunted affectionately. Kushina sighed as she managed to tear her shirt and free her breasts. Kushina thought about telling him how to behave around a girl. Naruto grabbed her left breast and began to suckle it hard. He wasn't a baby anymore. He sucked continuously, squeezing her left breast with both hands. His small hands were all over the soft flesh of her left breast, turning it pink. "Ah!" escaped Kushina's mouth and she immediately put her hands to her mouth. "Oh god, I only moaned," she thought to herself in horror. "Naruto, easy, baby," she said, hoping he would calm down, but Naruto didn't listen. After 5 more minutes of vigorous sucking, he switched to her right breast, leaving a red nipple and red breast exposed. He began to suck on it fervently as well, and Kushina bit her tongue to stifle a moan. She wanted to pull him away as much as she wanted to draw him closer to her breasts. Naruto did nothing. He simply sucked on her nipple and continued squeezing her breast to squirt milk into his mouth. After 10 minutes he stopped and took his nipple out of her mouth, which was obviously red. Kushina was breathing with difficulty, and so was Naruto. Naruto looked at her breasts and pointed at them with a finger. "If you stop producing milk, he stopped and began to think, putting a finger to his chin, wondering what he would do, what he could do, if they stopped making milk for him. Then, suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and he smiled triumphantly, a cute smile, at least to Kushina. He pointed at his mother's breasts again and said, "If you stop making milk for me, I'll get my mother pregnant and then you'll have to make milk for me again." He said it as if he were ordering them around, as if they were living beings. Kushina's eyes widened as Naruto's words registered in her head and hearing them made her feel uneasy with a hint of worry. How far does he intend to go for my milk? She thought in shock, then, narrowing her eyes, she slammed her fist against his head. "Oh, that hurts." Naruto groaned in pain and looked at his mother. "Stop and go to sleep. We have to go to Konoha tomorrow," she said in a stern voice, immediately pulling the blanket over her head and falling asleep. Naruto looked at his mother, confusion all over his face. What did I do to make her angry? He started to think, and when he pondered for several minutes, he couldn't come up with anything. He snuggled against his mother's back and fell asleep. The next day began as usual, as if the night had never happened. They brushed their teeth, bathed, Kushina helped him get dressed, and she also dressed in her usual clothes. A white shirt, trousers, and a green apron that covered her entire front. They had their breakfast as usual, with Kushina's milk for Naruto. Kushina then packed all her necessary things into a single bag, making it heavy, and gave it to Naruto. When Naruto picked up the large 5x5-foot bag, he immediately fell over and groaned in pain. He complained. Kushina turned to him with a hidden smile. "What?" she asked, pretending not to see that Naruto was under the bag. "This bag is heavy. I can't carry it," she groaned. A sweet sickly smile appeared on Kushina's face. She walked over to him, knelt down, and, placing her index finger under his chin, lifted his face. "You'll have to carry this bag. It doesn't matter whether you can carry it or not," Kushina said, smiling as Naruto's eyes widened in shock. But Kushina interrupted him. "No buts. "This is your punishment for your rude behavior toward my breasts last night," she said in a slightly louder, more agitated voice. She stood up and walked toward the door, stopping and turning. "Hurry up, or I leave you here alone. You'll have to live by yourself for a week, doing all the housework just to survive," she finished, starting to walk again. But she stopped after 5 steps and looked over her shoulder. "And most importantly, there won't be any milk for a week," she said nonchalantly from outside, knowing that would get him moving. She turned and walked toward the main gate of the shrine, leaving a horrified Naruto behind. Naruto's mind shut down. A week without his sacred fluid, and he would die. He gritted his teeth and, with a roar, got to work. Kushina was frantically moving towards the front door as she had sensed the chakra of someone she wanted to see and the person who made Anko's life a living hell. But she couldn't get past the security seals, so Kushina decided to leave before Naruto did. He reached the main door and left without a second thought. He stood there looking straight ahead, his back to the sanctuary door. Kushina narrowed her eyes and rested the palm of her right hand on the hilt of her sword, positioned at her right hip, while her left hand was busy deactivating any genjutsu placed in front of her. And she was right. The genjutsu shattered, and a figure appeared. I expected better from you, Orochimaru, but this pathetic genjutsu, you're taking me too lightly," Kushina said with disdain in her voice. Orochimaru smiled his characteristic wide grin. "Kukuku, of course not, Kushina. How could I underestimate you after witnessing your prowess so many years ago?" "I was only," Kushina interrupted him. "Why are you here?" she asked coldly, his smile vanishing. Orochimaru smiled. "Well, I just wanted to see," Kushina interrupted him again mid-sentence. "Didn't you hear me?" "Why are you here?" she asked again, letting out a small hint of murderous intent. That caught him off guard, and he became serious. "Well, behind you is an Uzumaki shrine, and I suppose you know there's something there I wish to obtain," Orochimaru said with as much seriousness as he could muster. The predatory glint flashed in Kushina's eyes, and a cut mark appeared on Orochimaru's cheek, making his eyes widen. What she didn't even move, and the thought flashed in his head. Kushina calmed down. "You want the mask," she said bluntly. Orochimaru snapped out of his reverie and shrugged. Kushina was right. He did want the mask, and her direct approach unsettled him slightly. He thought Kushina might be wary of discussing the mask. A smile formed on Kushina's face that made Orochimaru even more unsettling. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You look gloating," he spat contemptuously. "Well, I'm sorry to say it, but I own the mask now, so you can leave," she said coldly, crushing her desire to put her hands on the mask. Orochimaru looked at Kushina with more nervousness than anger, knowing what she was capable of. But he would wait for his opportunity. A smile formed on his face. "Well, then it's my loss, but some information for you," he said, smiling and feeling emboldened by Kushina's curious gaze. "What information?" she asked confidently, though she knew he would sense her curiosity. Orochimaru clapped his hands and his smile widened. "The Shinigami mask isn't the only mask in this world. There are other masks as well, for summoning other gods," he said cheerfully, causing Kushina's eyes to widen in disbelief. And before I could ask him anything, he disappeared. "There are more masks," he murmured in disbelief and shock. Mom," she heard, and came out of her stupor and looked down and saw that Naruto was standing there with that big box of his things. "Who were you talking to?" he asked, and Kushina paused before answering. "No one, just some old acquaintances," she said, nodding at Naruto. There were other masks he'd never seen, and his father had never told him about them. Whether those masks had been given to the summoner without anyone else knowing, or if they were some kind of hidden relics, I'll have to find out, but for now, he thought, and looked at Naruto. "Let's go," he said, and they started walking. "I expect a reward for carrying this mountain," he said, looking ahead. Kushina looked at him. "This is your training, understood?" she said sternly. "And there's no reward for this," she finished. Naruto stopped for a second but then resumed walking. Kushina sighed at the defeated look on her face and knew better than to say it was just a ploy to lure her in for some kind of reward. But she couldn't see that foreign expression on her face. She was still getting used to her appearance. "I'll think about it," she said, and immediately her shoulders moved back, pushing her chest out, and a new excitement came into her walk. Kushina sighed again upon seeing the effect. After 3 hours they arrived at the gates of Konoha. They entered and walked straight ahead. The gate guards didn't even dare to stop her, but they wondered who the child was. Kushina entered the market and smiled when she saw Naruto looking at every stall, shop, and item with stars in his eyes. Happiness and excitement radiated from him. "Naruto, let's find a place to stay for the week and then you can wander around as much as you want," Kushina said, and Naruto nodded furiously. Everything was new to him and he was beyond excited to explore. After 5 minutes they checked into a luxury inn for a week. They took their keys and went to their room. Naruto dropped the bag and collapsed face down on the bed, exhausted and worn out. His whole body ached. Now he understood how hard his mother was going to train him. Kushina searched the entire room for any hidden dangers and after placing a few security seals, she approached Naruto and smiled at the sight of him asleep. She lay down beside him and kissed his head, wrapping her arms around his body and pulling him closer to her warm embrace. Naruto snuggled closer to her chest and with a smile, Kushina also fell asleep. Shikaku was busy with paperwork. He cursed Kushina for killing an old man and now he was the one doing the work. He didn't even have time to sleep. One of the guards burst into the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama," he shouted, and Shikaku closed his eyes in frustration. "Shut up and tell me what happened," he said angrily. He calmed his breathing. "Kushina-san is here in the village with a red-haired child," he reported. Shikaku raised an eyebrow. "Okay, where did he go? Do you know?" he asked, and the guard shook his head. Shikaku sighed. "Alright, I don't want anyone chasing her and causing more casualties, understood?" he ordered, and the guard nodded. "You can leave now," Shikaku said and walked away. Shikaku leaned back in his chair and smiled. She's here with her son Naruto, he thought, and went back to his paperwork. In the afternoon, Kushina woke up and looked around suspiciously, and when she was sure that everything was alright, she woke Naruto up, but he covered his head with a blanket and muttered 5 more minutes. "Naruto, not 5 minutes, wake up now," he said sternly, but he got no response, and a mark appeared on his head. Then she sighed. She went to the bathroom and filled the tub with hot water, and returning to the room, she undressed Naruto completely, lifted him up, carried him to the bathroom, and placed his sleeping body in the tub. She also took off her clothes and sat down next to him, putting an arm around his shoulder to keep him steady. She cleaned herself and Naruto, then lifted him and carried him back to the bedroom. She laid him down and cleaned his body, then dressed his sleeping body. "Boy, you're sleeping so soundly," she murmured with a smile. She loved doing all this for Naruto, taking care of him in every way. She knew that once he was older, there wouldn't be opportunities like this. She dried herself and dressed, then tried to wake him again, but again he didn't wake up. Kushina sighed. Now she was sure he was just pretending to be asleep. Kushina sat on the bed beside him. "Well, I wanted to give you a reward for carrying that big bag all the way here, but it seems your sleep is more important than what I had planned to give you," Kushina said with disappointment. She sighed aloud, smiling inwardly as the look on Naruto's face changed from peaceful to restless. "Anyway, I'm going out. Get some rest," she said and stood up, but as she turned to move, she discovered Naruto was holding her wrist. She turned away and raised an eyebrow. Naruto blushed with embarrassment and looked away. I'm sorry," he said gently. Kushina closed her eyes and smiled. "It's okay, you're forgiven," she said, and they were both ready to leave. They left the inn, turned left, and started walking. Naruto looked at his mother. "Where are we going, mommy?" he asked, and Kushina patted him on the head. "There's a ramen shop nearby that makes the best ramen in the world," Kushina replied. "Ramen is your favorite?" Naruto asked, and Kushina nodded. "You like ramen too, don't you?" she asked, and Naruto shrugged. "I like ramen, but nothing compares to your milk," he said indifferently. Kushina blushed slightly at his comment in the middle of the crowd. 5 minutes later they arrived at Ichiraku's ramen shop, and Naruto giggled adoringly when he saw his mother drooling while dreaming about ramen. "Mom," he called to snap her out of her reverie. "Uh-oh," he rubbed the back of his neck shyly. They reached the counter and Kushina called out, "Hey, old man Tucci," she called, catching his attention. He looked at the owner of the voice and smiled. "Well, you couldn't stay away from my ramen, huh?" she said with a grin. "You know me, old man," Kushina said and sat down next to Naruto. "And who could this girl be?" Am asked, looking at Naruto. "No, let me guess, Naruto," she said, and leaning over the counter, she pinched his cheek and ruffled his hair, making him blush with embarrassment. "Oh, isn't he a little ball of cuteness?" Am squealed, and Naruto fed. Kushina wrapped her arms around Naruto. "Naruto, Tucci is our old family friend and one of the few we can trust," she said softly. Naruto looked at her and she nodded. Naruto looked at the owner and his daughter and bowed. "Thank you for inviting us," he said and took his seat again. Tucci nodded, smiling, and Am ruffled her hair again. "So Kushina, what are your plans now? You just disappeared after," Tucci asked, and Kushina sighed. "Well, you know the deal, old man. I just wanted to stay out of it after what happened," she said, her face falling. She smiled as Naruto took her hand in his. "I can understand," Tucci said, and served them both their steaming bowls of ramen. Naruto began to eat and immediately looked at his mother, who had her eyes closed, savoring the flavor. Then, opening her eyes, she looked at Naruto, who had already finished his plate and was ready for a few seconds. Kushina chuckled. "Well, isn't it the food of the gods?" she asked with a smile. Naruto closed his eyes. "You're right. It tastes amazing," he said, and he knew what his mother was implying, so he added, "but it's still second place. It can't compete with your umph." Kushina immediately covered her babbling mouth with her hand and laughed nervously at the duo staring at him. They had finished after 15 and 7 bowls and were heading to their next destination. "Hey mom, where are we going now?" Naruto asked. How would you like to rest?" Kushina said, and Naruto complained, "I'm not tired anymore." Kushina smiled, "You will be," she said, and when Naruto looked confused, she pointed towards the Hokage monuments. "There, you'll have to get there while you follow me," she said, and began to run at a pace that Naruto will have to use every ounce of his strength to keep up with. 20 seconds later, Kushina stopped at the Hokage monuments and, behind her, a sweaty panting Naruto hit his rear end with difficulty, fell, and fainted. Kushina smiled and sat on the edge with Naruto asleep in her lap. She gazed at the village. It was an incredible sight from so far away, but only she knew what lay there. After a while, he lay down on the ground and fell asleep. They woke up at nightfall and decided to head to the inn. "Hey mom, when are we going to Anko-chan's house?" Naruto asked as he rubbed his mother's back in the shower. They've decided to take a shower before bed. "Tomorrow, I suppose," he said. Anko was on a mission and returned in the morning. She slept until the afternoon and then decided to take a shower. She was lying in the bathtub when the doorbell rang and she sensed chakra. She forgot she was naked in the tub and ran to the door, opened it, and immediately threw herself at the red-haired mother in a fierce embrace. Kushina was a little surprised by Anko's condition but guessed the situation and brought Anko inside. "Anko, go and finish your shower," Kushina said sternly, leaving no room for argument. Anko nodded nervously and went to finish her shower. 10 minutes later they were sitting in their living room drinking tea. Anko looked at Kushina. "You know I'm thrilled you're here, but what's the occasion?" Anko asked, flustered, and Kushina could see the happiness on her face. She raised her eyebrows. "Nothing, I just wanted Naruto to visit the village," Kushina said, ruffling Naruto's hair and looking at Anko. "I also thought it would be a good idea to see everyone before we leave for our journey." The smile on Anko's face faded. "Oh way," Anko snapped, glaring at Kushina, and then a second later she looked away. Kushina stood up and sat beside Anko, placing an arm around her shoulder. With her other hand, she gently turned Anko's face toward her, and Kushina's heart ached when she saw the look of utter sadness and tears in Anko's eyes. Kushina had never seen this expression on Anko's face, not even when she bore the cursed seal. Kushina hugged Anko to her chest and held her trembling, shaking body in her arms. After about 20 minutes they separated and Kushina handed Anko some handkerchiefs. "Are you okay?" Kushina asked, and Anko nodded. They sat in silence and then Kushina spoke. "Anko, I can understand your feelings, but you know, leaving this village means leaving everything behind, abandoning everything you love here, your friends, your career, your life and even your identity as a shinobi," Kushina said in a gentle tone, and wrapping an arm around Anko's shoulder, she squeezed them together. "I don't have anyone in this village I hold dear in my heart except for you, and my life here was already over. But I'm sure there are several people you love in this village, like Yugao and Hana, and I know you're excited right now. But leaving behind your identity and your host isn't a decision you make on a whim." Kushina released Anko's shoulders and cupped her cheek in her right hand, smiling warmly. "You have 5 days to think before I leave, and more than enough time to make the right decision. Go and talk to your friends and spend time with them. You can take Naruto with you if you want." Kushina finished with a warm smile and a kiss on Anko's forehead, which made Anko close her eyes and tears streamed down her cheeks. After a minute, Anko exhaled deeply and opened her eyes only to find herself staring into 2 bright violet orbs, filled with warmth and love. Anko exhaled, smiled, and nodded. "Okay, what's the plan?" Anko asked in her usual jovial tone. Kushina smiled back even though she could see the conflict in his eyes. "Alright, go and get Naruto," and she paused, uncertain. "Do whatever you want," she shrugged. "But be careful, this village still isn't safe for Naruto," Kushina warned. She stood up and sat back down next to Naruto, who was busy chewing on dango sticks. "I have some business with the Hokage, and I might be busy for quite a while every day," she told Anko, turning to Naruto. "Naruto, I want to tell you something," Kushina said, and Naruto nodded. Kushina turned to Anko and asked her to get ready. Anko went inside to dress appropriately. Kushina cupped Naruto's cheeks and kissed his nose. "Naruto, mommy will be busy for a while every day, okay? And you'll go out with Anko," Kushina said. Naruto nodded, but Kushina kept looking into his eyes, making him uncomfortable. What?" he said nervously. "Naruto, if you ever mention my milk or if you still feed from my breasts to anyone, not even Anko, I will never in your life let you near my breasts," Kushina said in a strict and serious tone that indicated he would be severely punished if he revealed this to anyone. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat and nodded fearfully. She nodded in affirmation and turned to face Anko as she entered the room, dressed in her shinobi garb. Naruto kept staring at Kushina, scary he even stuttered in his thoughts. Kushina stood up. Okay, have fun, I'm leaving, she said, turning to Anko. And if any problems arise, call me immediately, Kushina said, pointing to Anko's wristband, which had a communicator. Seal it. Anko nodded, and Kushina ignored her. Okay Naruto, let's go, Anko exclaimed happily, and, lifting Naruto onto her shoulder, she ran out of her apartment. Kushina headed towards the Hokage Tower. She walked through the streets and could feel everyone's eyes on her, but she wasn't bothered. She continued on her way and after 10 minutes she was standing in front of the Hokage building. She went inside and in a matter of seconds she was standing in front of Hokage Shikaku Nara. Kushina bowed, greetings, Hokage-sama, she said respectfully, and straightened up. Kushina-san, please sit down, he offered and nodded. They sat in silence for a few moments and then Kushina spoke. So, how's your search going and your efforts to find me? Kushina remarked with a smile and narrowed eyes. Shikaku stared at Kushina for a few moments, then closed his eyes and exhaled, I've stopped looking for you. No one is going to tell you anything now, he said in a Hokage tone. Kushina closed her eyes and sighed. Okay, why did you call me? She asked professionally. Shikaku nodded, yes, I wanted a favor from you, or you can say I want your help, Shikaku said in a requesting tone. Kushina stared at him, what favor? She asked cautiously. Shikaku stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the ruined village. After Kyuubi's attack, the village is weakened. More than half of our forces are still occupied with rebuilding, he said, a hint of sadness in his voice. He turned to his chair and sat down. All of our security seals are damaged and we can't jeopardize the village's safety any further than it already is, Shikaku said, his heart racing. He feared that if Kushina refused his request, repairing or replacing the security seals of his former power would be nearly impossible, and Kushina was the only one who could handle it. Jiraiya was out of the question, as he already had an assigned task. He looked at Kushina, there's a possibility that other villages will attack, and if that happens, then he stopped and left her hanging. Kushina remained silent the whole time, not interrupting. His eyes met his, and he stared at them intently, then sighed, well, I'm no longer a citizen of Konoha, and I have no obligations to Konoha, so he left it hanging for Shikaku to finish. What do you want in return? He asked, hoping it wasn't beyond his reach. What can you give me? He replied with a blank expression. She leaned back in her chair, well, you're about to go to whatever destination you have in mind, so I think money is what you'll need, she said, hoping that might be all she needed. Money is something I would obviously need, but no matter the amount, money could never be worth a sealing job for Uzumaki, she declared, crossing her arms beneath her breasts. So, what else do you want? He asked, almost impatiently. Kushina stood up and walked to the glass window and looked out, first of all, I want as much money as you can arrange without causing any trouble to others, and then she turned and leaned back in her seat and looked at Shikaku. I want the copies of the forbidden scrolls written by the first Hokage and the second Hokage, she politely stated her demand in front of Shikaku. Shikaku was taken aback by Kushina's demands for the village's safety. He stared at Kushina, his eyes wide. Kushina continued, in return, I will create a unique security seal, unlike anything ever seen before, she declared, and Shikaku's looks told her to explain herself. This seal will be completely under the Hokage's control. Even I, after creating it, could not enter it without your permission. There will be a small sealing system in this room so you can check and monitor who enters and leaves the village. There will be a panel where you'll feed some of your chakra and the entire security system will activate. It will also show you the amount of chakra someone possesses upon entering the village. And if someone with a large amount of chakra enters the village, it will alert you immediately. The most important and notable feature is, she paused and sighed, it seems I need to raise my demands in accordance with the features this seal will have, Kushina said without looking at Shikaku. Shikaku was amazed by the characteristics Kushina had just described, and the most commendable was his ability to maintain a watchful eye on safety. But the scrolls written by the first and second Hokage held secrets never before heard of. Secrets they never revealed. Only Mido Uzumaki knew what was in them. Perhaps she could have told Kushina. Shikaku eyed Kushina calculatingly, searching for anything suspicious, but after a minute of staring, he sighed in defeat. The village's safety was now the top priority. He had no other choice. Okay, I agree to your demands regarding the security seals you just told me about, he said, ready to seal the deal, but Kushina stopped him by raising her palm. Let me review my demands, Hokage-sama, because the work I'm going to do for you is something that even the first, second, and fourth Hokage together couldn't have done maybe, but not without the help of Mido Uzumaki, he said in a professional tone, and Shikaku reluctantly nodded. First, it's money, as much as you can fix without causing any problems yourself. I think you can fix at least 2 medium-sized bags full of money. The second is the copying of the forbidden scrolls. I will copy them myself. The third is a free pass for my son and me to travel through all the elemental nations as Sannin. How you arrange that is your problem. I suppose that's all," Kushina finished, and Shikaku's body slumped in his chair as if he had lost all his strength. "Too much to be a friend," he murmured weakly. Kushina simply smiled at him. "You're free to call me anytime you're in trouble, and if I'm free or near the village, I'll come to your aid," Kushina said, and a smile crossed Shikaku's lips. "Thank you. But this offer is exclusively for you, not for your shinobi or your village, and if you want to summon me, I think you'll need Anko nearby," Kushina said. After that, they sealed the deal by shaking hands. Then Kushina left, saying she would complete the job in 5 days and hoped he would honor the end of the deal. It's been 2 hours man, it took longer than I intended she thought and headed towards where her baby was. "Where are we going, big sister?" Naruto asked from where he was sitting, which was on Anko's shoulder. "Would you like something to eat first?" she asked with a gentle smile, and Naruto nodded. Anko led Naruto to his favorite bar restaurant. It was divided into 2 parts. One was a bar for drinkers and the other was a simple restaurant. Anko sat down in one of the chairs and placed Naruto on her lap. Anko then ordered a plate of everything and several plates of dango. In a few minutes, everything was finished except for the plates of dango. "This is good," Naruto said in amazement. Anko's eyes sparkled at Naruto's praise of her favorite food. "Really?" she asked. "Yes," he said, chewing on a dango stick. "What's your favorite food?" Anko asked suddenly. "Mom is Naruto spoke instantly, but the next instant he remembered his mother's warning. Naruto looked at Anko with big puppy dog blue eyes. "I mean mom's ramen," he evaded, but his answer went right over Anko's head because her eyes had hearts in them. She squealed, "So cute." And grabbing Naruto, she pulled him close in a bear hug, pressing his face against her breasts and then began kissing him all over his face. Naruto was afraid she was going to eat his head. Suddenly, Anko felt eyes on them and immediately became aware of her surroundings and a blush crept across her beautiful face. Everyone was stunned by her actions toward Naruto. Anko had her own reputation as a delinquent in bars like that and no one had ever seen her be affectionate with anyone, not even with other children like Kiba, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, Hinata and a few others when they visited their mothers there. It was a scene meant for a video. Those expressions on Anko's face had never been seen by anyone except Kushina. He stood up and turned to the crowd. "What the hell are you looking at, you cocksucker? Your mothers aren't here, you sons of bitches," he roared, and everyone immediately went back to their previous tasks. Anko then leaned back in her seat after making sure that Naruto didn't hear any of her kind words. They chewed their bowls of dango for only a minute when their heads snapped up as they heard several women screaming. Naruto looked confused and Anko glared at the group of women, annoyed. What the hell are they doing here? Anko thought as she looked towards the group of women approaching them. Who are they, big sister? Naruto asked tenderly, which only made the women squeal louder. Anko sighed. They're your mother's old friends, she said, and looked at them. The group approached them. Come on Anko-chan, don't look at us like that. It's the first time we've seen Kushina's baby, said Mikoto Uchiha in a gentle tone that was agreed upon by other women including Tsume, Yoshino, Mibuyuki and other mothers of the Konoha clan with their babies holding their hands. Mikoto was the first to give Naruto a hug and a kiss, making him blush. "Oh, he looks so cute when he blushes," Mikoto exclaimed, hearts blooming in her eyes. Anko looked at the other women and sighed in annoyance when she saw a trickle of blood coming from her nose. Then they broke free and surrounded Naruto, pushing Anko aside. Her angry shouts were lost in their laughter and squeals. Anko pushed back, but someone's hip slammed into her, causing her to lose her balance and hit her head against the wall, falling unconscious. Naruto was having a hard time. All the women around him had their hands on his 5-year-old body, feeling him up and their lips all over his face, leaving lipstick marks all over it. Some of them were surprised to find that his body was harder and more muscular than their own son's. Half an hour later, Anko and Naruto were walking toward the Hokage monument, but they decided to visit all the other places before reaching that final destination. Anko somehow managed to save Naruto from those women. Naruto exhaled loudly. Phew, those women were scary, he deduced, and Anko chuckled. So, you didn't want to play with the other children? He asked, looking at Naruto. Not really, he replied. They reached their destination after an hour, and after finding a grassy spot, they decided to stay there until Kushina arrived. They both lay there gazing at the sky with smiles on their faces. Anko turned her head towards Naruto. Hey, will you miss me? Anko asked in a low voice. Naruto looked at her. Of course, how could I forget my only older sister? Naruto said with a wide smile, making Anko smile with moist eyes. Thank you, Naruto, she said, and gave him a soft, affectionate kiss on the lips. Naruto blushed at first but then frowned. Come on Anko-chan, don't cry, said Naruto and wrapped his small hands around her neck. Anko chuckled and pulled him closer. "I won't cry if you promise to contact me daily," she said, and he immediately promised. Suddenly, Anko felt an icy aura, but it was too late to move, and a black metal bar pierced her arm through the ground. She cried out in pain and tried to pull the stick out, but a woman's hand stopped her and kicked her in the face. Naruto looked around frantically to see where the attacker was. Suddenly, her mind throbbed with pain, and then her body began to shake. "Naruto!" Anko shouted, but she couldn't move because of the rod. She tried again to pull the rod out, but an electric current stopped her. "MIT, where the hell are you?" Anko shouted loudly. "Nine-tailed Jinchuriki, your time has come," said a female voice, and a blue-haired woman appeared in front of Naruto, whose body was writhing in pain on the ground. "Who the hell are you?" Anko growled angrily, trying to pull out the bar. The blue-haired woman looked at Anko indifferently. "It doesn't concern you, nothing worries you," the woman said indifferently. Anko's face contorted with rage. "You damn bitch, you come here like it's a walk in the park, threaten us, and then say this doesn't concern me, you're so wrong," Anko growled through gritted teeth, trying to maneuver her body onto her knees. Once on her knees with one arm impaled on the ground, she glared at the woman. "Let me make something clear," she stood up, her arm still impaled. "Naruto is my only brother," she exhaled. She roared, raising her arm along the bar. The woman's eyes widened, but without wasting any time she moved to Naruto's side and placed her hand on his stomach, and immediately orange chakra began to seep out of Naruto's body. Anko's eyes widened in horror as she saw Kyuubi's chakra pouring out of Naruto's body. "No, no, no, this can't be happening, not Naruto." Anko cried desperately. Her body was almost numb. It seemed the rod had absorbed a significant amount of her chakra. Anko gathered her strength and lunged at the woman. "You bucking boar, I'll kill you." Anko punched the woman, but she screamed in pain as another bar pierced her calf. Anko slowly turned her head and was surprised to see the same woman standing there. Anko fell to the ground. "Conan is my name," said the woman, and hundreds of papers appeared above Anko and formed a spear shape, ready to impale Anko. Conan raised his hand, "Goodbye, whoever you are," and lowered his hand with the spear. "Shit," Anko said to herself, her eyes wide. Just as the spear was a few centimeters from his stomach, it broke into tiny pieces. Conan's eyes widened, then her vision was darkened by red, and a punch to the jaw sent Conan spiraling to the ground. "Don't you dare touch my son," Kushina growled like an animal, and a fiery aura began to envelop her body. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Anko understood what was about to happen, but Kushina-san, you have to save Naruto first. She shouted. Kushina's eyes turned to Naruto, the aura vanished, and her eyes returned to normal. She rushed to Naruto and watched. Orange chakra had completely enveloped him. Naruto's cries of agony and extreme pain nearly brought her to tears. Kushina immediately made some signs with her hands and placed her hand on Naruto's stomach, and gradually the orange chakra receded into his body. Kushina stood up and walked towards the fallen Conan, but just as she approached, Conan's body exploded into paper. Kushina ran back to Naruto and picked him up in her arms. "Baby Naruto, hey, it's mommy, open your eyes, Naruto," Kushina said desperately. She checked his pulse, but it was normal. Then her attention turned to Anko. "Anko, are you okay?" Kushina asked worriedly. Anko nodded, "Why yes," but Kushina realized that she was suffering a lot. Kushina looked at Naruto again. "Naruto, darling, mommy's here baby, please open your eyes," she choked on her words. Then, an Anbu team arrived at the scene with Hokage. "What happened here?" "We detected Kyuubi's chakra," Shikaku said in an urgent tone. "Everything's fine. Someone attacked these two." "Thank goodness I arrived in time," Kushina said, composing herself and looking at Anko. The medical team arrived at the scene, and Kushina asked them to take care of Anko, saying she would take care of Naruto. "Kushina, are you sure?" Shikaku asked, and Kushina nodded. "Anko, you're going with them." "I'll see you later," Kushina said, lifting Naruto up and turning to Shikaku. "I'll start work tomorrow morning." "It needs to be done as soon as possible," Kushina said, nodding. Kushina then teleported to the room she had rented at the inn and laid Naruto on the bed. She removed all the cloths and cleaned his body with a damp cloth, then covered him with the blankets and sat beside him, waiting for him to wake up with wet eyes. Then he decided it was time to talk to Kyuubi, and after what happened today it was a necessity. Kushina nodded to herself, placed a hand on her forehead, and closed her eyes. A few seconds later she found herself in a sewer. Kushina looked around and kept going. After walking for several minutes, she arrived at her destination. There in the cage was the Kyuubi. Only its two glowing dark red orbs were visible. Kushina approached and saw Naruto's body enveloped in red chakra, just as before. "Leave him alone, Kyuubi, or I'll have to force you," Kushina declared in a cold, animated tone. The chakra surrounding Naruto dissipated, and Naruto lay unconscious. "So you're finally here," Kyuubi said in his loud, demonic voice. Yes, there are some things I want to know, and I suppose only you can answer them, Kushina said, walking towards her son. Really, and here I thought you never wanted to see me again, Kyuubi snorted, followed by a joyless laugh. Yes, I never wanted to see your face, but circumstances made it necessary to talk to you, Kushina said, sitting down near her son and beginning to stroke his hair. After that there was silence for a minute and then Kyuubi spoke. Your son is very fond of your breasts, said Kyuubi with a smile that made Kushina's eyebrow twitch. He likes my milk, Kushina hissed through gritted teeth. It's not very different, Kyuubi laughed. Another contraction mark appeared on his forehead. Why, idiot? Kushina growled. Well, why did you come here? Kyuubi asked in a serious tone. First of all, why isn't Naruto getting up? It's been several hours already, Kushina asked in a worried tone. Ah, man, he'll wake up in a couple of hours. His body has been working very hard, Kyuubi declared, and Kushina nodded with a sigh of relief. Very well, start by talking about me, Kushina said, and Kyuubi raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Are you talking about Naruto's fondness for your milk? He asked, making Kushina's eyes narrow again. Don't make me force you, Kyuubi. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Kushina said in a threatening tone. Kyuubi sighed and became serious. Alright, then listen very carefully, Kyuubi began, and Kushina nodded. That day when you were about to die, you didn't have a single trace of human chakra left in your body. Anyone else would have died, but not you. According to my conjecture, all the things that happened to you that day were caused by your will not to die. Our mind is connected to every cell and nerve in our body, which in turn governs the chakras and their network flow. When these cells couldn't find a chakra to nourish their body, they began searching for other options because their mind was commanding them to nourish the chakra and their body didn't have one. They then came into contact with the residue of my chakra, which was dormant, waiting to react. When their governing cells found my chakra, it acted as a catalyst and my chakra then nourished their body. In simple terms, your chakra network was empty, so before your natural chakra could begin to replenish my extended chakra in your chakra network, Kyuubi explained, and Kushina listened attentively. But one thing she didn't understand, why didn't your chakra kill me? She asked. You're a stubborn woman, and your chakra is stronger because you're a pureblood Uzumaki. It's the simple answer, and if I explain, when my chakra fully manifested in her chakra network, it began to destroy her body, but then her own chakra began to replenish itself and stopped my chakra from destroying her chakra network, Kyuubi explained in detail. Okay, then, how did I deliver that whatever, Kushina asked. She still didn't know what it was. When his chakra prevented my chakra from destroying his chakra network and, therefore, his body, there was a conflict between the two. Two swords could not remain in one sheath. So, what happened was that these two chakras were forced to adapt by their bodies and minds, and they mixed together and formed a new version of chakra. A new chakra, or in other words, a new species, Kyuubi finished, leaving Kushina stunned and wide-eyed. You mean that I am a new species, Kyuubi finished. My chakra is orange or red, whatever you call it. Your natural chakra or the color of your human chakra is blue, but your chakra color now is brown. Kyuubi finished, turning Kushina into a mess of worry. Kushina swallowed. Kyuubi, does it have any side effects? She asked in a vulnerable tone that Kyuubi liked. Did you notice anything in these 5 years? Kyuubi asked, and Kushina shook her head. Then Kyuubi shrugged. Silence fell again, and Kushina broke it. Then tell me how I can use this new form in my will, Kushina asked. Kyuubi snorted. Man, so much for being a hot-blooded brute, he muttered, making Kushina's eye twitch with irritation. Woman, it's as simple as your jutsu. You use your jutsu at will, don't you? This form is like the Jujutsu, Kyuubi said with frustration. At first, people didn't want to talk to him, and then when they needed him, they came asking for answers. But you know what, Kyuubi continued, this new form will evolve again. When, how many times, I don't know, he said, then fell silent. They remained silent for a while. Well, what about Naruto then? Kushina asked worriedly. What about Naruto? Kyuubi said, pretending not to understand. Kushina sighed. She needed to be patient to get the answers. What I mean is, how can your being sealed inside Naruto and all this mess with me affect Naruto? Kushina rephrased her question. Let's see, your flaccid husband with the heinous had skills, so he made some changes to the original seal. The modified seal was designed to filter my chakra regularly into Naruto's chakra system so he could use it for his own benefit, Kyuubi replied. And how will it affect Naruto? She asked, ignoring the comment about her late husband. Well, she didn't care about that. When my chakra spread through your system there was no resistance, but Naruto's case is different. There will be conflict, but I believe his own chakra will prevail, since only a minuscule amount of my chakra seeps into his system, said Kyuubi and looked at Kushina. Kushina sighed, then Naruto is going to end up like me, she said, and struck Naruto's face. Well, who knows, in your case my chakra was primary or dominant, and in Naruto's case it's secondary. His is primary or dominant. So guessing isn't possible until the result is in front of us, he said, scratching the back of his ear. But you know Naruto's been sucking on your tits for a long time, so it might affect him, Kyuubi said casually. Kushina's eyebrow arched at the choice of words. And how will it affect him? Kushina growled in annoyance. Kyuubi didn't respond. He tried to scratch his back with his paws, but failed. He looked at Kushina. Hey, Kushina, can you scratch my back? It itches, he asked, and Kushina gritted her teeth in anger. Why did I? It's okay, she said to calm herself. She needed answers. Kyuubi pressed his back against the bars, and Kushina scratched it. It was fluffy and soft to the touch, like feathers. Kyuubi purred, making Kushina growl in annoyance. Have you heard that energy cannot be destroyed, only changed from one form to another? Kyuubi asked, and Kushina nodded. Yes, I've read it, she replied. But how is it related to Naruto? She questioned. Everything is made of energy. What is a chakra? A form of energy. Is your milk a form of energy? That energy is being transferred to him through your milk. That's all there is to it, Kyuubi finished. Kushina stopped scratching her back and returned to Naruto's side. But my body will stop producing milk after a while, so Naruto won't drink anymore, so Kushina stopped. How long has it been since Naruto was born? 5 years. You may have stopped breastfeeding by now, but you haven't. Who knows if your body will ever stop. It could be a characteristic of this new species, Kyuubi said, causing Kushina to go into thinking mode. Silence fell. A smile formed on Kyuubi's face. Why don't you want me to suck the milk from your big tits? Kyuubi laughed. And before Kushina could say anything, he began, oh now I remember, if you stopped making me milk, I'd get my mother pregnant and then you'd have to make me milk again. Kyuubi said the same words Naruto had said that day and burst into laughter. Kushina blushed, whwhwh, she couldn't form a word, and Kyuubi laughed loudly. Man, that was really funny, seriously. Seeing your son would make me do anything to keep drinking your milk, Kyuubi said, laughing heartily. Kushina could no longer bear it and withdrew from Naruto's mental landscape. That damn Kyuubi idiot, I'll kill him, Kushina hissed loudly to herself. It took her several minutes to calm down. She lay down next to Naruto, who was still unconscious, and pulled him close to her chest. She smiled and fell asleep. A satisfied smile spread across his face. His worries were allayed by Kyuubi's answers. All he needed to know was how powerful she could become and how far she would evolve. And how long it would take for Kyuubi's chakra to show signs of Naruto's evolution. Kyuubi had said that Naruto's chakra had also begun to blend with Kyuubi's, and that it was only a matter of time before he showed signs of the effect. Or it needed some kind of situation or catalyst to forcibly bring out those signals. Now he was a new species, half human and half something else. But that was no longer his concern. He was happy that he was now much stronger than before and could now save Naruto from any kind of danger. You will need to explore her new transformation in depth to get to know her better. Untitled Part 6. Chapter 6. Disclaimer. Do not own Naruto in any way. And finally, this is all fiction, so don't try to find logic in it, just enjoy it. Kushina, Anko, and Naruto were sitting in Anko's apartment. Naruto was asleep in Anko's lap, his arms wrapped around her and his head resting on her chest. Anko's hands were in his hair, massaging his scalp. She had a sad look in her half-closed, swollen eyes, and a few tears were on her face. Kushina sat on the sofa next to Anko, her left arm around Anko's shoulder, her right hand stroking Naruto's back, and her chin resting on Anko's head. It was simply a picture of a family. The following morning was the time of his departure and the reason for all the distressing atmosphere in the room. Kushina had finished all her work regarding Konoha's security seals. She had done a wonderful job on Konoha's security barrier, and everything could be monitored by a single small seal in the Hokage's office. All the features were as she had promised Shikaku. No one could enter the seal. It was like the seal he had placed around the Uzumaki shrine, but a little weaker, with the advantage of several distinct functions regarding visitors, whereas the seal around the shrine had none of those functions. After finishing the work, Shikaku gave her the 2 scrolls, and Kushina copied them onto 2 small scrolls in front of Shikaku. As she copied the scrolls, Kushina's eyes fell upon something, or rather, some words that should remain hidden from everyone. The words were an army of the dead. Kushina wondered what it was, so she continued reading, her eyes widening with each word. It was a different version of Edo Tensei, a much more destructive version where the dead would rise from their graves. She immediately closed it when Shikaku noticed her surprised face and asked her what the problem was. Kushina copied the scrolls and decided to review them later. He shook Shikaku's hand and said goodbye with money, the right to travel to all the villages, and the scrolls. Obviously, he had earned more than the value of the stamp he had placed. But he had worked hard day and night to finish the job in a week. He had several clones working on different stages of the stamp. She had cut almost 90% of her time with Naruto and her milk supply during this whole period. And after 2 days, Naruto was getting angry and Kushina's breasts had begun to swell and hurt from the milk. The day before, when he entered the room, Naruto devoured her breasts and emptied them, but then they swelled up due to the excessive suction. Anko didn't go on any missions. She helped Kushina with her work and also took care of Naruto. But now she was upset that Kushina was leaving. After being close to Kushina for so long, Anko had begun to see her as a mother figure and the feeling of having a father that Anko never had, she now felt with Kushina. She was crying when Kushina entered her apartment. Anko tried to hide it, but she couldn't hide her red eyes, and after some persuasion from Kushina, Anko told her how she felt. Kushina was surprised when she heard Anko consider her a mother figure. Kushina sat there silently for a minute, then hugged Anko, and Anko melted in her arms. And just as Kushina wrapped Anko in her arms, she began to cry like a child, and Kushina comforted her like a mother. Anko calmed down after a few minutes, and Kushina let go of her, but didn't completely release her grip, keeping her arm around her shoulder. At the perfect moment, Naruto entered the room. He had been sleeping in Anko's room while Kushina was out. He came out rubbing his eyes and looked at the two women embracing in the room. A smile formed on his face. He walked over to them and stood in front of them. Both of them had their eyes closed. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest, and where is my place? He said, and Kushina's right arm and Anko's left arm reached forward, and Naruto jumped onto them and immediately sat in the warm embrace of his mother and sister. A few minutes later, his stomach growled with hunger. He was always hungry after waking up, and after the incident at the Hokage monument, Naruto was tired and hungry most of the time. Kushina stood up and went to the kitchen, and Naruto now sat on Anko's lap. After eating their meal they sat down as a family of 3, and, since it was night, they went to bed. Kushina was in the middle, and Naruto and Anko were on either side of Kushina. The next day, early in the morning, Kushina, with Naruto still asleep on his back and a clone carrying their luggage, were ready to leave Konoha. They stood at the gate with all of Kushina's friends there to say goodbye. Kushina walked over to Anko, kissed her forehead, and looked into her eyes. "I'm just a phone call away, my daughter," Kushina said, cupping Anko's cheek as tears welled in her eyes. Kushina wrapped her in her arms. They broke their embrace and nodded to each other. Anko kissed Naruto's forehead and stroked his sleeping face. And then Kushina left. Kushina appeared at the Uzumaki shrine. She woke Naruto up and decided to gather the things they would need, and with several clones, it was finished in minutes. Kushina packed all the items into a scroll that also functioned as a pocket dimension. She almost emptied the shrine. After an hour they left the sanctuary. Kushina activated the seal around him to keep him safe. They walked at a slow pace, and an hour had already passed. Naruto looked at his mother. "So, where do we go first?" Naruto asked, and Kushina looked at him. "Well, it will take several days to get to Yuzugakure, so we'll have to decide on a route to make our journey more comfortable," Kushina said thoughtfully, and Naruto looked up. "So, what have you thought of?" Naruto asked again. Kushina stopped, took out a map and put it on the ground. "Let's see," she murmured and read the map. There were 2 routes she could take, one from Yugakure and one from Wave. But she had little to no knowledge of the land of Yu, so she opted for the Wave route. "Well, it looks like we'll be heading towards the land of waves," Kushina said after a minute, folded the map, and they started walking again. After their first day ended, Kushina saw Naruto yawning, his eyelids drooping repeatedly. He had been walking all day. Kushina smiled and placed a hand on his head, making him look up. Kushina smiled and lifted him in her arms and decided to find a safe place, rest for the night and move early in the morning. Kushina found a spot beneath a large tree and pitched her tent there. She unfolded a futon and a blanket from the parchment and laid them on the ground. Naruto immediately lay down on the futon and his lights went out in seconds. Kushina smiled. He was so tired he didn't even whimper for his mother's usual drink, and she was sure that morning would be difficult for her. He wouldn't let go of her breasts for at least an hour. Lying next to him, she snuggled up to him and within seconds fell asleep. In a dimly lit room stood 3 figures. Conan, Madara, and Pain. Madara had his finger around Conan's neck and she was panting. "I asked her what the hell you were thinking when you decided to be your own leader," she said. Madara snarled and looked back over his shoulder as Pain placed a hand on his shoulder. "Leave her alone, and you're not the leader," Pain said in a voice that brooked no argument. Madara let go of her and stepped aside. Pain looked at the woman who had been his friend for a long time. "Conan, could you tell me why you suddenly decided not to obey my order?" Pain asked in a neutral tone. After catching her breath, Conan looked at her longtime friend. "That woman, Kushina, wasn't with the Jinchuriki at that time, so I thought I would." She stopped when Pain turned and walked to her seat and sat down. Conan, you know very well that this mission is very important to us and one mistake could be dangerous for our plan. So consider this your first and last mistake, Pain said, and Conan's eyes widened. Would Nagato really kill her if she failed? A look of fear mixed with sadness appeared on her face, which did not go unnoticed by Pain, but such things were no longer important to him. I'm not going to repeat my mistake again, Conan said, regaining her composure, and looked at Pain. He nodded, and she stepped back. Pain turned to Madara, so, how's our recruitment going? Did you find anything promising? He asked, and Madara nodded. I've found a few people, he said and took his own seat. And they're perfect for our purpose, but that guy Kakuzu killed his partner, Madara said, and Grief raised an eyebrow. Madara stood up, he has a heart complex, said Madara and disappeared, leaving a confused Dolar behind. Well, then I should go to the meeting with Tsuchikage too, he muttered and disappeared. Kushina's eyes snapped open as a rustling sound reached her ears. She didn't move and tried to listen to the sounds while wrapping her arms around Naruto, who was sleeping on top of her. He focused on the sound and could hear some words like plan, attack, strength, and the last word made his eyes widen, Konoha. It seemed that whoever they were planning to attack Konoha. Well, she knew it was inevitable. Sooner or later, other villages would find out what was happening in the village, and after learning that a powerful village had fallen to its knees, they would try to eliminate it. But then why had they waited 5 years? Perhaps they were planning something big. But still, it couldn't have taken that long, or they're planning something else, like something big, very, very big, something like another Uzumaki tragedy. Kushina's eyes widened in fear as the memories flooded back into her mind. She closed her eyes to control her emotions. When he opened his eyes, they met two blue orbs. Kushina realized she had squeezed Naruto tighter, which woke him up. But before Naruto could say anything, Kushina silenced him and they both listened to each other talking. Man, don't you think Tsuchikage-sama is being cruel? I mean, what he said about women, but anyway, if you look at it from another perspective, my hick is already getting hard just thinking about bucking those women with huge tits, said one of the men. Another man laughed, you're right, I've heard that the women of Konoha have big breasts man I want to suck them so much, he said with a lascivious look on his face. Another man, presumably the captain, looked at the first man, he's not being cruel. He's paying for what they did to our 1,000 men. And even if Yellow Flash is dead, our informant had solid proof that he had a wife, though I'm not sure if he had any children. Anyway, I can only agree with you on one point. We shouldn't capture the clan matriarch and heir to raise in our village and other villages, nor any other potential female heirs. But whatever it is, it's for our villages, and these are the orders of our cages. We'll be traitors if we don't obey orders, and… The man turned to the others, an intense look in his eyes, and you know I hate disobeying orders, and I'd sell my soul to the devil for the good of my people, he finished, and everyone nodded. Kushina overheard, and now her suspicions were confirmed. It had taken them so long because they were plotting another tragedy in Yuzu. Although Kushina trusted her security system around Konoha, she still couldn't maintain 3 villages at once for very long. Suddenly she heard someone approaching the store. She missed their conversation, meanwhile, lost in her thoughts. Hey, is anyone awake? She heard a man's voice. He must think everyone in the tent is asleep, Kushina thought. Hey, we've run out of water. Can you give us some if you have any? He said again. Kushina then decided to respond. Who are you? Asking a common question about the same situation she was in. Kushina lit a lamp when she heard him. Ah, we need some water to drink. Do you have any? She asked again. Kushina turned to face him, her eyes widening as she took in his beauty in the lamp's dim light. He looked like a hexy, alluring goddess draped in a white shirt. Her eyes wondered. Kushina glared at him and narrowed her eyes. Where on earth are you looking? Is this how you ask someone for something? This is rude, Kushina snapped, staring at the man. Looking at his headband, she now knew his village. Iwagakure. Whatever her future actions might be, she needed to know his plan first, and for that, the person in front of her was a right, since she could tell from his voice that he was the one who called Tsuchikage cruel earlier and also wanted to beat the women of Konoha. I'm sorry ma'am. Please forgive my rudeness, but we urgently need water, the man apologized. Kushina stood up and smiled a fake smile, okay. You can have some water, she said as she opened a bag, took out a water bottle, and handed it to the man. The man bowed, thank you very much, he said, though one bottle of water wasn't enough for everyone. Kushina smiled inwardly, why don't you go and give it to your friends and come back here? I can give you one more bottle, Kushina said as she stretched her hands upward. The man smiled gratefully and bowed to her, thank you very much, he said, almost humiliated. She ran off immediately, happy. Kushina snorted, fools, she muttered. They thought she was a civilian and happily drank the water she gave them, but they didn't know there was poison in it. After 5 minutes, the man came running back and went into the store. Kushina sat on the futon with a bottle in her hands and a cup in front of her. She had unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing a significant amount of cleavage, and sat there wearing only her shirt and trousers. Naruto sat to one side in a dark corner, watching his mother as she put her plan into action to get him to reveal his intentions. When the man had gone to give water to his fellow shinobi, Kushina had told him what was happening and instructed him to remain silent and watch as she made him talk. She had told him that when you're a shinobi, you have to do everything possible to steal what you want and you should never trust anyone, whether shinobi or civilian, when you're on a mission. From what he'd observed, he could tell the man had already made a mistake by believing his mother. Kushina smiled at the man. "Please sit down and have a drink," she said, smiling with a seductive smile. The man stopped dead in his tracks. Now it all seemed a little suspicious. It was one thing to give her a bottle of water, but now it looked like a scene from a bar or something, and of course, his eyes couldn't help but devour her half-covered breasts. The man eyed her hexy figure suspiciously. "What are you doing?" he asked as he put a hand in kunai's pocket. Kushina immediately took control of the situation. "Well, my father and my husband have a lot of respect for shinobi. Whenever they come to our village, my father provides them with everything for free, like room and board, food, and other facilities, and sometimes, he also provides some," Kushina said, her voice becoming husky at the end, and the man could guess what she was implying. "And they expect the same from me," Kushina finished, winking at him. "Now, why don't you make yourself comfortable?" Kushina said softly. The man blinked and nodded unconsciously as he walked over and sat down in front of Kushina, lifted the cup, and drank the liquid. His eyes widened. "This is wine, and it tastes amazing," he said aloud in shock. He smiled inwardly at his luck. He was buying wine and a woman for himself in the middle of the woods. He swallowed once and emptied the cup. "It's a special gift for you," Kushina said in a sweet voice that made the man blush. "Why?" he stammered. The wine had already begun to work on him. "I heard you talking to your friends earlier. You really are a good man," he said as he poured himself another cup. The man blushed even more. "Chankishu," he said in a drawling tone. "Shit," Kushina muttered. She couldn't keep him drunk any longer. She decided to give him a break. "By the way, what were you talking about?" "I heard some words and assumed it was a war or an attack," he began his investigation. The man had already been drinking. "You're absolutely right," he exclaimed loudly. "Well, it doesn't matter that his friends are already dead." And then the man told her everything she wanted to know, what they had planned and what they were planning. Who was involved and how much they participated, when they were going to attack and how. He told her everything. Kushina's eyes widened when he finished. "That's it. This is what we were talking about," he said as he put down his cup and looked at Kushina, at his body. The bottle was empty. The man leaned towards Kushina and placed his hand on her thigh. "So, should we have some fun later?" he said with lascivious eyes and a lewd smile. But just as he moved his hand upward, his blood ran cold and a feeling of dread enveloped him. His eyes scanned the area and landed on a figure behind Kushina. The man shrank back. "Monster," he screamed when he saw 2 blue eyes in a black miasma staring at him as if they were pulling at his soul, sucking out his essence. The man felt like he was suffocating. He began to gasp. He looked at Kushina, who was sitting there calmly. She knew who he was, but she didn't know why the man was calling him a monster. She turned and looked at her son. He seemed normal, but when she looked more closely, she could see the aura around him, a blue aura, like his red aura when he was in his new form. She realized he seemed angry about something. Kushina turned to the man, stood up, and walked toward him. The man looked up at her. Who are you?" he asked fearfully. Fear cleared his mind of any alcohol, and he now understood that they had been tricked and played. He immediately thought of his friends, and his eyes widened in realization, but the next moment his fear turned to anger. "You damned bitch. You played me," he growled. Kushina stood there staring thoughtfully at the man, wondering what to do with him. He was going to die, that much was certain, but she was thinking about something else, something she wasn't sure whether to pursue or not. In the end he decided not to do it since Naruto was only 5 years old and killing someone at that age could affect him and he was going to die at any moment from the poison in the wine. She looked at the man. "You can go," she told the man, and the man ran out immediately, but just as he left he fell with a thud and died. Kushina sighed and looked at her son. "We need to move now," she said, and Naruto nodded. Dawn was already upon them. 10 minutes later they were on the road to Wave, but before that they made sure to collect useful items from the Iwa shinobi. Half an hour later, Kushina looked at Naruto, who was already sleepy and rubbing his eyes continuously. They continued moving for a while, and when Kushina was sure that the trail of the murder would not reach them, she decided to let Naruto sleep for a while. They sat down under a tree on a blanket. Kushina sat there and Naruto fell asleep immediately. Kushina looked around and noticed that the sun was about to rise. Kushina considered the information she had received from the man. Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri had begun planning this attack a few months after the third Hokage's death, or perhaps after learning of the deaths of Hiruzen, Danzo, and Fugaku, three of Konoha's greatest powers. They knew the village was weak, and even if it took years of planning, it would take Konoha much longer to regain its strength. Therefore, they decided to repeat the tragedy of Yuzu and annihilate Konoha from history. So they decided to start by targeting Konoha's resources and contacts. They cut off all of Konoha's resources, and fewer merchants began arriving. They were either killed along the way or allied themselves with others. Either way, it had its effects on Konoha's markets, and thus its economy. Why didn't I ever realize? She muttered to herself. Maybe she didn't live in Konoha, that's why, but Anko never mentioned it to her. Now he felt bad for taking all that money from Shikaku. What happened, he thought. The other villages were waiting for the moment when Konoha could no longer stand firm in the attack, but they knew it would take more time. What should I do now? Should I help or just go my own way? She thought, conflicted. Naruto shifted in her lap and she snapped out of her thoughts. She realized it was already morning. She'd been thinking for quite some time. She glanced down and saw him pressing his small fists to her chest like a hungry baby. Not now, darling, I need to take a shower before that. I'm sweaty, Kushina said with soft eyes, and Naruto pouted. Let's move, he said, and again they began to move toward Wave. It's been so long, Mom, Naruto complained. Several days had passed since they left Konoha, and Naruto was getting frustrated. He hadn't even trained, except for a few oral lessons on chakra and swordsmanship. He looked at his mother, when will you train me, mommy? It's been so long, Naruto complained, tugging at her hand. Kushina looked at him. He was looking at her with his blue eyes. Kushina smiled but said nothing and continued walking. He stopped suddenly and looked at his son. I have an idea for your training, he said aloud, and Naruto's eyes filled with excitement. Really, what is it? He asked with a big smile. Well, first tell me what Anko taught you while she was busy, Kushina asked. She had told Anko to train Naruto while she was busy with the barrier. Anko had told her how to train him. Anko-chan told me about chakra, how it works, and how we perform jutsu. She said that chakra control is very important for performing any jutsu, Naruto said, counting on his finger, which made Kushina smile. What else? She asked. She made me do some exercises like walking on trees and walking on water, Naruto said with a thoughtful look. Kushina laughed and kissed him on the cheek. Alright, that much control is enough for our plan for your training, she said, and then a clone appeared beside her. Naruto stared at them, his eyes wide. Wow, two moms. He exclaimed in shock, his gaze then fixed on the two pairs of breasts filled with fresh milk for him. He began to drool. Naruto, concentrate, Kushina scolded him. Then Kushina showed him how to make shadow clones and how that would help them. Wow, Mom, that's amazing. You mean less work and more results, Naruto said, his eyes sparkling. He immediately set to work and began practicing making clones, while Kushina sat there watching and correcting him whenever he made a mistake. She knew it was a difficult task, and the possibility of him making a clone took at least a few hours. After 2 hours he succeeded and was able to make a clone that made Kushina's eyes widen and wide in shock. Wow, he did it. I was so eager to learn about shadow clones, she thought, and standing up she walked towards him and his clone, and after observing him, she nodded and gave an A. After Kushina passed Naruto's clone, he fell, but Kushina caught him and wrapped her arms around him. He was already asleep from exhaustion. She walked over to the tree where she had been sitting earlier and sat down, placing Naruto on her lap. Naruto woke up after an hour, and his eyes met 4 pairs of violet eyes staring at him. His eyes widened in shock. Oh my god, 4 moms, Naruto exclaimed as he sat up, drooling with hearts in his eyes. Kushina's eyes widened at his words. What the hell, where did you learn that word, brat? Kushina asked in shock, crossing her arms under her breasts and glancing at him with indignant eyes. Naruto looked down when he saw his other half get angry. Millimeters Anko-chan, he said softly. Kushina stared blankly at Naruto, then sighed. I should have known that girl, she already has an effect on Naruto, she said to no one in particular, then grabbed Naruto's shoulder and looked deeply into his eyes. Naruto, I don't want to hear that word from your mouth again, or else, she said, looking at Naruto gently. Naruto nodded and continued looking down. Kushina's face softened immediately, and she hugged her son. After a few moments, they separated, and Kushina looked at him with a smile. Okay, listen to me carefully, Kushina said, and Naruto nodded. Okay, he said, looking at his mother. Now, you make 3 clones, and my 3 clones will teach them one by one. My first clone will teach your first clone Kenjutsu, the second clone will teach you Taijutsu, and the third clone will teach you everything related to chakra. And while my clones are training their clones, we'll head off on our way, she explained to Naruto, and Naruto was too eager to start training with his 3 mothers. But before that, let's see the nature of your chakra, Kushina said as she took out chakra paper and placed it on the ground. Okay, feed your chakra on the paper, he told her and watched. Her eyes widened slightly, and her suspicions proved correct. She had all the affinities, all 5. Kushina had 3 affinities: wind, water, and fire, but after her chakra merged with Kyuubi's, she equipped all of them. Now that Naruto had all the affinities, he knew the effects of her chakra and the milk had already taken effect. It was only a matter of time before he saw the signs. Naruto was a little confused by the multiple reactions of the paper, such as tearing, burning, getting wet, etc. Kushina cleared up his confusion. It's okay, Naruto, you have all the affinities there are, Kushina said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Anko had told him about affinities, and now he had them all. So let's get started with the training, ladies, Kushina shouted, and other Kushinas came closer. Then, with 3 pairs of Naruto and Kushina, their training began, and the original Naruto and Kushina headed to Wave. They entered the land of waves in a boat, and after paying the man they decided to have something in their stomachs. Naruto was getting impatient for his ration, but Kushina strictly told him there was no milk until nightfall. They found a local restaurant and after ordering their food, they sat down and ate in peace. The food is good, Kushina said as she looked at Naruto, and just as Naruto opened his mouth, Kushina spoke. I'm talking about this food, she said, pointing down with her finger. Naruto nodded, yes, it's good, but their ramen barely comes close to Ichiraku's level, Naruto commented, and Kushina chuckled. Well, you're right about that, Kushina remarked as she leaned back in her chair with a bite of her food. Her eyes turned toward the restaurant entrance, and she saw a tall black man walk in. He walked straight to the reception desk and asked her something, then walked over to the table where his colleagues were already seated. Kushina noticed that there were 5 people, including the man who had just entered. They were all dressed in civilian clothes, but their behavior was far from that of civilians. Kushina silenced Naruto and, pointing at the group, told him to observe them. Naruto looked at the group and studied them for a few seconds, then turned to his mother. They're not civilians, he concluded, and Kushina, slightly surprised, nodded. Good for your analysis. There were 2 black men, including the one who had just entered, and 3 others who looked different. Kushina could tell from their skin color, facial features, body language, and clothing that they were from different villages. But why would they gather here at Wave? He thought, his eyes widening. They've already begun their attack. Was the group I killed their first infantry? He wondered apprehensively. Kushina then silenced Naruto again when he was about to say something and, sharpening her hearing, decided to listen to them. Captain, she infiltrated Suna yesterday without any problems and is ready for the next orders, reported the first man who appeared to be from Kiri. Well. Our cavalry of 10 men is ready to depart for Wave from Iwagakure, reported the second man, who appeared to be from Iowa. Well. Captain, our last shipment of weapons will arrive in 3 days by sea, reported the third man who appeared to be from Kumo. Well. Captain, we haven't received any reports from our 2nd Infantry that headed to Konoha some time ago, the last man reported. The man who had recently entered, the leader, Kushina guessed, closed his eyes for a moment. Did you send someone to check? He asked with his eyes closed. No, Captain, the man replied. Then send someone immediately to check on them, the captain said, standing up. Everyone's leaving, he said, and began walking, followed by the others. Kushina saw him leave and immediately stood up and dragged Naruto with her. Mowa was bewildered and his raiment was hanging from his mouth. Kushina dragged him along and began to follow 5 men. He stalked them for a minute along a straight road, hiding behind go-karts and wooden carts. After 5 minutes, the road ended and then the 5 men whispered something to each other and then went their separate ways. Shit, Kushina cursed as she stamped her foot, she had been discovered. Naruto looked at his mother's frown. He wiped the ramen juice from his mouth and tugged at her hand to get her attention. What? He said, almost shouting. Naruto looked at her with raised eyebrows. You know we should finish our meal, he said, and Kushina gave him a blank stare. She sighed and shook her head. Let's go and find a place to spend the night, she said, and, taking his hand, walked towards a rundown-looking hotel. I'm so tired and sleepy, Naruto groaned as he flopped face down on the bed. Suddenly her eyes opened and her head throbbed with pain, and the same thing happened to Kushina, but she managed just by closing her eyes. After a few seconds they calmed down and Kushina was immediately by Naruto's side. Are you okay? She asked as she put his head in her lap. Naruto exhaled deeply. I'm fine. It's nothing compared to the excitement I feel for how much I learned today, he said, but Kushina still had a worried expression on her face. Naruto sighed. Okay then let me drink your milk and I'll be fine. I haven't had my favorite food in 2 days, said Naruto as he pushed his finger into her breasts, making Kushina sigh. Now you're fine, she said, but now she could feel the pain in her breasts from the milk. They were swollen from the milk. Kushina sighed again. Okay, she said, and before she knew it, she was depressed and Naruto was on top of her. She closed her eyes, hoping not to let out any moans. The sucking motion had become difficult from all the training she'd been doing, and her hand was already starting to get rough. Kushina opened her eyes after a few hours. They had both fallen asleep. Kushina noticed that her nipple was still in Naruto's mouth. She slowly backed away and sat down. She kissed his forehead and stood up. She had work to do. She went to the bathroom to clean herself and came out in her bra and panties. She took her wipes out of her bag. She wore black shinobi pants with a black shirt, a dark blue jacket over it, and a mask over her face. She took her sword and was ready to leave. She looked at her son, sleeping peacefully, a pillow in his arms, hugging her as if she were his mother. Kushina's eyes softened. She shifted on the bed and gave him a tender kiss on the cheek. Just a few hours, I'll be back before you know it, she whispered to her sleeping form, and after placing some security seals, she vanished. Kushina appeared at the edge of the fence on the hotel's upper rooftop. She knew where she would find the information she was looking for, because if the shinobi were meeting in Wave, then it would be difficult to hide it from the Wave authorities. Therefore, there must be some record of their arrival in Wave at the tourist registration department, or if there was no record, she would have to find their meeting place by other means. Kushina then disappeared again and reappeared on the roof of the tourist office. Security wasn't that strict in the building. Well, let's get to work, she said to herself and jumped up, appearing behind the guard and immediately slitting his throat. Chapter 7. Disclaimer. Do not own anything related to Naruto. Warning. Grammatical errors, breastfeeding scenes, not for children. N.A. Thank you for all your comments, likes, and favorites. Two men sat atop a large rock, roughly 3 meters high. One wielded a 3-bladed scythe, while the other held a standard weapon, but his eyes were green. They gazed at the swarm of shinobi poised to descend upon Konoha and launch an attack. Both had been hired by the 3 Kage of the 3 villages to eliminate the superior level opponents. They had bored expressions on their faces. But suddenly the man with the scythe perked up and smiled sinisterly. Hey Cuckoo, do you feel like, he asked, making the other man's eye twitch in annoyance. It's Kakuzu you're messing with. Next time, remember that, or I'll kill you. And yes, I can feel that. He replied in a threatening voice. Come on, man, I was just kidding, but anyway, who's going? He asked, and Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. We'll both go, he said, making Haiden laugh. Are you crazy? One of us is more than enough for him, he said indifferently. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes. First of all, she's a woman, and second, you're an idiot who can't sense her monster's chakra. No, it's not chakra, it's something else. No, it is chakra, but quite different, he deduced from his senses. Haiden looked at him with a serious expression. He abandoned his indifferent demeanor, saying, alright, we should leave before this whole cave is destroyed. We won't get paid if that happens, he added with a smile as he glanced at Kakuzu. Then there must be a large reward for his head, he said, and stood up. Kushina stood before a cave perched on the edge of a wave in a dense forest. She had learned of the cave through her research at the tourism department. She had also discovered that the entire infantry force of 3 villages was housed there. Their weapons and shinobi operated from within its walls. She had already placed the explosive tags around the cave and inside the entrance. She knew they had a seal on the entrance as an alarm, so she decided to stay outside. Kushina made a gesture with her hand, and suddenly 2 men appeared before her, and a moment later the cave exploded, causing a tremendous earthquake that shook the entire wave. Damn, we got lucky. Haiden laughed and looked at Kushina. Come on, Kakuzu, she doesn't look like what you described to me. She's just a— He stopped when the woman in front of him completely disappeared. Kakuzu gritted his teeth in anger. She teleported away. Now we can't even track her chakra trail, and we even lost the bounty, he growled, and Haiden stood there contemplating his partner's words. It was around 1 a.m. when Kushina appeared in her hotel room and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Naruto still asleep, clutching his pillow. Kushina smiled affectionately, removed the black robes, packed them away, and put on fresh ones. Ninja pants and a green t-shirt that accentuated her large breasts like 2 melons. She wore a jacket over it and zipped it up. They had to leave because she knew the man wouldn't take long to find her. She hadn't fought back because, after assessing his strength, she knew it would be a difficult fight. She moved toward the bed and slowly removed the pillow from his hands. He groaned, and Kushina filled the empty space with her own and immediately embraced him. Kushina sighed with satisfaction, but they had to move quickly. Then she tried to wake him, and he groaned after a few attempts. Slowly, he opened his eyes and met his mother's bright violet gaze. What, he murmured. Kushina smiled. I'm sorry to interrupt your sleep, but we have to move, she said apologetically, making him groan sleepily. Don't worry, I'll give you a reward later for being a good boy, she offered with a fake expression of annoyance that Naruto knew well is fake. As much as I want and for as long as I want, Naruto asked with a pout. Kushina sighed. Okay, now get ready, we're leaving in 2 minutes, Kushina said, and Naruto nodded. Naruto then jumped off her lap and went to the bathroom while Kushina packed everything up. After 2 minutes they were on the road and Kushina could see several people along the way. There was a kind of panic among them. Kushina realized it was because of the earlier explosions that had rocked Wave. They arrived at the docks and Kushina looked around for a boat to leave on. She found one after a minute of searching and approached it. There was a man closer to the boat. He was leaning against a boat, but he stood upright when he saw a red-haired woman with a child coming towards him. "Is your boat ready?" she asked, and he nodded. "Yes, but where to?" he asked. "Is Ashiogakure Island," she replied, and the man stiffened. "Well, I can't take you there, but I can drop you off a few miles before the place, and it will cost you dearly," he said, and Kushina thought for a moment and then got into the boat. In a minute they were at sea. Naruto and Kushina sat down in the back of the boat. Kushina sighed. The man had told her it would take about 2 hours to get there. So they had plenty of time to rest. She looked at her son. "You can go back to sleep if you want," Kushina said, and Naruto said he wasn't sleepy anymore. Kushina nodded as she looked out the window. 2 hours, and she would be in her homeland where she was born, she thought, and with a smile, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, Kushina's eyes snapped open as she sensed the murderous intent. She immediately grabbed Naruto and jumped out the window onto the water's surface, skidding across it. She watched the boat as it was sliced in half by a large 3-bladed scythe connected by a metal wire. She looked at the 2 men. They were the man she had left outside the cave. She looked at them, and they looked at her as she stood with Naruto beside her. "Well, I didn't expect to find you so soon, and oh Joshin, you even have a son," he said while looking at Naruto with joy, but Naruto looked back at him and made him laugh. "But don't worry. I won't kill him. I'll kill you first and then sacrifice him to Joshin. He's very fond of children," he declared as he gripped his scythe. Bikuzu stood calmly beside his son, analyzing the situation and his opponents, then sighed and sat on one knee and looked at Naruto. "Baby," he began. "They're strong, Mom," he said, making Kushina nod proudly. He was smart for a 5-year-old. "Yes, that's why will you be able to fight those two?" Naruto asked, interrupting her again. Kushina sighed. She had fought many disgustingly strong men in the past and emerged victorious. They were even stronger than the 2 she faced now, but back then she had been alone. She had fought without inhibition, like the monster she was, but now she couldn't fight without restraint because while fighting she also had to protect her son. She couldn't lose herself completely in the fight. "Well, I don't know if I can defeat those 2. But Naruto saw it, the listlessness and fear in her eyes and on her face. It wasn't for those 2. Nor for herself, she was worried about him and his safety. Naruto smiled and fell even more deeply in love with his mother, even though he already loved her more than anyone in the world, but he still didn't know these feelings. He raised his hand and placed it on his mother's cheek, and the gesture itself almost made Kushina melt. She might have melted if they were alone. She might have melted right then and there. Her eyes closed automatically, and a moment later she opened them. "Mom, you're worried about me, aren't you?" he asked, and Kushina tried to deny it, but Naruto just smiled. "It's okay, Mom. Everything's going to be alright. Don't worry about me. I'm your son. No one can do anything to me." He paused and stroked her cheek with his small thumb, sending delicious shivers through Kushina's body. "Just go and show them your power, don't hesitate, Mom, because your son wants to see you uninhibited," he said in a different tone, one Kushina had never heard before. She realized he wasn't just intelligent, but more than that. She looked at him with narrowed eyes, and at that moment he was speaking as if he wanted her to undress in front of him. As if he wanted to see this uninhibited side of her. She breathed heavily as she looked at her son. Naruto was still smiling. "If you're worried about me, you won't give it your all, so go without worries or hesitation," he said, and slowly, leaning closer to her face, he placed his lips on hers, and Kushina's half-closed eyes closed completely. She could feel it, the pleasure of being free, coursing through her body. Her whole body trembled with desire, and before she could lose herself in it, Naruto broke the kiss, pulling her from her reverie. Kushina opened her eyes and looked at her son. She sighed and smiled. What on earth was she doing? Her hand was still on his cheek. She placed her hand on top of his, turned her head, kissed his palm, and brought her hand to her breasts. Looking at Naruto, she declared, "Your mommy won't lose." Naruto smiled brightly. "Okay, stay behind me," she ordered, and Naruto walked behind her and put some distance between them. Kushina turned to the 2 men. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said, smiling. She was going to win no matter what, and she wondered how quickly it would end if she transformed, but whatever it was, she was going to fulfill her son's wish and fight without inhibition. She looked up and closed her eyes as she drew her sword. She remembered the old days, the old Kushina, who was a monster who could kill opponents far stronger than herself. Then he opened his eyes, and for a moment Heiden's eyes widened, and then he smiled maliciously. Today he was going to have some fun. It had been a long time since he had done everything he could. He looked at Kushina and Kushina looked at him. And then she vanished and reappeared behind Kakuzu, catching him off guard and swinging her sword downward, but it was blocked by his scythe as their eyes met. For the first time in his life, Haiden was serious because neither he nor Kakuzu could maintain their previous speed. It was as if she had teleported behind him. Kakuzu gritted his teeth. He hadn't felt this way since his fight with Hashirama. Kushina lowered her sword again, and Haiden stopped it once more. Then Haiden swung his scythe counterclockwise, grabbing Kushina's head at its periphery, but Kushina ducked. At the same time, Haiden released the metal wire that passed over Kushina's head, and just as Kushina stood up, he threw his scythe toward the back of Kushina's head, and Kushina's head ducked again. As the scythe flew toward its owner, Kushina ran with it and reached Haiden before the scythe could. She plunged her sword into his abdomen, forcing him to take a step to the right. Kushina immediately swung her sword to the right, and this time Haiden had to block with a kunai. His scythe returned to his grip, and they put a considerable distance between them. Haiden, forget about drawing blood and focus on killing her, Kakuzu said, irritating Haiden. Shut up already. He yelled, turning to Kushina. He'd never had trouble with his large weapon, but she was too fast, making it a disadvantage. He was surprised that she was faster than him. It's alright to play, he murmured, and his scythe began to shrink, its eyes decreasing. Its 3 blades moved inward, giving it the shape of a small spear. Then he vanished and reappeared beside Kushina, plunging his spear into her head, causing her to buck backward as the spear sliced through her body. Suddenly, she felt another attack and immediately spun around to the right to dodge a jet of fire from a mask attached to a ball of black thread. Her head turned toward the other man. But again, she had to raise her sword to block Haiden's spear as it came toward her head. Fighting 2 S-class opponents was difficult. And then she felt as if someone grabbed her legs as water rose up her legs, making her feel chilled. Once again, he blocked Haiden's spear in his stomach with his sword. Fighting against 2 types of attacks, short range and long range, wasn't going to work. He closed his eyes, and his sword began to glow with a white aura. He immediately swung his blade in the right direction toward Kakuzu, sending a powerful gust of wind hurtling toward him at supersonic speed. The water split in 2, creating a massive wave that crashed toward the pier. The attack and its speed caught him completely off guard, striking him squarely in the chest as blood gushed from his chest. He couldn't comprehend the speed of the slash. 2 more slashes flew toward him, striking him in the front and leaving a plus sign on his forehead. Kakuzu spat blood and gritted his teeth. He immediately stood up straight and drew his other 2 masks, which symbolized wind and earth. He already had 2 masks out, representing fire and water. Kushina's legs broke free as she attacked Kakuzu, and the next moment she saw Haiden's spear hurtling toward her face. She twisted her head to avoid the sharp edge as the spear drew near. Then she blocked his right strike with her sword. They stared at each other, eyes flashing, as a drop of blood trickled down her left cheek. Even so, it was a little too late to avoid the attack. He grabbed Haiden's spear as he approached his face again and kicked him in the stomach, then kneed him in the face as he doubled over, staggering him backward. Kushina immediately jumped back several times to avoid blows from the fire and wind mask. Then a whirlwind appeared beneath her, and she jumped again, her eyes widening as she saw a spiked mud floor where she landed. She sent gusts of wind rippling through the spiked floor, landing safely, and immediately stopped several water bullets attacked by Kakuzu's water mask. Kushina was surprised by the force behind the bullets. They were like a shotgun blast. Then, the next moment, Kushina ducked at the last moment to save her head from Haiden's spear, but she couldn't save some of her hair. Before she could stand, she felt a large fireball descend upon her, causing Kushina's eyes to widen. She immediately rolled to the side and barely dodged it, but it created a large amount of steam. Kushina coughed and suddenly felt a cut on her left thigh. It was so deep that blood spurted out. She knew it was Haiden's spear. She had made a mistake by getting distracted by the large fireball, which resulted in her being struck by a spear. She squinted when she saw one of the masks lowered near the water's surface, and Kushina immediately moved aside again when she saw any disturbance in the water where she was standing. She squinted at the water again, keeping one of her senses alert for other attacks. Suddenly, a hand made of water shot out of the water and went straight for Kushina's face, but she was faster and more alert, so she instantly cut the hand off with her sword. Several more hands shot out of the water and rushed toward Kushina. She ducked, dodged, slashed at several of them, and suddenly her eyes widened as she saw hundreds of water hands coming straight for her. But this time she had no time to duck or dodge, so she tried to cut them down with her sword. She swung her sword like a beast at full speed and with all her might, but the force behind them was no trivial one. It might not have been equal to Kushina's swinging power, but when hundreds of these forces combined, it was far more than Kushina could handle. She cut some, but few got through. One hit her directly in the left shoulder, one hit her in the stomach, making her gasp for air, another hit her in her thigh. Several grazed her arms and other parts of her body. When the attack stopped, Kushina stood there panting, staring straight ahead. Her clothes weren't torn, just a few scrapes here and there. Her body had taken some blows, but after taking a few deep breaths, she was ready to fight. She looked at Haiden and narrowed her eyes in confusion. He was standing there, but this time on a plywood board that was part of the boat. He stood there looking at her with a smile. She was sure she'd done something wrong. Her eyes flicked to Kakuzu, who was also there but was panting a little more than Kushina. Then her eyes turned to her son, and a wave of relief washed over her. He was standing there, away from the three of them, but she couldn't see the worry in his eyes. He'd said everything would be alright, and she knew it in her heart, but she couldn't help worrying. Kushina turned to face Kakuzu and jumped back as a fiery hand shot out from another mask. It came out with incredible speed, but this time Kushina simply stepped aside. She pointed her sword at Kakuzu, and water rose into the air, condensing into several water swords, which she then sent hurtling toward him. Kakuzu immediately erected a wall of sand in front of him using his earth mask, blocking all of his water swords, but his eyes opened as a great fire sword decimated the wall and struck Kakuzu's left shoulder, burning it. He screamed in agony as blood gushed from the wound. His eyes snapped open as he saw two more fiery swords flying toward him. He immediately conjured a wall of water to stop them. Then, as before, he stitched his wounds at once and was as good as new. Kushina looked at him in amazement, but was surprised when he dodged a flaming kunai from Haiden. Then, Kakuzu's fire mask launched two fireballs at Kushina, and Kushina responded with two fireballs of her own that struck Haiden's fireballs, creating two massive explosions that shook the entire surface of the water and sent high waves crashing towards the wave docks. It also created a mist of steam. Then, a fireball crashed into the water in front of her, creating a huge splash and sending water flying around Kushina. Before she could even get up, a kunai flew toward her, which she dodged. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached her ears, and her eyes snapped open. The next moment, she leaped out of the water, and before she could even get out, a lightning spear shot up into the surrounding area, which was filled with water. The spear exploded, engulfing everything around her in a burst of electricity. When the attack subsided, Kushina stood there panting heavily. This time her jacket was completely ripped and her shirt was also torn at her shoulder and stomach. Her pants were burned at the knees and around the shin area, and blood trickled from the sides of her lips. He was getting tired, and looking at his enemies, he could tell they had left a lot of strength behind them. Suddenly, her eyes widened as Kakuzu appeared in front of her and punched her in the stomach using his earth spear technique that hardened her entire body. Kushina immediately spat blood and was flung hundreds of meters across the water's surface. The punch knocked the wind out of her, leaving her breathless. She could even feel some damage in her gut then, before she could regain her footing, a water spear shot straight into her stomach. This was followed by several wind bullets and fireballs. It created a colossal explosion in the water, sending water all around it, and Wave Pier could no longer withstand the blows of these huge waves of water, and all the ships exploded, destroying the pier. Haiden and Kakuzu waited for the steam to clear. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, without waiting, Kakuzu's four masks surrounded their location, and several fireballs, water spears, fire spears, wind bullets, and water bullets were fired at their location, creating another, much larger wave of water that completely destroyed the pier and flooded the area. Now they waited and gasped. The steam was thick and they couldn't sense anything from where they were, which made them smile. "Damn it, I didn't even use my last technique," Haiden growled with a smile as he panted, and Kakuzu stood there alert. Then the fog cleared a little and Kakuzu's eyes widened. He could see something red, thick like a snake moving with a thunderous sound. It took less than a fraction of a second when Kakuzu stared at their masks, pierced by four dark red chains that emitted a thick black miasma and heat, creating more fog. His four hearts were destroyed in less than a fraction of a second, and as the mist receded, Kakuzu saw another chain hurtling toward him at supersonic speed. He barely managed to dodge it, but even so, his arm was gone, not even a trace of it left, burning in the heat of the chains. Kakuzu looked at Haiden, who was speechless at the scene. "Haiden!" Kakuzu shouted, but the next moment he found two more chains lodged on either side of his stomach that immediately began to burn the threads inside his body. The fog cleared, and they saw Kushina standing there with wide eyes, a red tint in them, oozing hot power and only her chains and eyes transformed, increasing her power tenfold, which made Kakuzu swallow hard. He was already gritting his teeth in pain. Kushina looked at Kakuzu, her eyes widening as the chains began to tear him in two. She desperately grabbed the chains, hissing as they burned her hands. She used her earth release technique again, trying to pull the chains out of his stomach and prevent them from ripping him in two. She couldn't yell at Haiden because she was using all her strength to stop the chains. Then, suddenly, the chain withdrew and she fell to her knees, staring at Haiden, who had a kunai in his stomach and another in his chest. Bikuzu sighed in relief and looked at Kushina, who had a deep wound across her upper chest and stomach. Her reddish-wide eyes were wide with shock. How the hell did that happen? He turned to Haiden, who was standing there with a wide smile. His eyes narrowed when he saw 2 wounds on Haiden's body in the same places as his own. What the hell, she thought. Just when she had gained the upper hand, they pulled another trick and it filled her with dread. She launched a chain at sonic speed toward Haiden, but he stood there, unfazed. She also saw him transformed into some kind of demon with a black body and white bones. She nearly vomited in disgust. The chain pierced him a little higher up in his stomach where the previous wound was, and he spat out blood. But just as the chain pierced his stomach, a sharp wound appeared there. He immediately clutched the wound with his hand, his eyes wide with shock. Kushina understood that if she hit him, she would also be hit, and if he hit himself, she would also be hit. Basically, no matter who hit him, she would automatically be hit and suffer some injuries like Haiden. The question was why. Her eyes searched for weakness, and her mind searched for a counterattack. Then her gaze fell on the seal he was standing on, and then it clicked in her mind. The technique, his blood, and Kakuzu's declaration to draw his blood at the start of the fight. What if she changed positions? She pointed a hand at him, and before she could use her move, Haiden stabbed himself again, a little lower than the previous wound in his chest, which appeared on Kushina's chest. She gritted her teeth and tried to attack again, but stopped when Haiden stabbed between her lungs. He continued until her forehead was riddled with stab wounds, except for her heart. Both shoulders, her thighs, her shins and arms, her stomach, her breasts were all covered in wounds. Now he could easily kill her if he wanted. Haiden looked at Kakuzu. "Let's finish this," he said, and Kakuzu nodded. The fight had gone on for quite a while. They had other things to do. Haiden decided to stab her in the heart this time, and Kushina could do nothing but grit her teeth in anger and frustration. Her forehead was drenched in blood, and unbearable blood trickled down her body. Haiden extended his arm with a kunai in his hand and brought it back to his chest, but stopped when he looked back and his eyes widened. A gigantic wave of seawater, about 30 meters high, suddenly crashed down on Haiden, sweeping everything away and washing everything away with its flow. After the wave passed, surprisingly Haiden did not lose his balance, but his seal was gone, washed away. Haiden looked around angrily, and so did Kakuzu, and their eyes fell on the small child who had his arms outstretched and was panting. "We should have killed that little son of a bitch before her," Kakuzu growled, drawing a kunai. "She's hurt enough. Keep her occupied while I finish off the brat," he said, turning to Naruto. His wounds were already healed, except for his torn arm. Kakuzu vanished and reappeared before Naruto, who looked at him. "Well, I should hurry," he said, and threw a wind-powered kunai toward Naruto's heart. Naruto looked at him. No, he looked at him with hatred. He wasn't afraid. What could they do but kill him? He was ready. At least he'd done something worthwhile in the fight he'd always wanted to have. Naruto closed his eyes. He was strong for his age, but not strong enough to stop Kakuzu's attack, and he had already used all his chakra to create that massive ocean wave. And now he was willing to die for his mother, even though he would regret not spending more of his life with her. He knew his mother considered him just a 5-year-old boy, and she was right, but he was only a 5-year-old in body, not in mind. 1 week in Konoha and all the knowledge he had gained from all the books Anko had given him had made him intelligent. So she had planned too much of her future with her mother, and now. A surge of anger coursed through him, and his eyes narrowed in fury. At that moment, the kunai pierced his flesh, widening his eyes as he stared into his mother's violet orbs, tears streaming down her face. Kakuzu's kunai lodged in her stomach. She vomited blood. Naruto stared at his wide eyes as tears began to well up. His heart started racing, pounding in his chest. Its pounding intensified as his teeth clenched and his eyes narrowed dangerously in pure white rage as he turned to Kakuzu, who was stunned to the core, staring into Naruto's eyes. They had begun to turn white with a blue tint, causing Kakuzu to back away immediately, as did Kushina's red eyes. His teeth ground together, and his breath came in grunts. But before any further change could occur, 2 consecutive black shockwaves erupted from Kushina, knocking Kakuzu and Naruto back. The kunai shot out of her body and fell into the water. Her wound began to heal. In a few seconds, there was no wound left on his body as orange cracks began to appear and his skin changed to a reddish white. He looked up at the sky, and a blood-curdling roar erupted from his mouth, deafening everyone and causing Kakuzu and Haiden to back away in fear. The marks began to appear on her face as her hair grew long, and then she stopped her transformation. She looked down and saw Naruto staring at her demonic face. She hadn't lost her senses, and Naruto had seen her transformation for the first time. She wondered if he was afraid of her or hated her. "You look hot, Mom," he blurted, making Kushina blush if that could be noticed. Naruto looked at her. His earlier anger vanished, distracted by his mother's transformation. At first, he felt worried, but moments later, he understood what it was. He had heard about it from his mother, but he had never seen it, and now it was right in front of him. He had also asked her to show him before, but when Kushina tried to transform, she could only change her eyes and hair. He thought she needed some kind of catalyst to trigger the transformation, and he was right. Although he had to admit it, it would have been terrifying for anyone else. Judging by Haiden and Kakuzu's expressions, he could tell they were feeling it, the fear. Her body was absolutely intimidating and frightening. She exuded this aura of absolute power. She was clearly no longer human, though he couldn't quite grasp his own earlier transformation. He knew something had happened to her for a split second. But as she looked at her mother's new body, there was something odd about it, according to what she had told her. Yes clicked in her head. I couldn't see the blush on her face, Mom said, where's your tail? Making Kushina squint. My tail, she said in a heavy voice, it sounded like vibrations mixed with her voice. Yes, tail, you said you also had a tail of about 8 to 9 feet, he recalled, making Kushina's mouth form an O as she realized. He closed his eyes and immediately a scaly tail sprouted from his back and waved like a snake over the water. Naruto grinned, now this is getting hotter, he blurted out again, making Kushina blush once more, but this time she became serious again, and Naruto noticed. Just wait a little longer, darling, she said in her vibrant voice, turning to her recovering opponents. They had just realized that the real fight had begun. They took their stances, each holding a kunai and hiding a three-bladed scythe. They looked at each other, nodded, and rushed toward Kushina. Kushina disappeared, and moments later Kakuzu's other hand tore itself from his body, followed by both legs, which Kushina immediately incinerated, leaving him limbless. She then plunged both claws into his stomach, tearing his body and the threads in two, and then burned them, killing Kakuzu instantly, who couldn't even comprehend what had happened. Kushina's eyes turned towards the other as he jumped towards her. Suddenly, Haiden felt as if a mountain had slammed into him as Kushina's tail crashed into his chest, sending him skidding toward the water. Haiden stared at his companion being burned with a feeling of dread, and before he could regain his senses, Kushina appeared before him, her neck in her claw. He could now sense the fear as she took his form, which made him shudder. A chill ran down his spine as his attention focused on the grip around her neck. He tried to pull her hand away while she gripped his wrist with both hands, but it was no use. In a final, desperate effort, he drew a kunai and pulled it out with all his might, but he was shocked to the core when the sharp kunai failed to pierce his arm just below the elbow. Kunai fell from his hands as his grip tightened. He could see death in those reddish-wide eyes. He gritted his teeth and tried to scream, but couldn't. He was taking his time, tightening his grip on his neck and savoring every second. Haiden tried to speak again, Josh, and the words were incoherent, so he tried again, Joshin, and the last time with the strength he had left, Joshin, he called to his god. Kushina had her left claw around his neck and touched the long, sharp nail of her index finger to his navel and pushed it in, making Haiden slowly scream in pain. Kushina, when her entire clawed finger was inside, pushed it upward and ripped open his stomach. She stopped at the base of his ribs and pushed her entire claw in, mauling him. Haiden's eyes widened as he tried to scream in pain. Then his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose began to bleed. Suddenly, Kushina stopped and felt tremendous gravitational pressure. She looked around but found nothing. The pressure increased and the water parted, but Kushina floated in the air as the water beneath her shifted to one side. The pressure increased tenfold, and now Kushina could see the seabed. The pressure wasn't a threat to her, but she turned her back and looked at her son. He was on his hands and knees, panting heavily, as if he were having trouble breathing. Kushina threw Haiden and disappeared and reappeared next to her son, and immediately picked him up and disappeared again, and reappeared 100 meters from her previous place, and, leaving Naruto there again, entered the pressure place. He closed his eyes and tried to locate the person, and then he found him in a place. He could feel the condensed energy. He opened his eyes and pointed his right index finger towards the spot. The purple energy began to gather at the tip of her clawed finger, and when it was the size of a football, a purple beam of energy shot out and went directly in front of her and struck the invisible condensed energy, spilling out to both sides. And then, moments later, he appeared. Josh and Haiden murmured, and Kushina wondered why he was still alive, but whatever it was, she knew the name of the new appearance. She looked at Joshin. He was a man, about 10 feet taller and a meter wide. His body was ripped. You could see every muscle as if it were glued to his body, and his stomach was torn open. He had dark skin with white markings all over his body. She had long black hair and wore a simple cloth around her hips, reaching down to her knees, and a cloth wrapped around her upper body, leaving one shoulder bare and covering the other. The man and the woman stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Joshina raised his right hand and a black beam of energy shot out toward Kushina. Kushina simply extended her arm and the lightning struck her palm, disappearing into the wind. It wasn't the chakra Kushina had noticed. It was denser and thicker. Suddenly, 5 black orbs appeared in front of Joshin and different types of energy beams shot out toward Kushina. They were various colors. White, blue, green, yellow, and black. Kushina vanished as the yellow beam crashed into her footsteps and reappeared elsewhere. Just as she appeared, the green beam of energy descended upon her from above. She could feel the pressure beneath her and hear the sound as it tore through the air, and Kushina barely dodged it, though a large gash appeared on her forearm as dark red blood began to trickle out. But before the blood could travel more than an inch down, the wound closed and healed. The speed of the beam was much faster than the speed of sound, and Kushina noticed that Joshin's eyes were moving, controlling the 5 beams with them. Even so, controlling 5 laser beams with his eyes was very useful. Kushina gestured with her hand, and 5 clones appeared at her side. This was no longer a human fight. It was a fight with a god, though Kushina wondered if it truly was a god, but whatever its strength, it made Kushina a little worried. It was clear that its power was on par with her own. Kushina closed her eyes, and the clones vanished, reappearing beside Joshin. Their claws were ready to strike, but just as their elongated talons moved toward Joshin, the 4 beams changed course. With lightning speed, they hurtled toward the clones, and Kushina saw how quickly she could control them. The beams struck the clones with such force that she was stunned. The clones disappeared with the 4 beams, leaving only the white beam active. Joshin stared at Kushina for a moment, then suddenly moved his right hand upward, as if slashing with a sword. Kushina immediately screamed in pain as a large gash, from her shoulder to her navel, appeared, blood gushing everywhere. It wasn't a simple cut. Her upper body was sliced in 2 from her left shoulder to her right hip. Kushina was shocked by what had happened. Suddenly, Joshin disappeared and reappeared in front of Kushina, about 3 feet away. Kushina heard Naruto calling for her, but she had more pressing problems on her hands. He clenched his teeth as tendrils of blood emerged from his 2 severed halves and, as they tangled together, closed the 2 halves. Kushina seemed a little surprised by her healing, so before the 2 sides could close, Kushina raised her hand and lowered it, but this time Kushina moved her body to the side and punched him in the stomach, sending him stumbling a few meters. Kushina was surprised that her punch only sent him flying a few feet. But she didn't stop there. She vanished and reappeared behind Joshin, swinging her legs behind his knees and sending him crashing to his knees. Kushina spun around and went for his head. But another surprise came for Kushina when her leg hit his open palm as he grabbed her by the ankle and spun her whole body around twice and threw her across the water for almost a mile. But what surprised Kushina the most was when she went out to hurdles. Joshin moved with his flying body and lowered his leg onto her stomach, sending her into the water like a torpedo. Kushina dived deep into the water, gasping in pain. She composed herself and immediately leaped out, glancing around. She quickly crossed her claws in front of her to block a swift kick from Joshin, but this time Kushina used her own chakra to stick her feet to the water, causing her to skid only a few meters back, which made Joshin raise an eyebrow. He smiled and decided to speak for the first time. "Well, you're strong. I haven't fought anyone for centuries, but when I used to fight, the fight would end in less than a minute. The longest it took me to kill an opponent was 1 minute and 30 seconds, he said in his deep, authoritative voice that oozed orders. Kushina sneered, causing her to lose her smile. "But you are a strong woman, and I find you suitable to pursue. You are worthy of being my wife," she said mockingly, and Kushina growled with irritation and disgust. "But I would accept you if you stay alive for the next minute," he said, his eyes serious this time. Until that moment, Kushina hadn't looked him deeply in the eyes, and now she could see the power behind them. The power that demanded absolute service from its servants, and now he wanted to make her his servant, or whatever. Suddenly, Joshin disappeared and Kushina's reddish wide eyes couldn't follow him, and moments later she felt a burning pain in her stomach as she was sent flying by the force of the blow. Her whole body felt the pain, and suddenly he was on top of her, punching her in the chest. It was so fast that when he hit, it created a huge shockwave in the air. Kushina was able to block with her claws, but the force was so great that his fist broke the bones of her strong arms when she went back into the water. But this time Joshin went after her into the water and again kicked her out of the water in midair. He stopped when Kushina hit the water. She coughed up blood. Her body cried out in pain. Every nerve in her body felt like it was burning with agony. She couldn't see clearly. Her vision was blurred. Her body tried to heal her, but it couldn't succeed or wouldn't respond to its commands. He coughed up a stream of blood again and tried to look at Joshin with blurry eyes. And then she heard him laugh contemptuously. "Come on, I only used half my power and only my physical power. I didn't even use my magic powers. I thought you were strong, but you look just like every other boar I've conquered. "Damn it," he said mockingly and walked towards Kushina, and when he got close to her, he sat on one of her knees in front of her and lifted her face by the chin. He opened his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and licked the blood from her left cheek, but then spat it out in disgust. "Damn, what the hell is this? It doesn't taste human at all. I thought you'd only transformed your appearance, but it seems you've changed from the inside out. That's why you were so strong," he said with disgust, then smiled, "but you know I'm very generous." "God," he said as he grabbed her neck and squeezed it lightly, making Kushina gasp. "So if you choose to be my slave and Wi-Fi," he stopped when Kushina spat blood in his face, "you call yourself a god, your cough gasp a piece of gasp shit," she gasped loudly as he tightened his grip on her neck and lifted her entire body in the air by the neck, her body going limp. He tore the shreds of fabric from her breasts and stared at them, his eyes wide. He unconsciously raised his hand, clearly mesmerized by her beautiful, large breasts and prominent nipples. Her hand moved to her left breast. He swallowed in anticipation. He'd never seen breasts so hot, hexy, large, and firm. He'd seen thousands, but none like hers. They were magnificent. His hand moved a little closer. Closer and closer to that pinkish white nipple. His palm was less than half an inch away when suddenly his hand disappeared. What? He was shocked. And then his second hand, the one holding Kushina, disappeared. He was shocked, and when he saw and understood what had happened, he screamed at the sky for a minute, and when he finished, he turned to the right and looked into two dark blue eyes with black sclera that emitted intense hatred and malice. He could feel its sinister aura, and it was quite different from the woman's. The woman had no malice whatsoever, but this thing in front of him oozed ominous feelings. He took a look at its appearance. The black hair stood upright and waved slightly in the wind. Its entire body was black, and like Kushina's, it had 5mm cracks all over its body. And where Kushina's cracks glowed with a brilliant lava orange color, its cracks were brilliant blue and emitted a bluish-black aura. Another transformation was like Kushina's, but the most striking change was that it had two horns on its head, just above its forehead. Dashin raised an eyebrow. "What is this, some kind of genetics or something else?" he said more to himself than to Naruto. Naruto glared at him, narrowing his eyes. "How dare you touch her, you bucking god," Naruto growled. "No, you're not a god like my mother said, you're just a piece of shit," Naruto said, his angry face turning into a grin. Kushina heard Naruto's voice and panic gripped her heart. She knew how powerful Jashin was, and Naruto was no match for him. Her vision cleared. She looked at her son and took in his appearance, her eyes widening as she felt a tingling sensation in her stomach. Her face flushed. A pinkish hue appeared on her fair, reddish skin. "What's happening?" he thought, and his eyes widened in realization. His transformation was a response to his son's lust. But whatever it wasn't strong enough to defeat Jashin. Jashin narrowed his eyes and reached out as a new hand emerged from the wound. "You need to learn to respect the gods, filthy humans," he hissed through gritted teeth, and several balls of dark energy shot from his palm toward Naruto. Naruto disappeared and dodged them, appearing in front of Jashin with a dark blue Rasengan trapped in Jashin's stomach. Kushina smiled mockingly at him. "That made a little tingle," he said, and Naruto's eyes narrowed. Naruto then added elements of wind, fire, and lightning to his Rasengan. Not wanting to waste any time, he thrust his stomach with all his might and disappeared, taking his mother with him a mile away. Jashin looked at the Rasengan in his stomach and suddenly his eyes opened wide. It exploded and the blast covered a radius of 1 mile, creating a tsunami at sea. The color of the explosion was neither yellow nor black. It was a bluish white. Naruto and Kushina watched the explosion and Naruto smiled, but moments later his eyes opened when suddenly a white beam of energy shot into his stomach and penetrated it, making a large hole in it. It was the same beam he had saved for later after his other colored beams disappeared, and now he was controlling a single beam, making it much faster and more lethal. Fortunately, the hole in her stomach began to heal, and Kushina sighed in relief, but suddenly her eyes widened in shock. Two large hands of water emerged from the water and went toward Naruto, striking him from opposite sides and crushing him between their fists. Kushina's eyes widened. It was like Uchiha's Susanoo, but far more powerful. Naruto screamed in pain as his bones were crushed under the force. He could feel his bones breaking one after another, making him howl in unimaginable agony. Kushina stared at the scene in horror. Her eyes widened as tears streamed down her face. She tried to stand, but her legs gave way and she fell. Suddenly, she saw marks moving through the water, swirling around Naruto's neck. "This is the seal of death. Now no one can save him," Jashin said as he put more force into his hands of water. Kushina turned her head toward Jashin as he spoke. She noticed that he was using his own hands to control the water hands, which was why they hadn't dissipated yet. Her head swiveled toward Naruto as he screamed in agony again and choked on the seal. His transformation had already faded. Kushina was mortified. Her heart pounded against her ribsage. She desperately tried to stand again, but again her legs gave way. She punched the water in frustration and again tried, beyond all hope, to rise, gritting her teeth in anger. Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to save her son. She fell face down again and lay there with her eyes closed, helpless. Daishin chuckled. He found it entertaining. Kushina's struggles amused him. He could watch such struggles forever. He enjoyed making people scream in pain. He liked seeing the despair in them. He felt pleasure in such desperate actions, so he decided to delay his death by drowning under his seal and savor the moment. A blood-curdling scream burst from Naruto's throat, causing Kushina's eyes to snap open. Her face slowly rose from the water as she looked at her crushed son. She looked at her son for a second and her face filled with tears. 2 seconds while she stared at his face contorted with pain. 3 seconds when he saw the unbearable pain he was in. In the 4th second her eye closed and she heard her son's agonizing call to her again. Her son was calling her. Her eyes slowly opened and Joshin's head immediately turned towards her as he squinted. The gravitational pressure in the area abruptly increased to hundreds and Joshin's eyes widened as he saw Kushina standing there. Kushina sat on her knees and then slowly stood up as her eye opened fully and turned towards Joshin, making him back away for a second. His eyes were black, having lost their reddish-white hue. The cracks all over his body glowed intensely and slowly their brilliance faded to a dark red. Now his cracks were filled with reddish-black lava instead of orange. His height increased from 7 to 10 feet just like Joshin's, and with the height his body features also became large. The red of the sclera appeared in his eyes and slowly the color of his entire body darkened until it was almost black. Moments later, hundreds of chains emerged from his back, reddish-black glowing chains that dripped a black acid-like substance, and a black miasma emanated from it. Daishin had heard of the Uzumaki's golden chains, but these chains were something else entirely. What shocked Joshin to his core was his new appearance and another surprise when his chains formed 2 fists as large as his water hands. Her eyes widened as Kushina pulled her chain fists back and flung them into her water hands. Damn it, Joshin groaned and poured more power into his water hands, but gritted his teeth as Kushina's chain fist slammed into his water hands and shattered them, freeing his son. She dropped him into her arms. She wrapped her claws around his neck and burned the seal Joshin had placed there, causing Joshin to feel, for the first time, a hint of doubt. Suddenly, he felt his body jerk and lurch forward, leaving Naruto behind. He fell into the water. She bent over when she felt a burning sensation on her back. She gritted her teeth, she made strange noises and suddenly roared up to the sky as her clawed fists clenched and her body trembled. A moment later, his body shot forward a few steps as he felt something burst from his back. 2 black wings emerged from his back and extended 3 meters away. Kushina opened her eyes, flexed her wings, and flapped them. A smile spread across her face. Damn, this is great, she thought, turning to her son. She lifted him in her arms again, resting his head on her bare breasts, and stroked his face and fur with her claws as he whimpered in pain. It's okay, don't worry now. Mommy will finish this and we'll continue our journey. Now you can rest, she cooed as her hand began to glow red. Suddenly, his tail appeared in front of Kushina as she blocked Joshin's attack. Daishin disappeared again and reappeared behind her and aimed at her spine, but again her tail blocked his punch. He tried from above, left, right with kicks, punches, but they were all blocked by his tail. Kushina extended her arm toward the dock and a wooden plank flew toward her. She caught it in midair and placed Naruto upon it. She moved him slightly away from her position and then looked at Joshin. You can't see it, but the difference in our power is beyond your imagination, she said, causing Joshin to lose his composure and growl. Don't mess with me, he said irritably. But somehow he could sense it when her tail blocked all of his attacks, he didn't even use his hands. I'll show you the power, he growled again, and then his body began to glow and the white markings on his body turned blue and black. But before he could be ready, Kushina punched him in the stomach, unleashing fire from her claws and piercing his stomach as he spat blood. Then Kushina grabbed him by the elbow and punched him again in the chest, and this time a lightning bolt electrocuted his body as the force sent him jumping onto the water. Joshin stopped after a few hundred meters and gasped. He clutched his chest in pain, but it healed in less than a minute. He smiled and stood up straight as the black marks covered his body. Now I'll show you the power, he said, and vanished, only to reappear a split second later in front of Kushina, his fist lodged in her stomach. He grinned, but the next moment his smile vanished, and his face contorted in pain as Kushina's claw tightened around his hand, just an inch from her stomach. He realized she'd caught his fist before it could touch her stomach. She glared at Kushina, who was smirking. Even if you're on fire, have divine protection, thousands of followers, thousands of sacrifices you've made, and still, to me right now, you're too slow. You're pathetic. Let me finish this fight, she snarled. Before he could react, she slammed her knee into his face, knocking him out of the water. Then, a full force punch followed, doubling him over in the stomach. A second later, it sent him flying as blood gushed from his mouth. Kushina appeared halfway down and punched him in the chest, sending him plummeting into the ocean. As he sank into the depths, she appeared behind him and kicked him in the spine, knocking him out of the water. She had used the same pattern he had used on her. Joshin groaned in pain as he was airborne. Kushina flew toward him and punched him in the stomach, sending him flying into the air as she followed behind and kicked him. Then she kicked him again, then to the left, then to the right, and then upward. She descended to the water's level, her wings fluttering, and waited for him to come down. A few seconds later, she fell into the water. She tried to get up. Her healing process has slowed considerably. He coughed up blood and staggered on his feet. "You know what? I changed my mind. I won't just kill you, I'll torture you and then kill you," she announced, causing Joshin's eyes to widen in horror. Now he could see that he had made a mistake in analyzing the woman. Suddenly, he found Kushina standing a foot away from him, her black and red eyes piercing his soul. Chains sprouted from his back and wrapped around his arms and ankles, immediately beginning to burn his flesh, making him scream in agony. Kushina raised her claw and, with her index finger, thrust it down his throat, causing him to choke on his own blood. Slowly, she lowered her finger, tearing at his chest. His screams were music to her ears. She stopped and looked him in the eyes. "You dared to torture my son in front of me, bucking blow," she screamed as she freed him and grabbed him by the neck with her left claw, punching him in the stomach and chest again. "What did you say you wanted to make me your wife, you bore?" She punched him in the chest again and again, smacking and crushing them. He continued to spit and gurgle blood. Finally, Kushina punched him in the face and sent him flying a mile. She moved with him and looked into his face and made him heal again, but just as she was about to connect with his stomach, he disappeared, causing Kushina to split in the water. Kushina immediately looked around but couldn't find him. She couldn't even sense him. "Damn, he got away," she muttered to herself, and again she looked around and found nothing except her son floating on the board. She immediately flapped her wings and flew to him and took him in her arms. She sighed contentedly and looked around, and only then did she realize the carnage her fight had caused. But even so, this will delay the attack on Konoha for a few months or even a year. They lost not only their men, but also their weapons. "I'll still have to alert Shikaku," she told herself and sighed again. She closed her eyes and her transformation evaporated, leaving behind a naked Kushina. Just as her transformation vanished, she fainted next to her son as the layered table floated away. He had watched the fight with astonishment. It had been going on since 2 in the morning, and now it was around noon. He had also witnessed the tremendous power of Kushina and her son. Only he knew the true identities of those 2 Akatsuki members, and yesterday he learned that Konoha was under threat of attack. He was making plans on how to disrupt their attack when he saw Kushina appear in front of the cave, piquing his curiosity. Why was she there? Was she also part of the attack to help destroy Konoha? But the next moment his eyes widened as he saw her placing explosive tags around the cave. He saw the cave being destroyed and the 2 Akatsuki members emerge alive. Then he witnessed the entire fight at sea. But he couldn't understand why she would fight them. He had just witnessed Kushina fighting Konoha's enemy with her and her son's life on the line, all for the sake of Konoha. Had he been wrong in judging Kushina? Had he acted too hastily on his sensei's orders to incapacitate her? He realized yes. He should have gotten to the heart of the matter, but his sensei and the death of his student blinded him, and he turned his back on his student's wife, who was like a daughter to him. The gallant Jiraiya almost choked on his words. He had realized his mistakes after being sent to kill Kushina. The first mistake was taking the Hokage's hat, then bringing and trusting Orochimaru into the village, and now he realized he made a big mistake in judging Kushina and her sensei. He realized that Kushina would be the key player in Akatsuki's downfall, but first he had to alert Shikaku. He wanted to go after Kushina, but the dock was destroyed and it could be months before it was operational, and there were no ships. Naruto opened his eyes as he sat up. His eyes widened as he looked around. They were nowhere, in the middle of the sea. He panicked and tried to wake his mother, but she didn't wake up. He checked her pulse. It was fine. He sat back down at the blackboard and began to wait for his mother to wake up. Suddenly, his stomach growled with hunger. "What do I do now?" he asked himself, his eyes darting to the 2 ripe melons on his mother's breast. The next second, her nipple was in his mouth and he sucked with all his might and fervor. After 5 minutes, he latched onto the other breast and sucked, and again, after 5 minutes, he finished. He tried to suckle more milk, but there was nothing there. He sighed and sat back down. There wasn't enough milk, and the usual amount wasn't enough. It seemed his body was using its energy to fight instead of producing milk. So there was nothing I could do but wait. The woman walked through the crowd. She must have been about 5'10" tall. Her entire face was covered with a white cloth, which was not an uncommon sight in Suna due to the dust and sand that people tended to cover their bodies with. She wore black pants, sandals, and a t-shirt with a blue jacket over it that draped over her ample bust. She moved quickly through the crowded area with an air of experience. 5 minutes later he entered a bar located in the town's red light district. She looked around the bar and saw two men sitting at a table. She walked over and sat down. One man was black with black hair and the other was a brown-skinned man with black hair. She slid a glass of wine toward the woman. The woman uncovered her face, revealing long dark blue hair and two dark blue eyes. She smiled and drank her wine. The three of them stood up and went behind the bar into a room. There was a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a refrigerator. They drank some beers and sat down in the chairs. They looked at each other and the black man sighed. Konoha's mission failed, he said, making the woman's eyes widen in shock. What the hell are you saying? She exclaimed, narrowing her eyes as a line of concern appeared on her forehead. We were informed this morning. The cave was destroyed, and with it everyone and everything, the dark-haired man said, making the woman clench her teeth. A few moments later, he sighed, what happened to those two Akatsuki members? He asked, taking another swig from the can of beer. Well, they left at the last minute and were seen following someone. Apparently it was the person who destroyed the cave. More information is still pending, the black man said, crossing his arms over his chest. Damn it, the woman grumbled, we've been waiting for this moment for years, and what did we get? Nothing, she said as she crushed her beer can. The black man sighed, calm down, Hitomi. Getting angry won't accomplish anything, he said, and Hitomi looked at the man with tears in her eyes, you expect me to calm down? Go to hell, that scum from Konoha killed my husband and my daughter, and you want me to calm down? She almost shouted at the two men in front of her who glared at each other. The dark-haired man placed a hand on hers. Don't worry, we won't give up. Hope is still alive. The Sand Village mission is still on, and destroying it is like bringing Konoha to its knees, since about 20% of its goods and 20% of its weapons are shipped from Suna, he said. Hitomi calmed down. You're right, so, what are the new orders? She asked. They shook their heads, indicating there were no orders. She sighed again. They had successfully infiltrated Sand's village, and she would do anything to destroy it on the grounds, no matter what. Her men and women were waiting, hidden in the village, to receive orders. Naruto burped as he sucked the meat off the fish skeleton. He had retrieved them from the water and roasted them using the fire jutsu. Kushina still hadn't woken up and they were still floating on the layer board. Naruto was getting bored. It was now midnight. He had suckled his mother's milk once more, but just like before, it wasn't enough. Suddenly he saw a large ship and his eyes widened. He waved to it while shouting for help. Some sailors saw him and shouted, "Hey, kid, what are you doing in the middle of the sea?" He yelled back and noticed a naked woman lying unconscious next to him. A lascivious smile spread across his face. He hadn't been with a woman in months. After a few words, the man helped them both onto the boat. Naruto checked Kushina's pulse one more time to make sure she was alive. All the sailors surrounded them, their eyes devouring Kushina's naked body. They immediately became erect. "So, boy, what were you doing at sea with that woman? You know it's dangerous at sea." "We felt some tremors early this afternoon," said the man who looked like a captain, his eyes lingering on Kushina's bare, heavenly breasts. He moistened his lips. Naruto looked at them all and somehow could sense the strange aura around him. He sighed, "Well, she's my mother and those tremors you felt were because we were fighting with some bad people, and that's why we're at sea," Naruto said as best he could to explain. The eyes of all the sailors widened at his words, and they began to sweat. "You mean you caused those tremors?" the captain asked, and Naruto nodded. Immediately, all the sailors disappeared somewhere on the ship, leaving the captain alone. "By the way, can you drop us off at Uzumaki Island?" Naruto said, and the captain just nodded while sweating profusely. Around 5 in the morning, Naruto said goodbye to the sailors, and they were all too happy to leave as soon as possible. The captain had considered leaving the boy on a nearby island, but fear gripped his heart. What if he noticed? So he left him on the real Uzumaki Island and even gave him food. Naruto sighed as he helped his mother up with the help of his clones. He crossed the beach and entered the forest. At the edge of the beach in the forest, he laid his mother down and sat beside her. With the help of his clones, he made a bed of leaves and moved his mother onto it, lay down on her body, rested his head on her breasts, and immediately fell asleep, leaving his clones on guard. Anko walked toward the Hokage building while chewing on her dango. It was around 7 o'clock and she was still sleepy. She was summoned to the Hokage's office immediately as it was an emergency. He yawned and went into the building and then into the office. His eyes widened slightly in surprise when he saw the number of people in the office. Tsume, Choza, Hiashi, Hizashi, Mikoto, Itachi and other clan leaders were present with Hamura, Kaharu and Shikaku. His eyes stopped on Shikaku, Hokage-sama, what then his eyes rested on Jiraiya, who looked tired and hadn't slept for a while. She turned to Hokage again. Anko, we need to talk to Kushina now, Shikaku said, making Anko raise an eyebrow. Why, will there be another hunt for her? She said, keeping her feelings under control. Shikaku sighed. No, it's to restore Kushina's reputation in the village, he said, and Anko's eyes widened. What? Yes, because if what Jiraiya just told us is true, and we believe it to be true, then we all made a mistake, and it's time to correct it, Kaheru said, and then told him what Jiraiya had seen. Anko's eyes widened. She didn't know what to feel or say. She cleared her throat. I'll try to connect with her, she said, and took off her jacket and undid 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing her bra, uncovering her shoulder, revealing the swirling mark that began to glow as Anko fed her chakra into it. Everyone was surprised to see what Anko was doing, but they relaxed when they realized she wouldn't go any further, and she bared her shoulder to reveal the seal. Hello Kushina-sama, Anko said to the seal, but there was nothing except some creaking. Anko looked at the people and shrugged. I don't know. I did what I was told, she said, and everyone frowned. I think you're not feeding enough chakra, Hiashi said. No, I think he's still unconscious, Jiraiya said, making everyone look at him. She had fainted after the fight, everyone sighed. Anko tried again. Hello, Kushina-sama, Naruto-nar, she stopped when someone spoke. Ugh, who is it? The voice came from the other side, causing everyone to gather around Anko immediately. Naruto, is that you? Anko asked, almost crying. Yes, and your older sister Anko cut him off mid-sentence. Ah sis, how are you? I was just sleeping, yawn. I'm fine, how are you? He asked as he composed himself. Well, I'm not doing well, he complained, making Anko laugh. She could see him pouting. She wanted to see him so badly at that moment that tears welled up in her eyes again. Why? He asked. Well, mom hadn't woken up after fighting with those guys and I'm alone and bored, he said, and everyone sighed. Don't worry, your mother will be fine and will be up soon. Just be patient and take care of your mother and yourself, and by the way, where are you? He said and waited for the answer. We're on Uzumaki Island, Naruto replied, making everyone regret what they had done. He finally arrived home. Okay, Naruto, when Kushina-sama wakes up, tell her to call me, okay? He said, and Naruto nodded again. Okay, then I'll cut the line I love you, she almost choked out as Mikoto and Tsume came to comfort her. I love you too, big sister Anko, she said, and the seal stopped glowing, and Anko got dressed immediately. Shikaku leaned back in his chair. I think we should go to Uzumaki Island, Hisashi suggested, but Shikaku shook his head. No. We'll have to talk to Kushina first. We don't know what her plan of action would be now. We need her help, that's for sure, and we don't know how she'd react after seeing us, Shikaku said, prompting everyone to nod. The problem is whether she would help us or not, Jiraiya said as he sadly closed his eyes. Everyone was silent and looking down, especially Hiashi. You're right, we'll need your help to fight the 3 villages. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard the voice and when 3 men entered the office. Everyone immediately went on the defensive. The third one, Hiashi murmured. Anzo, Kaheru said. Hiruzen, Hamura murmured. Fugaku, Mikoto murmured in horror. What the hell, how, what? Tsume and Anko couldn't form a coherent sentence. Itachi appeared in front of his other immediately, drawing his sword. How are you still alive, sensei? Don't tell me. Jiraiya fell silent. Hiruzen chuckled. Yes, Orochimaru brought us back, he said, and everyone was immediately filled with dread. It's all your fault, Pain, Madara said as Pain turned towards him. I told you not to get involved with the people. Just gather the tailed beasts, but you didn't listen, Madara said in a condescending tone. Pain looked at him. I know, but no one could have foreseen what happened. No one expected it to develop again, and we really need the money, and you know that, Pain said as he looked out the window. Madara stood up from his chair. Oh, really, didn't I tell you that she broke my mask, and I didn't even see her coming? Madara said, barely controlling himself. Pain turned to Madara. Madara, I know you're trying to be careful, but neither you nor I expected her to appear and then fight those 2 and then kill them. They were among our strongest members. We'll have to rethink all our strategies, he said and sat back down in his seat. You're right, we won't get involved with these matters anymore and we'll concentrate on our mission, he announced, and Madara nodded and left. What are my orders? Conan asked, and Pain looked at her. Track the location of all the Jinchuriki as soon as possible and report back to me, he ordered. Conan nodded, and as she reached the door of the room, she heard Pain again, and stay away from the 9 Tails Jinchuriki for a while. I'll deal with him myself when the time comes. Conan nodded again and immediately refused. Uzumaki Kushina, I never thought you'd come out this much stronger, Pain said to himself as he thought about his next strategy. Kushina groaned as she rubbed her eyes. She opened them and tried to sit up but felt a weight on her body. She looked down and smiled when she saw the blonde head. She wrapped her arms around him and closed her eyes again, not wanting to get up. She could feel the leaves under her skin. Kushina noticed she was on the ground. "Naruto, where are we?" she asked. Naruto lifted his head and smiled. "You're awake, Mom. I was worried." "Well, we're on Uzumaki Island," he replied, making Kushina raise an eyebrow. "How?" she asked, and Naruto told her how. Kushina smiled at his intelligence, but sighed. "Naruto, next time you're with a woman or girl, be careful about taking her to a place full of men," she said, and Naruto nodded immediately. She sighed as her stomach growled. "Eat something?" she asked. "Well, I have fish, apple, banana, pineapple and bring everything," Kushina interrupted as she sat down, pushing Naruto down. Moments later, a meter-high pile of fruit stood before her, causing Kushina to salivate. Kushina began eating like a beast, and Naruto watched her in amazement. He started to worry about the food when the pile was less than 2 feet high and she was still eating. Wait, Mom, leave me some," Naruto complained, and Kushina looked at him, smiled, patted him on the head, and started eating again, irritating Naruto. But before he could say anything, she said, "You can drink my milk when you're hungry," covering her mouth. Naruto's irritation disappeared. What, really?" he asked excitedly. "You say that as if you don't drink my milk every morning, afternoon, and night. Fine, you can have my breasts as much as you want," Kushina said with a bite as she went back to eating. Naruto had never felt so excited in his short life. He had sucked on her nipples, played with them, but this time the way his mother had said it, "You can have my breasts as much as you want," was as if she were giving him permission to possess them. He swallowed hard. He couldn't contain his excitement. It was too much, and then he fainted from the emotion while Kushina continued eating. Chapter 8. There was a hush in the Hokage's office as everyone stared, their eyes and faces uneasy, at the third Hokage seated in his chair, flanked by Fugaku and Danzo. Hiruzen had immediately taken the Hokage mantle from Shikaku. He glanced at some papers on the table, then looked at the crowd in the office and smiled. But those present could see the malice behind that dark smile, a smile that made everyone sweat, forcing them to consider their next move. On a second note, why do we need Kushina? "We don't need terrorists," he announced with a smile that made everyone gasp at his declaration of Kushina as a terrorist, but they didn't dare to speak. Hiruzen looked at Fugaku. "I want a council meeting right now, and everyone must be present," he said, and Fugaku immediately stood up to prepare for the meeting. He glanced at Makoto, who only gasped, and a malicious smile appeared on Fugaku's face. Then everyone started moving to the council meeting rooms, and within an hour the meeting room was full. Hiruzen stood up and looked at the astonished crowd, smiling. "My dear villagers, I know you're shocked to see the three of us alive, but let me tell you that the god has sent us back to you, and I assure you that our glorious old days will return with your support, of course," he said into the microphone, and everyone cheered, making the three reanimated beings smile even more. The audience couldn't sense this dark emotion from them, but most of the high-level shinobi could. "So I've called this meeting to discuss some issues from the past and present to secure the future," he said as he looked around and nodded when he realized everyone was hanging on his every word. "Let's discuss Kushina Uzumaki first," he said, and those who knew she was a good person stared at the Hokage, wide-eyed, but they couldn't bring themselves to speak. He felt intimidating to them, something they had never felt before. "Well, I'm announcing her a terrorist and adding a new line to the bingo book, and that is kill her as soon as you see her," he said with a smile, and everyone cheered except the clan leaders. Jiraiya looked into Hiruzen's large sensei eyes and wondered if he could persuade him to reconsider, but from the look on Hiruzen's face, he knew his old sensei was gone. Hiruzen clapped twice to silence the crowd and began again. "The next problem related to Kushina was that we were never able to locate her, or should I say we were mistaken, but there was someone in the village who knew all along and didn't share this crucial information with us," he said, his voice rising slightly as he looked at Anko, who was already stunned, her eyes wide. She couldn't comprehend what on earth had actually happened in a matter of seconds, and she hadn't even heard Hiruzen call her name and order her arrest. She was too numb to hear anything and was chained up in seconds. In just an hour and a half, everything had gone from good to worse. She could feel the chakra limiters on her wrists, and a moment later her arms were handcuffed behind her, and she was pushed to the ground as an Anbu drove his knee into her spine, holding her there as she groaned in pain and felt her strength draining away. Hiruzen smiled. "Well, let's move on to the next issue. It's a shinobi matter, so the public council may leave, except for the representatives," Hiruzen said, and within a few minutes they had departed. "Alright, let's get down to business now. We can't leave a woman like Kushina alone, but first we have to resolve the matter with the other villages," he said, and everyone nodded. "So I have." He stopped and looked at the Anbu holding Anko. "What are you waiting for? Take her to jail." "I'll deal with her later," he said, and the Anbu took her away immediately. Hiruzen continued, alright, then the first thing we'll do is rebuild our merchant network. Establish new connections and ensure their safety. I want the village to prosper as quickly as possible, no matter what. And Fugaku, arrange a video call with the cage of the 3 villages. I need a private session with all of them. We need to remind them why Konoha is the strongest village in all the elemental nations, he said, dismissing the meeting with a serious expression. Tsume shoved open the doors of her clan's compound in a furious manner and rushed inside, slamming the door shut behind her. She paced from left to right. Everything was chaotic and in danger. She knew this Hiruzen was very different from the previous one. He smelled like another Danzo, someone who would do anything to ensure the village's safety and power. She knew that if power had been given to Danzo, most of the clan women would have become breeding cows, raising strong children for the village's sake, maintaining the bloodlines, and creating new ones. Now that Hiruzen smelled like Danzo, no one was safe, especially not her and her family of 3. Her entire clan consisted of 5 people. Herself, Hana, Kiba, 2 other villagers, and the dogs. She sat on the sofa and stared at the ceiling. She couldn't live in the village anymore. It was dangerous for her and her daughter. She wanted to leave, but even if she escaped, what would happen to her dogs? She couldn't abandon them. She loved them like her own children, and besides, the Inuzukas were nothing without them. But that problem could be solved by sending them away on scrolls made especially for them. Damn it, she cursed, then sighed. Anko had been captured, and although she was absolutely against it, she couldn't do anything about it. There were others too, like Mikoto, and now Hiashi, his brother, and his children. He decided to go and talk to Shikaku. He immediately went towards it, and when he entered inside he saw all the people who were in the Hokage's room before the 3 dead men entered. He saw an empty seat and sat down, looking around with unfocused eyes. I can't live in this village anymore, but the problem is that it's almost impossible to escape, he blurted out, and everyone sighed. Well, everyone here wants to leave the village, Shikaku said, and Tsume looked at all the faces and sighed in relief that she wasn't the only one who wanted to leave the village. But what would happen if we all faced them? Hisashi suggested, and Shikaku shook his head. No, we couldn't do it. Not all of us are strong enough. One by one, maybe, but not with all 3 of us. And now Danzo would openly use his Anbu roots, not to mention that Fugaku has already regained leadership of his clan, he replied, and they all sighed again. Shikaku began again, don't worry, I'll think of something. Hokage-sama called me tonight to discuss something, so I'll try to find a way for all of you, he said, and they all nodded and left Shikaku's house. When Kushina emerged from the forest, she first checked to see if anyone lived on the island, and when she sensed no one, she sighed with relief. Now she could rebuild everything as she wished. She looked around at the ruins of the old Uzumaki houses, and a feeling of nostalgia washed over her, almost bringing tears to her eyes. She still remembered everything as if it were yesterday. He sat on a rock and looked around for a while and closed his eyes to ease old memories. He opened his eyes and looked at Naruto who was pulling his hand. I'm hungry and sleepy, he said, and Kushina handed him the bag of fruit. Eat them and get a mattress to sleep on, but before that I need to find a habitable place, she said as she looked around, and Naruto nodded as he began to eat the fruit. They walked through the ruins as Kushina continued to look around. She saw some half-collapsed houses. She moved into the city toward her own house and after a few minutes stood in front of her ruined home. He immediately made some clones and asked them to clear the rubble, find a safe room to sleep in, and clean the necessary parts of the collapsed house to live in. Half an hour later, a clone found a room inside his old house. It was intact except for a few holes in the walls, which weren't a big deal. Kushina nodded and decided to stay there for a while. She looked at her son, who was already lying asleep on the mattress on the floor. Kushina sat beside him and began to think. She wanted to rebuild the entire Uzumaki clan and its houses, and now that she was going to rebuild from scratch, she decided to do it in grand style. She thought about building a palace for herself and her son, and living like a queen. She laughed at the thought and then sighed. But to build a palace he would need manpower, and where would that come from? He could certainly use his clones, but he was thinking of a palace, not a house. The dead army seal suddenly appeared in his mind. Yes, a dead army would do him good, he thought. He immediately opened the parchment and began to read it. Kushina examined the seal that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had created. She knew Orochimaru possessed an earlier version of the seal, but not the one the second Hokage had ultimately achieved. They were secured in separate scrolls. As Kushina continued reading the notes, she learned about the seal, how it functioned, and everything else. She closed the parchment, sighed, and leaned back. From where she sat, she gazed at the landscape outside. The primary purpose of the seal was to infuse the soul of the person one wishes to bring back into corpses, but the second Hokage further improved or developed it to the point where he could make the skeleton of ancient human and beast people corpses that have died out of the earth and operate as a living human being without flesh. The problem was, he wasn't sure how they would react after coming back to life. He had no idea how to control them or talk to them to make them understand his points. He had no idea what they would do after leaving the ground because it wasn't simply a matter of infusing a soul into a body. He was bringing back the same person with body, flesh and mind. So he wasn't sure if it would work in his favor or not. He wanted to develop it further, but his death interfered. Kushina sighed again, so now I'll have to think of a way to control them or something, though if they worked for me of their own free will, then that would be better she thought, and lay down when she noticed it was dark outside. She closed her eyes as she brought her son to her breasts and lay down on the mattress. And now she realized she was still naked. She sighed and decided not to worry too much about the fabrics, since it was just her son there and he had seen her naked several times. Kushina also wondered why her son hadn't asked for milk when she had been naked the whole time and he had been naked the whole time too. It was the first time she had been naked for so long in front of her son and it was the first time she hadn't felt the need to cover her body. She sighed again and fell asleep. Hitomi paced the hotel room in frustration. She had been angry most of the time since the attack had been aborted. A week had passed and she was desperate for revenge against Konoha, which had killed her family. There was another problem with exposing themselves. They had been in Suna for weeks and it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and sensing the chakra of her fellow cloud shinobi, she opened it and smiled as a fair-skinned man entered. He immediately swept her into his arms, pushed her against a wall, and kissed her fiercely as she moaned with pleasure, his long fingers tangled in her blonde hair. They continued kissing for a few minutes, then separated and gazed at each other lovingly. "I didn't expect you to be here, my love," he said huskily as he licked her lips. The man chuckled, "Well, my cock was all alone without you, so I had to come," he replied with a grin, thrusting his hips toward her, making her feel the full length and thickness of his cock. She moaned again, ready to have that cock in her aching cunt, but the man pulled back, smiling. "Well, as much as I want to buck you, the important part comes first. I have orders," he said, his demeanor shifting to a serious one. Hitomi sat on the bed and looked at the man. "What's wrong, she asked. She leaned down and kissed her again. "I have orders to carry out our mission. Tomorrow morning, you will hypnotize Baki using your cage bird seal and make him call a council meeting where everyone will be present. Then we will activate the ultimate cage bird seal that we will implant in the room before the meeting. And when everyone is under our control, we will take control of the village," she explained to Hitomi as a sinister smile spread across his lips. "But Baki is a strong shinobi. So you might have to use your charms for that," he said, and Hitomi frowned but agreed. She didn't like using her body that way. She was a devoted wife to her husband. "Well, I'll do it if my dear husband wants it," she said as she looked at She. She smiled. "Well, even if I don't want to, you'll have to do it for the mission," she said, turning toward the door. "I'm going to alert everyone and plant the seal in the council chamber," she said, and before she could say anything, she vanished. Hitomi sighed and lay down on the bed. Hitomi hated the jutsu she was going to use on Baki simply because it belonged to the Hyuga's clan. She was told that her DNA had been modified with Hyuga's DNA to acquire their powers, and they had succeeded. She remembered nothing when she awoke, and they told her it could be a reaction to the DNA modification. She was her husband and 2 months pregnant when she opened her eyes. She sighed and fell asleep. She had a long day ahead of her. It was a beautiful morning when Tsunade set off for Suna with her disciple Shizune. She had been in Waterfall Village when a Suna shinobi tracked her location and delivered the invitation scroll 3 weeks prior. The Kazukiage had summoned her to check on his wife, who was still ill after giving birth to their son, Gaara. Initially, she considered declining because Suna was far from her current location and it would take weeks to reach, but seeing the complexity of the situation, she accepted the invitation. They hadn't provided any information in the message they had sent, so she decided to go and see what the problem was, although she had an idea about the problem she had, and it was because of the seal that was used on Gaara, her son when he was in her womb. They reached the entrance and showed the message to the guard. The guard nodded, called a fellow shinobi, and asked the Sannin to follow him. Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and put it to her mouth, but before she could feel the alcohol flowing down her throat, Shizune snatched the bottle from her hands. "You won't drink until we've finished checking on the Kazukiage's wife," she said, closing the bottle and putting it back in the bag. Tsunade grunted but said nothing. They soon arrived at the cage building and went inside and headed up the stairs to the Kazukiage's office, but there they found that the Kazukiage was in a council meeting. The man glanced at his watch. It was 9 o'clock. He wondered why there was such an early morning meeting without any announcement. He looked at Tsunade. Kazukiage-sama is in the council meeting, so you'll have to wait," he said, and Tsunade's eyes flashed. "The doctor's appointment is over, and my time is far more valuable than this meeting." Take me to him now, she said, almost growling, and the man nodded nervously. They headed to the council meeting room. Inside the council meeting room, she and Hitomi stood side by side as the Kazuki and other council members writhed on the floor in pain while a green seal glowed on his forehead. Well, the mission is a success. Now let's take the leader on the roof and show his pathetic form to the people and kill anyone who tries to interfere. When we're done clearing things out, we'll capture the Kazuki and the other elders, she said into the communication device in her ear, looking at Hitomi and nodding her head to control their minds. She looked on with glee. They had developed a caged bird seal where they could use it to hypnotize and control people's minds with the help of some captive seal masters in their prison. But before Hitomi could control the Kazuki's mind, she stopped her and listened to the message. San and Tsunade is heading towards the council chamber, someone said on the communication device in her ear, and she's eyes widened in shock. Where the hell did she come from? She exclaimed in a panic, her eyes wide. I don't know, but it seems the Kazuki had already invited her for something else, the man said from the other side. She closed her eyes. What do we do now? We can't fight her. She's a monster, and you know it, she said, and the man agreed, I know, but what choice do we have now, you know what? Let's find Kazuki and Tsunade too, and get out of here. The man said, and she gritted her teeth, how the hell do you expect me to kidnap Tsunade? She exclaimed in frustration. There was a silence for a few seconds, and then the man spoke. She has her student with her. I'm sending 2 of our strongest shinobi to your side. Use that student of hers to kidnap her. You know the leaders would be delighted to learn that we kidnapped Tsunade along with the Kazuki. They can send another team to take over the village, the man said, and a smile formed on Shi's face. Well, fine, I'll do my best, she said, and looked at Hitomi. Hide, now, she instructed, and she nodded. The council chamber door opened, but just as the door opened, 4 kunai came flying towards Tsunade's head. Tsunade's eyes widened, but she was quick and immediately jumped back and dodged the kunai, but just as she was gathering strength to fight, she saw the Suna shinobi accompanying them lying dead on the ground, one shinobi with a kunai at Shizun's neck and the other standing in front of Tsunade with a kunai in his hand. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. I was careless, Shizun apologized sheepishly. It was her fault for not being careful. Tsunade's eyes opened again. What on earth is this? She said to herself. She looked at the man and narrowed her eyes. Kumo and Iwa village, she said to herself again. She stepped outside and glared at Tsunade. Well, either you cooperate or your student is going to leave this world, he threatened. Tsunade looked at Shizun. She could break through the floor and escape with Shizun, but she could see the man holding the kunai to Shizun's throat watching her every twitch. Breaking through the floor wouldn't work. She gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Shi. Do you know who I am? She growled through gritted teeth. She chuckled. I know, that's why I want you with Kazuki. You'll be very useful to us, she said, looking her up and down, which only enraged her more. But before she could say anything, someone hit her on the head from behind and she fell unconscious. The man looked at Shi and nodded. I've already sent a message to the 3 village leaders that we've captured Kazuki and Tsunade and that they should send another team to take over the village. Let's go and also tell our men to take Kazuki's family hostage, he said, lifting Tsunade over his shoulder. Another man carried the unconscious Kazuki and the man holding Shizun struck her on the head, knocking her unconscious. Within minutes, they were out of the village. They had already killed many Suna shinobi. The masked Madara and Pain sat facing each other, so, what have you decided? Madara asked. We'll go after Two Tails as soon as the Gadu statue is ready. Conan has sent information that Two Tails is sealed within a Kumo Kunoichi, he said, and Madara stood up. I'll go find her, he said and started to move, but Pain stopped him. Then send someone to find her. We have other strong shinobi, Pain said, and Madara nodded and left. Master of my commands. Kushina stood there, eyes wide, staring at a living skeleton before her. It bowed before her, begging for orders. Her seal worked, and she couldn't contain her excitement. She grabbed a bewildered Naruto and hugged him tightly to her chest, squealing. She broke the embrace after a while, and they gazed at each other with broad smiles. Kushina leaned down and kissed her son on the lips, which Naruto returned. They separated and looked at each other again. Naruto darling, my seal worked. My hard work of a week was successful, she said with a toothy smile, and kissed her son again. Naruto smiled, I can see that, mom. Congratulations, he said, and Kushina looked at him with a smile as she wrapped her arms lightly around her son and pulled him close, looking into his eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't give you enough time, darling, but now I'll have all the time in the world for you. By the way, how much did you learn from my clones this week? Kushina asked, inquiring about his progress. Naruto smiled, well, I've completed mid-level sealing, my Taijutsu is at pre-Jonin level, my speed is much better than before, I'm physically stronger, and well, other things you'll have to see for yourself, he said, and Kushina smiled proudly. "And did you try to bring out your other appearance?" she asked, and Naruto looked down. "Well, I tried, but I couldn't get beyond what I transformed into in the fight," he said, and Kushina smiled. "That's okay, it will come to you slowly. Just keep trying and don't worry, I'll help you now that I'm free," she said, and Naruto nodded, and Kushina gave him another kiss on the lips. Kissing each other on the lips had become a new normal for them. After the fight, Kushina knew nothing of her son's whereabouts, but she felt increasingly drawn to him. She felt herself falling in love with him. Of course, she loved him to death, but what she felt was different and she knew it was because of his transformation. The first time she had felt this way was when Naruto transformed and she still wasn't wearing much clothing except for a bra and panties. She sighed and decided to think about it later. Right now, she had a skeleton to sort. He turned to the skeleton. "What's your name?" he asked a skeleton as he placed a hand on Naruto's head. The skeleton looked at Kushina. "My name is I don't remember, I only remember that I used to work in the fields. I had a wife and a child. That's all," he said, and Kushina nodded and looked at all the skeletons. "Before I say anything else, let me make it clear that I want complete and absolute loyalty to me and this boy here. Even if he regains his memories from past lives, betrayal of us will be considered a sin. I am your queen who rules this land, and he is your prince. The day you betray me, I will send you to hell for eternity," she said, and the skeletons immediately knelt and bowed and swore their loyalty to their queen. Kushina nodded. There must be about 10 skeletons. Kushina sent Naruto to take a bath before she began instructing the skeleton. Kushina told the skeletons to build the houses in the palace, and if they needed anything, they could discuss it with her. She gave them instructions on the map of the palace and the island's houses for the villagers, as she wanted them built. She wanted the blockhouses to form a small town, or perhaps a large one. The main thing she wanted was for a section of the beach to be privately protected, just for her. It would be at the back of the palace, closer to the gardens. She also told them that she would bring more skeletons to help them, so that the work could be finished soon. She also told them not to worry about her name or anything else. They would either remember it gradually, or she would work on the seal to improve it. She also promised to bring her family back if possible, which made the skeletons happy and increased their respect for their new queen tenfold. Kushina sighed and sat down in a chair. Then she remembered that she hadn't contacted Anko again. She had tried to reach Anko after Naruto told her to, but she couldn't connect. She wondered if there would be any problem with the seal. She decided to work on it the next time she saw Anko. After that, Kushina went into her temporary home where she had sent Naruto to take a bath. She entered the temporary house and went directly to the bathroom and found Naruto under the shower. Kushina looked at her son. Suddenly, she squinted to confirm it. At the age of 5, a normal child would be around 3.5 to 4 feet taller, rarely 4 feet, but from what she guessed, Naruto's height must be around 4.5 feet. When did he get so tall? I didn't notice at all. It seems that, just like me, Naruto's transformation affected his height and body, and he looks even more like an adult than a 5-year-old boy, Kushina thought, as her eyes wandered down her son's back, remembering that Naruto's transformation was what saved her from being raped by Joshin. She knew he protected her, but that day he showed her just how much. She shook her head and smiled as she stepped inside and placed a hand on his head. "How long are you going to stay in the shower?" she asked, and Naruto shrugged. "It feels good to be in hot water," he replied, smiling. "Well, it's harmful to stay in hot water for too long, and I also have to bathe." "You're going to use up all the water," she said, and Naruto watched her as he filled the tub. "I want to soak in the tub too," he said, and Kushina looked at him as she turned off the shower faucet. They looked at each other. "You've been in the hot water long enough. Any longer will damage your skin," Kushina said, and Naruto groaned, making Kushina sigh. "Yes, only his body has grown, not the brain in his head," she thought with a smile as Naruto pouted, and the innocent look in his eyes made Kushina hesitate. "Okay, but only for a short time," she said, and Naruto jumped towards her excitedly, burying his face in her bra-covered breasts. Kushina smiled with a sigh and looked at the bathtub, which was full of water. She turned off the tap and got into the tub with her son sitting between her legs, his back resting against her forehead. Kushina wrapped her arms around her torso as she enjoyed the warm water. She sighed as she rested her head on the edge of the tub and closed her eyes. She could feel a ticklish sensation on her breasts from Naruto's hair, but she enjoyed it. After 5 minutes, she felt Naruto move, and then, slowly but surely, her left nipple slipped into his mouth and he began to suckle. Kushina sighed and let him drink her milk, as it had been a while since he'd had enough. She sighed and smiled as she felt him suckle her breast with fervor. Kushina could barely stifle her moans as Naruto suckled her breast. Now his teeth were full, and now he would suck hard on her nipples. In the past, both hands would work on the same breast to express milk as she nursed, but now he used one hand on one breast while suckling and the other on the other, slowly teasing it. Kushina knew it was all just an innocent game, but she could feel tingling sensations throughout her body. She continued for 20 minutes and had almost finished nursing from her right breast. 5 minutes later, she noticed her son was limp and when she checked on him, she found him asleep. She sighed, "This is what happens when you stay in hot water too long," she said, and stood up, scooped him up in her arms, carried him to bed, and went back to finish her shower. After her shower, she went into the room, dried her and her son's body, and lay down beside her, not caring that she was naked as she snuggled against him. She covered him with the blankets and fell asleep. She hadn't slept well since she started working at the label. In a dimly lit room, 3 figures sat in large chairs around a round table. There were 2 bodyguards with each person. They had some files in front of them. "Let's start the meeting," said one of the 3, and they all nodded. "Alright, I have good news, Tsuchikage and Mizuka's dono," Reikage said, making the other cage smile. "Did Suna fall?" Mizuka's asked gleefully, and Reikage shook his head. "We captured Kazukiage," he said with a smile, "but we also gained a huge bonus this time, which will be a major blow to Konoha." The other cage's eyes widened. "What is it?" they asked in unison, their faces clearly showing excitement. "Our team and Suna has captured Kazukiage and aborted the mission to take over Suna so that another great person can capture it," Reikage said as a wide smile appeared on his black face, showing his white teeth. "Come on, tell us who that person is," Mizukage said impatiently. Reikage's smile widened. "Tsunade Senju," he said, and a sickly smile spread across the lips of the 3 cages. "Fine, then, I will have her," Tsuchikage said in a tone that indicated Tsunade was nothing more than a piece of meat to them, an object. Mizukage spoke immediately, "Absolutely not. This time Kiri will take possession of Senju because Kumo has already captured Hitomi Hyuga and you, Tsuchikage Dono, already have more than one Biju." Mizukage protested and Tsuchikage merely snorted. Reikage nodded. "Very well, your reasoning is sound and I believed Tsuchikage Dono would accept it as well," Reikage said, and Tsuchikage frowned. "Alright, I have some other interesting information," Reikage said, and the other cage raised their eyebrows. "Do you remember Yuzaki Agaker?" he asked, and the other cages nodded. "How could we forget? It was a jackpot," Tsuchikage said with a malicious smile. "Well, our spies have noticed a red-haired woman entering the island with a child, and there are still doubts as to whether that woman is in Uzumaki, but from what I can tell, that woman is in Uzumaki, the last pure-blooded Uzumaki," Reikage said with glee as his white teeth gleamed in the dimly lit room. Tsuchikage and Mizukage's eyes widened at his words. "We'll keep her, and that's only fair," Tsuchikage said immediately, and the other cages sighed. "You're really greedy, Tsuchikage done," Mizukage said, and Tsuchikage snorted. "Look who's talking," he retorted, making Mizukage frown. Mizukage looked at Reikage. "Anyway, Reikage Dono, how's your work with the mask going?" "The mask that Kiri still isn't showing any signs of opening the portal," Mizukage asked with a serious expression. "Well, it's the same with Iwa," Tsuchikage said, leaning back in his chair. "I hope Orochimaru doesn't deceive us," he said, glancing at the other occupants of the room. Orochimaru had already met with the 3 cage and told them he had found the masks of the god of creation, the god of destruction, and the god of hell. It wasn't difficult to convince the 3 cage about the masks after he told them about the Shinigami mask. After finding the masks, he made a deal with the 3 villages and gave them the masks. They all accepted them with minds and hearts full of greed and failed to see Orochimaru's true intentions. Orochimaru told them they could summon gods with these masks and even open a portal to new powers. And all Orochimaru asked of them were a few hand seals and jutsu. It was a complete trap, but no one could see through it. Well, I had heard about the Shinigami mask, and it was true. It was in Uzumaki's possession. So I believe the masks Orochimaru gave us aren't fake. We just have to keep working on them. I'm sure it will happen soon. The gateway to ruling this world, Reikage said, reassuring the other 2, and they nodded. "Anyway, I want you 2 to send another team to clear Suna and take it under our control, and also search for Kazukiage's family," Reikage said, and the others nodded. "Reikage Dono, have you heard anything about Akatsuki?" Tsuchikage asked, narrowing his eyes. Reikage closed his eyes. "No, there's no response from them, and now it seems they're doing something on their own, something unpleasant," he said, causing others to narrow their eyes. "I think we need to finish this Suna project as soon as possible and focus on our defenses and security," Mizukage said, and Reikage nodded. "I agree because the wind has changed. I can feel it. Something big and dangerous is coming, and I just hope we can weather that storm," he said as he looked out the window. The wind was blowing rapidly, and Reikage could smell the stench of death on it. 2 days later. Tsunade groaned and slowly opened her eyes and met the black eyes of a man who smiled lustfully. "Well, you finally woke up," he said, looking at her giant breasts as they hung in front of him. Tsunade then remembered what had happened and glanced to the side, finding Shizune tied to the wall just like herself. She tried to force the chains but stopped when she heard the man, "No, no, no, don't even try to move or else," he said, and placed a knife against Shizune's neck, causing a trickle of blood to flow. Shizune gritted her teeth and Tsunade's eyes widened. "No, no, stop, I won't move." Tsunade screamed desperately. He turned to his captive, "What do you want?" Tsunade asked, fury in her eyes, and the man told her of his fate to be used as a breeding cow whose role would simply be to give birth to healthy children and participate in healthcare activities between 3 villages. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror. But we know you're older than most, but you haven't reached the age of infertility, and if there are any complications, you'll use your chakra for this, or else," she said, pushing the tip of the knife in a little further, drawing more blood. "No, no, I won't. Just don't hurt her," Tsunade said desperately as tears began to well up in her eyes. "Tsunade-sama, don't do this, let me die. Don't force yourself to do something so horrible just to keep me alive." Shizune cried, her face streaked with tears and pain, and Tsunade smiled at her. "Shizune, I've always considered you my daughter, and if I have to go through with it to keep you alive, I will," she said with a smile that made Shizune's eyes widen as they led her outside to the room. "We'll keep her safe," the man said as he led Shizune out. Tsunade's body went limp and tears welled in her eyes. The man took Shizune out and handed her to another man. "Hey, Dai, take her to another carriage." "How long will it take to get to Kumo?" he asked. Dai sighed, "It'll take a few more days to get to Kumo. Until then, you can have your fun with Sanin. But remember, Bunji, just don't hurt her," he said with a lewd smile and led Shizune away. Bunji smiled. "Yes, I will," he said and went back into the room. The man holding the reins stopped when a bird landed on his shoulder. He immediately recognized the messenger bird and the message from the 3 cage. He took the small scroll and read it. He sighed. He was now ordered to escort Tsunade and the Kazukiage to Kurigakure, and then Mizuka's would decide on Tsunade's first partner. He stopped the carriage and looked around. He realized they were in Tanigakure, in the river region, and now that their destination had changed, he would have to turn back and cross Hangiri Gulf to reach Noodle's village. They would rest there for a while and then continue on to Kurigakure. The problem was that the country and the surrounding miles were shrouded in fog, and many dangerous beasts and animals were said to lurk within it. Some people even claimed to have seen demons in the fog. Even so, they secured a route that was opened and closed at fixed intervals for safety reasons. But an experienced person was still needed with each individual and group entering or leaving the village. And now they only had 1 Kiri shinobi with them, and that was Bunji, 3 Kumo shinobi, and Dai was one of them, and 4 Iwa shinobi, and he was one of the Iwa shinobi. Bunji knew the way, but he had no experience, but the letter said that a group of experienced navigators would join them in the village of Noodles. This information was reassuring. He stood up and sounded his horn, signaling each shinobi to assemble. Within a minute, every shinobi was there. He explained the situation, and they all nodded and headed to their carriages. Their carriages contained rooms with facilities and also prisons. Bunji approached the person holding the reins. "Hey Jiichi, so a Kiri man would be your first husband?" he asked, and Jiichi nodded. He was the leader of the group. "Yes, and it can be anyone," he said with a smile. "But the message didn't say you can't have fun. You're free until we reach the land of tea, and we could also use some meat when we rest along the way," the leader said, and Bunji nodded with a smile. He entered and Jiichi began to move the carriage. 501, 502, 503 Naruto counted his push-ups as sweat trickled from his chin. He had been training for a few hours. The first thing he did that morning was learn sealing techniques from his clone mother. He practiced sealing for a few hours, then the Kushina clone made him swim in the sea for an hour, followed by a short run, and then he immediately started doing push-ups. The schedule was to have a workout with his own clone after 600 push-ups. Naruto fell after the final push and Kushina's clone approached him. "What's wrong, Naruto? You seem a little relaxed today," she asked as she sat down beside him. Naruto turned away and looked up at the blue sky but didn't answer, closing his eyes. He sighed and stood up. "Let's move on to the next part of today's training," he said, and a clone appeared in front of him. They both nodded to each other and then bumped into each other. Clone Kushina watched as the original gave her orders. She knew Naruto was a little discouraged because his real mother wasn't training him, but she couldn't help it. Original Kushina was working on a security seal for Uzumaki Island because the island security was paramount, and now that she had unlocked Uzumaki's hidden treasures, this seal of hers was going to be a marvel of a seal. And that's why he couldn't spend as much time with his son as he had promised. Although Naruto knew this, he was still a child and couldn't help it. Only his body had grown, not his mind, but he had become the smartest boy his age. Kushina watched as Naruto's clone vanished in a puff of smoke and saw Naruto collapse, exhausted. Now it was her duty to take him to shower and clean him up and then help him sleep so he could rest for a while. Kushina leaned back in her chair and sighed. She looked at the work she had done and smiled. She couldn't wait to finish it. It would secure the entire island and she would have knowledge of every living thing on it. It was a very different job from anything she had ever done before and she was going to make it a success. It had been a week since she'd started working at the label, again cutting into her time with her son, but what she was doing was important and she just hoped he understood. Even though she told him what she was doing, he was a 5-year-old who needed his mother as much as any 5-year-old could. It didn't matter if his body had developed. She sighed. She hadn't even let him drink her milk until her breasts hurt from the milk and interfered with her work and she didn't know why, but she felt guilty about it. She sighed again and looked outside to see the skeletons working as hard as they could. They worked continuously without rest, like machines. Well, it was good for her. Her palace would be finished soon, she thought. She had brought 50 more skeletons, most of whom had been soldiers in their own time, and she had also planned to bring out more people. She had also been thinking about recovering the flesh from the bones and their memories as well. However, she decided that after finishing the important parts of the seal, she would use her clones to work on it and spend time with her son, trying to make up for lost time, she promised herself. It wouldn't take more than another week to finish the important and critical parts of the seal. She sighed and began working on the seal again. A week later, a spy broke into the Hokage's office and told him what had happened in Suna. Hiruzen and Shikaku were discussing village matters again. He had granted permission for a holiday to visit the group, which consisted of Tsume and her family, the Nara family, excluding Shikaku, the Hyuga women with their children, and several others. Mikoto also wanted to go, but Hiruzen said Fugaku would decide whether or not she could attend. Hiruzen's face turned grim upon hearing the spy, and he immediately called an emergency meeting and cancelled the vacation, which made Shikaku frown, but before he could protest, Hiruzen left. Shikaku was surprised by what had happened in Suna. Although the Kazukiage had been captured, the whereabouts of his family were still unknown. Shikaku knew what was coming, another shinobi world war. But this time, Konoha would face the 3 villages alone. He also knew that Hiruzen's new persona would inevitably start a war that, he was certain, would destroy the village. And now that the holidays were cancelled, he couldn't do anything to save his clan or any other women or children. It wasn't that he didn't want to protect his village, but if war broke out, saving it would be impossible, no matter how powerful Konoha became. He wondered who the Hokage really was. Hiruzen or Orochimaru. Another private meeting was held between the villagers who wanted to leave. They all wore somber expressions as they listened to what Shikaku had just told them. Their vacations were cancelled. Although the attack on Suna was a serious matter, it mattered less to those who had planned to leave. So there's no hope for me and my daughter, Tsume said sadly, and everyone sighed in frustration. Tsume felt frightened for the first time since her husband's death. She didn't know what to do. She wrapped her arms around herself as a chill ran down her spine. Everyone was worried about Hiruzen and what he was going to do. Suddenly, Shikaku spoke. I have an idea, he said, and everyone looked at him expectantly. From what I understand, the sealing department is still working on Anko's communication seal, the one my Kushina made. So, what if we find the right moment, release Anko, and have her talk to Kushina and tell her what's going on, and see if she can help. Although I'm sure she'd come determined to destroy the village after learning of Anko's capture. Shikaku explained the plan, and everyone sighed at the implications. Well, we can't let the village be destroyed, Hiashi said, and Shikaku nodded. But I have no other idea, he said, and a sullen look appeared on everyone's faces. Mikoto looked up. I think we should go with Shikaku's idea, but with a change, she said, and everyone looked at her confused. We'll have to get Anko to convince Kushina not to destroy the village, and I don't think that'll be a big problem. Anko would understand, he said, and judging by the looks on everyone's faces, it seemed they all liked the idea. They all nodded. I think everyone needs to rethink their plan because it's not going to work. All heads turned toward the new voice, which was Itachi. He came and stood next to his mother. And why? Tsume asked. Because no one can see Anko except Hokage, Fugaku, and Danzo, and for your information, the Rude Anbu are on active duty again, and some of them are guarding Anko's cell. So forget about seeing her, he explained as everyone looked surprised. But it was expected that the new Hokage would bring Root back. Suddenly, Tsume stood up and everyone looked at her. I'm going home, she said, and before anyone could say anything, she stormed out, leaving everyone speechless. I hope he doesn't do anything reckless, Mikoto wondered aloud sadly. I think we've strayed from the topic of leaving the village, Hisashi said, and everyone simply shook their heads. There was silence for a minute and then Shikaku spoke. Alright, I'll talk to Hokage-sama about this whole matter after the video conference with the 3 cages. I hope we don't go to war, he said, looking up at the sky with a sad and worried expression. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.